Everyone, good evening to all of you. आज है 18th of December 2024. Welcome once again to this live analysis. स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन. हैप्पी वेनेसडे टू ऑल ऑफ यू. फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे नेचुरल गैस को कल अपने सपोर्ट एरिया पे था, सपोर्ट लिया, क्लोजिंग होते होते अपना एफईजी ब्रेक कर दिया था एंड वो फाइनल टारगेट भी हिट कर दिया था. मॉर्निंग पे हल्का सा गैप अप ओपनिंग जरूर हुई थी, तो ऊपर चला गया है. एक प्रीवियसली मार्केट के पास एफईजी था जिसका एक ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था मार्केट में रिसेंटली, वहां पर रिटेस्ट शायद नहीं किया था तो वहीं पर रुका हुआ है. रेजिस्टेंस तो बहुत दूर है फिलहाल मार्केट में, और कोई सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस नियरेस्ट बेसिस पे है नहीं. एक रेजिस्टेंस वो पुराना वाला है, वो काफ़ी दूर है, अराउंड 296-97 के अराउंड. एंड बाकी सारे बीच में एफईजी ही हैं, तो उन्हीं को देखेंगे. सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस तो बहुत दूर हो गए हैं. अब ये रीटेस्ट था, इसको आप कंसिडर मत करना, दिस इज द रीटेस्ट जोन. ठीक है, एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था, तो रीटेस्ट कर चुका है. अब इस रीटेस्ट का भी रीटेस्ट नहीं करते, ठीक है. रीटेस्ट का भी रीटेस्ट नहीं होता है, ध्यान रखना. नाउ जितने भी अब एफईजी होंगे वही हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट लेवल रहेंगे, जो थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर सकते हैं. गॉट इट. इवेंट्स की बात करें, डेटा और इवेंट्स की अगर बात करें, डेटा और इवेंट्स की अगर बात करें, सो आज फेड रेट कट होगा. उसके अलावा क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे. एंड उसके अलावा देखोगे तो वह बिल्डिंग परमिट का डेटा है फ्रॉम यूएसए. सो 7 पी एम, सॉरी 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग, 7 पी एम बिल्डिंग परमिट डेटा. एंड आफ्टर दैट 8 पी एम यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, देन 9 पी एम क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, और फिर उसके अलावा रात को इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग 12:30 के अराउंड एफओएमसी का रेट कट होगा, इकोनॉमिक प्रोजेक्शन, और उसके बाद स्टेटमेंट रिलीज होगा. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर गोल्ड, सिल्वर, नेचुरल गैस. नाउ लेट्स सी द गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर एज वेल. गोल्ड में देखो लेवल वही है फिलहाल के लिए, दीज आर द लेवल्स फॉर एज अ सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस बने हुए हैं दो तीन. कल एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आया नहीं प्राइस, याद होगा. तो नीचे एक सपोर्ट जोन है अराउंड 2628 2625 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली. एंड ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस देखोगे तो एक रेजिस्टेंस तो यही है 2665 2668. उसके अलावा एक रेजिस्टेंस ये भी है 2656 से 2657. सो ये बोथ आर रेजिस्टेंस जोन इन गोल्ड. ओके. एंड लुक एट द सिल्वर एज वेल. अगर सिल्वर को देखोगे तो सिल्वर में कल की लेवल है, कुछ नहीं हुआ. कल याद होगा सपोर्ट एरिया से मार्केट ने सपोर्ट लिया था, एक एफईजी था बीच में यहाँ पर, उस एफईजी को ब्रेक करके मार्केट टारगेट को हिट कर दिया था. फिर मार्केट वही रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग में आया था. अब इंपॉर्टेंट है कि ये इस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से कितनी बड़ी सेलिंग देता है, क्योंकि ये ऑलरेडी दो तीन बार टेस्ट हो चुका है लेवल, ये बार बार टेस्ट नहीं होगा, तीन चार बार टेस्ट हो चुका है. फिलहाल अभी देखोगे तो मार्केट इस एक छोटे से शायद आई थिंक एफईजी पे रुक रहा है, शायद नहीं, इतना भी स्ट्रांग नहीं है. इतना भी स्ट्रांग नहीं है, नॉर्मली लेवल्स कह सकते हो. कल वो यहाँ पर जो एफईजी था ना, शायद उसी को मार्केट अभी रिस्पेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. याद होगा कल यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा एफईजी बनाया था, मार्केट काफ़ी देर रुका था, फिर ब्रेकआउट हुआ उस एफईजी का सपोर्ट लेके, अभी उसी एफईजी पर ही रुका हुआ है. बट वो एफईजी अब काम का नहीं है, उसको हटा ही देते हैं. तो यही लेवल है, बाकी रेंज कहीं ब्रेक होगी तो विल सी. गुड आफ्टरनून महामाया जी. सो लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेचुरल गैस. और देख लेते हैं कोई और एफईजी अगर है काम का यहाँ पर हमारे पास. 0.25 का रेट कट एक्सपेक्टेड है, उतना ही होगा, उससे ज़्यादा या कम तो होना नहीं है, और होगा ज़रूर। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट रेट कट का पड़ेगा मार्केट में। मार्केट नॉर्मली देखो रेट कट सबको पता है होना ही है, तो नॉर्मल बिहेवियर पे इतना मोमेंटम करता नहीं है जितना मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया है। तो मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा खास एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है कि प्राइस कोई बहुत बड़ा मोमेंटम करेगा। नॉर्मल जो डेटा है और यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग है उस समय ही मोमेंटम ज़्यादा मुझे लग रहा है होगा। 12:30 के अराउंड जब रेट कट प्रोजेक्शन देखने के लिए मिलेगा, क्योंकि देखो जो चीज़ ऑब्वियस होती है मार्केट उस पर रिएक्शन नहीं देता है। ठीक है, जैसे रेट कट पॉइंट 25 बेसिस पॉइंट एक्सपेक्टेड है, 50 बेसिस पॉइंट हो जाए तब मार्केट रिएक्शन देगा बड़ा, या फिर हो ही ना, रेट कट हो ही ना, तब मार्केट बड़ा मोमेंटम देता है। नहीं तो ज़्यादा कुछ खास मोमेंटम मुझे एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है रेट कट से। बाकी नॉर्मल प्राइस बिहेवियर पे ट्रेड करोगे तो बेटर रहेगा। बीच में और कोई ना सपोर्ट है ना रेजिस्टेंस है, सारे एफईजी बने हुए हैं। नथिंग एल्स इन नेचुरल गैस। इंडियन मार्केट से स्ट्रॉन्ग कैंडल फ्राइडे का गिव अप कर दिया और नीचे जाएगा क्या? फ्राइडे का कौन सा कैंडल है? मैं डेली एनालिसिस करता नहीं हूँ। फिलहाल बैंक निफ्टी का देख लेता हूँ, क्योंकि बैंक निफ्टी का ही मैंने चेक किया था मॉर्निंग पे। रेजिस्टेंस पे था, अच्छी सेलिंग आई। नीचे 1 बजे के आसपास सपोर्ट था एक 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम का। एक सेकंड, चार्ट कहाँ गया? करंट देखो लेवल पे सपोर्ट है, अगर ये गया तो फिर मुश्किल हो जाएगा प्राइस के लिए। इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम मॉर्निंग पे एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था। निफ्टी का मुझे पता नहीं, निफ्टी में क्या चल रहा है, निफ्टी देखा ही नहीं मैंने। ठीक है, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन हुआ था मार्केट, रेजिस्टेंस पे गया, रिजेक्शन लिया। यहाँ पर एक एफईजी था, थोड़ा बहुत रुकने की कोशिश जरूर करी, बट वापस ब्रेक डाउन करके नीचे ही चला गया। फिलहाल के लिए लास्ट सपोर्ट कह सकते हो 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे तो कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है नियरेस्ट बेसिस पे। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे सपोर्ट यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था, ये दिस वन। इसका गैप अप ब्रेकआउट हुआ है तो एक गैप भी है, और इसका रिटेस्ट भी पेंडिंग है सेम नेचुरल गैस की तरफ। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे 15 मिनट पे टाइम फ्रेम पे एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट है, अगर रुकता है यहाँ पर, नहीं तो और गिरेगा। बाकी वीकली टाइम फ्रेम का जो एनालिसिस किया था, मार्केट एग्जैक्टली उसी के अकॉर्डिंग मूव किया है। जिन लोगों ने नहीं देखा है, लास्ट फ्राइडे को, सैटरडे को किया था शायद, सैटरडे को वीकली एनालिसिस किया था निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी का, देख सकते हो। आई होप अच्छा प्रॉफिट हुआ होगा जो लोग वीकली बेसिस पे फ्यूचर या फिर ऑप्शन सेलिंग ट्रेड करते हैं। कर दिया सपोर्ट 15 मिनट में। कितना हो रहा है? 224। देखते हैं मोमेंटम करता है नहीं करता। सी कोई रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट कुछ बनाए 15 मिनट में। नेचुरल गैस नहीं तो ये एफईजी खेलता रह जाएगा। काफ़ी अच्छा मूव किया है, 5% अप है अभी। थोड़ा सा ऊपर और गया डे हाई के आसपास अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा। नेचुरल गैस ध्यान रखना। गैस में भी सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल में भी कल की लेवल है। कल की लेवल लगे हुए हैं, क्रूड ऑयल में कोई चेंज नहीं हुआ है। मार्केट वो एक सपोर्ट एरिया था 5885 वाला, वहां से सपोर्ट लिया, क्लोजिंग होते होते थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग जरूर आई थी बट मार्केट सपोर्ट पर ही क्लोज हुआ था। मॉर्निंग पे मार्केट हल्का सा गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, ऊपर एक रीटेस्ट पर ही है अभी। मार्केट अगर यहाँ से रीटेस्ट लेता है तो एक सेलिंग प्लान यहाँ पर होगी जरूर। ये सपोर्ट था, मार्केट ने सीधा ही ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया इसका, थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन तो ले रहा है ये। वॉल्यूम शायद बहुत कम है, कैंडल 15 मिनट की गैप अप गैप डाउन हो रही है। वाह। ठीक है, तो ये रीटेस्ट के रेजिस्टेंस पर है। कोई रेजिस्टेंस एग्जैक्टली तो बहुत ऊपर है खैर। ने ब्रेक डाउन दिया था तो रीटेस्ट है, देखो आना है फटाफट से, सेलिंग आनी चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर रुकना नहीं चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर रुका तो फिर ब्रेक रीटेस्ट भी रिमूव हो जाएगा। गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लेवल बता दिए, फिर से रिपीट करना है क्या? लाइक करते रहो गाइस फटाफट से। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल गाइस, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया फटाफट से सब्सक्राइब जरूर करें। कई सारे लोग देखते हैं लेकिन सब्सक्राइब नहीं करते हैं, सिर्फ देखते ही हैं। डॉलर का चार्ट स्क्रीन पे नहीं है, एक स्क्रीन पे नहीं है, एक सेकेंड। अब दिख रहा होगा आई होप सो क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट। नेचुरल गैस का भी शो हो रहा होगा आई होप सो। लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट बॉक्स अगर चार्ट शो हो रहा है। एंड लाइक भी करते रहो, 6 पीपल आर वॉचिंग, 7 लाइक्स, एटलीस्ट 12 लाइक्स तो होने चाहिए 6 पीपल ने, बताओ। ठीक है, कल मार्केट वो एक बीच में सपोर्ट था, काफी देर होल्ड किया, फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करके नीचे आ गया था। एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड उसमें मिला था, फिर नीचे एक सपोर्ट एरिया था, प्राइस ने वहां से सपोर्ट लिया था, क्लोजिंग होते हुए थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग जरूर आई थी, बट सपोर्ट के ऊपर ही क्लोज हुआ था, हल्का सा गैप अप। एंड मैंने बता दिया था फिर वो लेवल हमारे किसी काम का नहीं है। एक ऊपर छोटा सा सपोर्ट था जिसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था, रीटेस्ट कल नहीं हो पाया था, तो उसी रीटेस्ट जोन पर है। ऊपर एक एफईजी भी है, इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं, ये किसी काम का नहीं है अब। नीचे एक और सपोर्ट आपके पास वही 583040 के अराउंड। और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस हमारे पास ये बने हुए हैं। ठीक है, तो ऊपर ये रेजिस्टेंस अच्छा है, 6140 150। ये लेवल भी कई बार टेस्ट हो गया है, कितने बार टेस्ट हो गया लेवल, वाओ। 1 2 3, 1 2 3 4, 4 टाइम टेस्ट हो गया ये वाला रेजिस्टेंस, ये 6050 वाला। अब की बार गया तो शायद मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ब्रेक हो ही जाएगा। इसको भी रिमूव कर दो, ये बहुत ज्यादा यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस भी है, एफईजी भी है। रेजिस्टेंस इन द सेंस ऑफ एक वो जो आपका सपोर्ट था उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था यहाँ पर कल ही, वो न्यूज़ की वजह से उसका रीटेस्ट नहीं हुआ था, तो ये रीटेस्ट जोन भी है। और साथ में वहाँ पर एक एफईजी बना हुआ है, तो दोनों ही साथ साथ है। यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं। ठीक है, दोनों ही साथ साथ हो गए, क्या करें इसको। मर्ज कर देता हूँ, 1 सेकंड रुक जाओ। सही है। ठीक है, तो ये रीटेस्ट प्लस एफईजी दोनों ही बना दिए, ये साथ साथ बने हुए हैं, तो दो दो लगा के थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन ज़्यादा हो जाएगा नहीं तो। ठीक है, तो ये रीटेस्ट प्लस एफईजी दोनों ही बने हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस एग्जैक्टली थोड़ा सा ऊपर है, बट इस यहाँ पर एक एफईजी है और साथ में रीटेस्ट है। एफईजी को मैं उतना कंसिडर नहीं कर रहा हूँ, आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग रीटेस्ट फ्रॉम दैट एरिया, रीटेस्ट हो। बाकी नीचे देखोगे तो दैट इज द टारगेट एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, नीचे और कोई टारगेट तो है ही नहीं। अगर ये ब्रेक हुआ तो फिर थोड़ा सा और बड़ा टारगेट रखेंगे। कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो है। अगर एक ब्रेक होता है तो फिर थोड़ा सा यहाँ तक देखेंगे उस केस में। ओके। ये रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, फिर से बता दूं, एक एफईजी बना हुआ है यहाँ पर ऊपर अपर लेवल पे, और यहाँ पर वो जो सपोर्ट एरिया था, जो सपोर्ट सपोर्ट एरिया था यहाँ पर, जो कल उसका सीधा ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था तो उसका रीटेस्ट नहीं हुआ था, तो रीटेस्ट भी है, दोनों ही साथ में बने हुए हैं। फर्स्ट टारगेट एंड इसके नीचे गया तो दैट इज अ सेकंड टारगेट वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट। ठीक है, रीटेस्ट कल का है, एफईजी भी कल का ही है। लंदन सेशन ओपन तो हो गया था 130 पे, बट उसके बाद मार्केट बिल्कुल ही साइडवे जैसा हो गया। क्रूड ऑयल में वॉल्यूम उतना है नहीं जितना नॉर्मली होना चाहिए। कि ये आपका गोल्ड और ये है सिल्वर का चार्ट। ओके, यहाँ पर एक एफईजी भी है सिल्वर में, अपर लेवल पे ये एक एफईजी दिख जाएगा आपको, छोटा सा स्मॉल एफईजी एरिया ओवर हियर। फिर आप वॉचिंग गाइस, बाकी लोग भी लाइक कर दो जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को अभी तक। लाइक्स का टारगेट गाइस, लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। और में ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं है। एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट ऑलरेडी कर चुका है। नया कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं बना हुआ है नियरेस्ट बेसिस पे। एफईजी को अगर मैं रिमूव कर दूं तो उसके अलावा कांट सी एनी मेजर रेजिस्टेंस। सारे के सारे एफईजी बने हुए हैं। हाँ, एक ये रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है बस, एक और। अदरवाइज तो इसमें कोई खास मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं दिख रहा है। ये एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है इसका। बाकी बीच में सारे एफईजी भरे पड़े हैं और कुछ भी नहीं है। और ये रीटेस्ट हुआ नहीं है तो स्ट्रांग ही होगा, दैट इज। बैक टू द क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस। ओके। ओके गाइस, थोड़ा सा ना ये क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट दूसरा लगा लेते हैं, बिकॉज ये क्रूड ऑयल का करंट एक्सपायरी का चार्ट है। ये जनवरी मंथ का है, सॉरी दिसंबर मंथ का लगाया हुआ है। ठीक है, इसको चेंज कर लेना, थोड़े से लेवल अलग हो जाएंगे। क्योंकि ये जो क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट है ये करंट मंथ का है। एक्सपायरी ऑप्शन की ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है, और अभी हम जो ट्रेड कर रहे हैं ऑप्शन, वो आपका जनवरी मंथ का है। और दिसंबर में वॉल्यूम भी बहुत कम है, जनवरी में वॉल्यूम काफ़ी अच्छा है। तो जनवरी का चार्ट हमें यूज़ करना पड़ेगा, तो इसको 1 को रिमूव करके 2 कर देना, लेवल थोड़े से चेंज हो जाएंगे। नथिंग चेंज, बस लेवल ही थोड़े से चेंज होंगे, बाकी सब सेम ही है। ठीक है, ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं आएगा, बट या अब ये यूज़ नहीं कर सकते, जनवरी मंथ का ही चार्ट यूज़ करें, दिसंबर मंथ का चार्ट यूज़ मत करना। ठीक है, चेंज करना है अगर अपने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में तो ऊपर वन जो लिखा हुआ है वो दो कर देना, बिकॉज अभी ऑप्शन ट्रेड करोगे तो फिर वो फ्यूचर के अकॉर्डिंग ही मूव करता है, ना कि किसी और चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग, तो नहीं तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी थोड़ी बहुत। वहां पर थोड़ा सा प्राइस का मोमेंटम अलग है एज कम्पेयर टू एमसीएक्स। कल वॉल्यूम ठीक था, अभी वॉल्यूम बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, तो फायदा नहीं है फ्यूचर में लगा के। ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो बात अलग है, करने को कर सकते हो, बट वॉल्यूम जनवरी मंथ के चार्ट में ज़्यादा बेटर है क्रूड ऑयल में एज कम्पेयर टू दिसंबर मंथ। ओके। नेचुरल गैस में ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, क्रूड ऑयल में सिर्फ चार्ट चेंज कर लेना, फ्यूचर का जो चार्ट यूज़ कर रहे हो वो नेक्स्ट मंथ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लगा लेना, बेटर रहेगा। सेम ही रहेंगे लगभग, कुछ ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं होगा, वो नंबर चेंज हो जाता है बस थोड़ा बहुत, क्योंकि फ्यूचर का जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है वो दिसंबर मंथ का थोड़ा अलग चलता है नंबर वाइज, और जनवरी मंथ का थोड़ा सा अलग चलेगा, और कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है। जनवरी मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट देखोगे, करंट में तो वॉल्यूम ठीक है, प्रीवियसली यहाँ भी वॉल्यूम के अकॉर्डिंग कैंडल उतनी प्रॉपरली बनी नहीं है, लेवल को ही टच नहीं किया कैंडल्स ने तो।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
Nissan has become a buyout target with two companies looking at tie-ups with the carmaker. Honda are exploring a merger which would consolidate Japan's auto sector at a time of major upheaval globally. Bloomberg's Nicholas Takahashi in Tokyo has the latest on the overnight talks.
What we know is that Honda is in talks with Nissan to discuss the possibility of a merger, whether that's a capital tie-up or even the formation of a holding company is all up in the air at this moment. But we do know that Honda and Nissan are speaking about it and taking it seriously as a future deal.
Takahashi's reporting was confirmed by an executive vice president at Honda. Bloomberg had also learned that the iPhone builder Honhai has approached Nissan about taking a controlling stake in the carmaker. Shares in Nissan closed 24% higher on the news, their biggest intraday jump on record. Honda's stock fell 3%.
And some breaking news this hour. Inflation in the UK picked up to 2.6% in the month of November. That's versus a 2.3% reading in October. The figure's in line with what economists had been expecting. The Bank of England had penciled in a reading of 2.4% in its November forecast. The core reading came in slightly weaker than expected at 3.5%.
The UK government's push to decarbonise its power grid faster risks locking in higher costs for consumers. That's according to research from three energy analytics firms which looked at moving the target forward to 2030 from 2035. Aurora Energy Research says the earlier deadline would cost £11 billion, more because of higher raw materials and borrowing costs. Energy Secretary Ed Miliband was asked about his claim the green push will bring household bills down by £300 a year.
The truth is, there is only one future for Britain that reduces bills for good, and that is a clean power mission. And the truth is, we can carry on remaining vulnerable, we can carry on with fossil fuels, and all we know is we're in the grip of petrostates and dictators. That government is not willing to leave us exposed.
But despite Miliband's optimism, experts at Aurora say prices are likely to stay consistently higher than their 2019 levels.
Meanwhile, UK government borrowing costs rose to their highest level in decades relative to Germany's in trading yesterday. That's as traders grow increasingly sceptical over how much more easing the Bank of England will manage to deliver next year. Pooja Kamra, senior UK and European rate strategist at Toronto Dominion Bank, says the shift was driven by yesterday's hotter than expected wage data.
The issues that BOE is grappling with is very different from other central banks, to your note. We do think that labour market is weakening, and that was visible in the employment index. I think markets are very scared about the wage data, and also we have the CPI and service inflation as well. So yes, that is something I was not looking forward for this number.
Pooja Kamra from TD Bank there speaking to Bloomberg. The spread between UK and German 10-year bond yields closed at 229 basis points, the most since 1990. Money markets are now fully pricing in 2 quarter-point cuts from the Bank of England in 2025 and attribute a roughly 20% chance of a third, down from 90% before this report.
Federal Reserve officials are likely to lower borrowing costs for a third straight meeting today, whilst signalling fewer interest rate cuts next year. The expectations come after recent data showed inflation is coming down more slowly than officials anticipated, and the labour market is not weakening as much as feared. Bank of America's CEO Brian Moynihan says there has been a significant economic shift.
We've moved up from positive but low to now higher than trend, higher than average. And so that means the economy is not having to bounce anything. It's just going on this normal growth trend, which is good news. I think all the policies are yet to come in. There's enthusiasm and discussion, but everything's still out there until the policy gets enacted. Our team, even given their knowledge of President-elect Trump's policies, they are still predicting next year's a 2.5% GDP growth. They predict the Fed cuts rates a few times.
Bank of America's Brian Moynihan speaking to Bloomberg's Wall Street Week. The revised outlook could prompt officials to tweak the language in their post-meeting policy statement and raise the projected path of borrowing costs. We'll have full coverage of the Fed's decision and updated quarterly economic forecasts, as well as Chair Jerome Powell's post-meeting press conference later today.
Brazil's central bank has sold over $3 billion in local markets and in two major interventions to stem a collapse in the currency. The real has fallen by over 20% this year, hitting a record low on Tuesday. Its weakness is spreading to other assets, including government dollar bonds. Brazil's central bank has raised interest rates to combat inflation, but investors are increasingly sceptical of the government's pledge to shore up the public finances and address its debt trajectory.
Luigi Mangione was indicted in New York on first-degree murder charges for the fatal shooting of United Health executive Brian Thompson. Prosecutors said the killing amounted to an act of terrorism.
This was a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg there, who is leading the case for the prosecution. Officials have warned against lionising the suspected killer, who at the time of his arrest was carrying a manifesto decrying the healthcare industry.
And those are your top stories on the markets. Eurostoxx 50 futures are flat. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index is 0.2% higher, and the 10-year Treasury yield ahead of today's Fed decision down 2 basis points to 4.38%.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Somerset-Webb, and every week senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions about personal finance, and we discuss the best strategies for making the most of your money. Listen in for the kind of insights and explanations everyone can use to help them make better saving and investment choices for themselves and their families.
My question is whether you think maxing out my company pension match is enough for when it comes to saving for my pension.
Should I attempt to pay my child's university fees and living costs?
My partner and I have excess savings, so should we overpay on our mortgage or should we put the money into stocks?
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Maren Talks Money. Follow Maren Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
ऊपर वाला लेवल भी मुझे लग रहा है अगर ये ऊपर आया तो ये भी ब्रेकआउट कर सकता है क्रूड में, क्योंकि 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, फोर्थ टाइम आ रहा है और मार्केट ने लोअर लो बनाया नहीं है, कहीं ना कहीं वीक जरूर हो गया रेजिस्टेंस जोन। एक बार सेलिंग आई, लो बनाया, दूसरी बार सेलिंग आई, एक लो बनाया, इक्वल लो ही कह सकते हो, थर्ड बार सेलिंग आई, हायर लो बनाया, तो थोड़ा सा लो अपर साइड की ओर शिफ्ट हो रहा है, सेलर निकल रहे हैं यहाँ से। इफ दिस लेवल डजंट होल्ड, ब्रेकआउट के काफी ज्यादा हाई चांसेस बन जाएंगे। तो एक तरह से कह सकते हो रेजिस्टेंस भी वीक ही होगा। अब ब्रेकआउट हुआ 6047 के ऊपर तो एक मोमेंटम अच्छा मिल सकता है। बाकी मार्केट बेरिस इसी के नीचे होगा, कहीं 5957 के नीचे, उससे पहले बेरिस तो नहीं होने वाला भी है। गैस भी ठीक ठाक आ रहा है, फिर से नीचे, यहाँ से नीचे आता है तो देखो कोई ऊपर ऐसा रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है और ना ही नीचे ऐसा सच सपोर्ट है, बट ये एफईजी जो बने हुए हैं सारे के सारे यही एज अ सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस काम करेंगे फिलहाल के लिए, क्योंकि मेजर रेजिस्टेंस काफी दूर है 295 97 और सपोर्ट तो कल का लो है। तो या तो कोई नया सपोर्ट ही क्रिएट करे मार्केट, तभी कुछ हो सकता है, अदरवाइज एफईजी टू एफईजी मूव करेगा प्राइस।
Of remote work, research on remote work.
Innovation, modernization, and business resilience are all top of mind for business leaders, making one thing certain. In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
Our next guest saying to embrace for the overall market to see some volatility here in 2025 with the potential for no Fed rate cuts. Joining us now, we're going to bring in Noel Dixon, a State Street Global Markets senior macro strategist. So here we are, Noel. We're seeing some, I don't know if you want to call it skittishness within the market, but we are seeing what had been a market leader, obviously Nvidia, under a decent amount of pressure. Here we are ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. What's the number one thing that investors need to keep in mind between now and heading into the new year?
Yeah, I think the major thing is that the Fed is going to have to probably pump the brakes. Although they're going to cut tomorrow, their forward guidance is going to have to get adjusted. So they're probably going to have to take out a cut or possibly two cuts from their 2025 projection. Also, the long-term terminal rate, I think, is also going to have to increase. So they're up against an economy where economic surprises continue to pick up. We saw it again today with retail sales. So we're going to have a more cautious Fed, I think, coming into the beginning stages of 2025, and that could introduce some levels of volatility.
How do you imagine the Fed is thinking about the consumer and best trying to really describe or encapsulate the mindset of the consumer going into next year, where it certainly is seeming like the setup is that there are going to be a larger range of inputs that consumers even have to evaluate, whether that be tariffs that could be talked about and then the activation of those that's still up in the air. But all of these things considered, how do you think the Fed is really trying to best describe the consumer going into 2025?
Yeah, so the Fed is dealing with a bifurcated consumer. So in other words, you have maybe the bottom two quintile of income earners really continuing to struggle. And they're going to be introduced potentially with higher prices as a result of tariffs coming on board. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you have, affluent consumers who are asset owners. They're benefiting from the pickup in the stock market, higher home prices. They have, their wages are, they have pretty decent income, so they have real wages. So you have this bifurcated sort of K-shaped economy, if you will, that the Fed's really going to have to be cautious in terms of navigating.
Well, you mentioned the fact that we could see some more volatility if the Fed doesn't cut as many times as maybe the market is anticipating. How big of a risk, or what risk then does that introduce to the equity markets?
Yeah, so I think the equity markets by any standard is overvalued at this moment. I think you're going to have to be really selective. If you just look at PEs, it's well above its trailing 5-year average. So I think, the economy, it's still strong, so that's going to be helpful. But the fact that there's sort of an unknown in terms of where the neutral rate is, whether or not we're seeing a stalling in the decline in goods prices, and whether we get a reacceleration in inflation, all of this stuff, I think, could lead to some profit taking, I think, in Q1.
Well, where do you think the neutral rate is?
So I think the neutral rate is actually closer to probably 4%. For a host of reasons. I think, obviously, I think productivity is higher, so there's more demand for credit. I think we're going to have a pickup in more safe assets, so higher treasury issuance. I think if we do get the immigration policy put forward, that also would put pressure, I think, on the labor market and on wages. So all things equal, you'll have to have a higher restrictive rate. So collectively, I think that gets us closer to 4% for the neutral rate.
Given the post-election run-up that we've seen, it seems like the markets are factoring in a lot, even with the Fed potentially being not prioritized as high from investors' mindset as they were going into the election, as they were especially kicking off their cutting cycle. All that considered, how far out do you think the markets are looking right now, and what could potentially disappoint this market?
Yeah, so I think the market is, I think it's a forward-looking mechanism, but I think that forward-looking component is a little shorter. So I think they're looking maybe 3 months out. At the moment, it's, kind of focused on the benefits, the deregulation, the potential tax cuts through reconciliation. So it's focused on the positives, but I think, when we get into next year, past inauguration, I think the reality is going to start to creep in. You're going to start to see if we do get the tariff policy, the markets then will have to price in the next 3 months, which, it's either going to lead to higher consumer prices or it's going to put a squeeze on corporate margins. So I think that's where you start to get the volatility. For now, it's looking at, sort of the medium term, the positives, but when we get into Q1 and it looks forward from that point onward, then you have to start to factor in some of the more negative components.
Garrett, let's talk about another name that's obviously garners a lot of the attention within the industry, and that is Tesla. We've gotten more bullish calls out this week. Dan Ives over at Wedbush being one of those, just talking about the new market cap milestone that we could see here from Tesla in the new year. I'm not sure you're totally on board with this. What are some of your biggest concerns when it comes to Tesla in 2025?
No, so we are on board. We have a buy rating on the stock. We had been at a hold. We went to a buy the day after the election, and since then, the stock is up almost 90% in just a little over a month. It's been, about 6 weeks. It's been an incredible run for the stock. I think the stock is pricing in a much easier regulatory environment for autonomous driving, and we think Tesla has the best technology out there, and they're really going to be the biggest winner from that. We've heard the President-elect Trump transition team talk about how that's one of the number one priorities of the U.S. Department of Transportation is easing the regulatory framework to make autonomous vehicles a reality. And so that's really the future of Tesla. And if they succeed in doing that, that unleashes a enormous market opportunity for Tesla. And in the meantime, they continue to improve the full self-driving product. Version 13 just recently launched with significant improvements over the prior version. You're really seeing their efforts incorporating AI into their development has really improved the product over the last year or two. So we continue to like the stock.
Garrett, the reason why I said that you weren't really on board was when it comes to the first thing that you have in your prediction list is that it's going to fall short of his 2025 vehicle sales growth guidance. And not just fall short. You see volumes growing only 10 to 15%, which is about half as strong as the guidance. Why then are you not more concerned about that?
Yeah, so that's one of our predictions. The report we put out a couple weeks ago is that Tesla will fall short of this 2025 vehicle sales growth guidance of 20 to 30%. However, I think important caveat in that prediction is that if they continue to make progress towards getting approval for fully autonomous vehicles, that's really what's going to matter more, and we think investors will be forgiving if they do fall short of that guidance. We have seen in the past many times where Elon Musk, makes a prediction or is too aggressive on his timeline as far as when things will come to fruition for the company. But eventually he gets there. It's just not necessarily in the time frame that he originally said.
Today, a bomb hidden in an electric scooter kills a senior Russian general in Moscow.
Advocacy groups try to sway Republican senators into rejecting RFK's nomination. Justin Trudeau is facing a fresh crisis after his finance minister resigns.
And what we know about the drone sightings that are plaguing the East Coast. It's Tuesday, December 17th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
And I'm Jonah Green in New York.
When you hear LSEC data and analytics, what do you think of? comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG Data and Analytics.
Ukraine says it was behind the assassination of a senior Russian general in Moscow. Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov was killed in a bomb blast earlier today, 4 miles from the Kremlin. The bomb had been hidden in an electric scooter. A source in the security service of Ukraine has told Reuters Kirillov and his assistant were killed in a special operation. Kirillov was chief of Russia's nuclear, biological and chemical protection troops and was charged in absentia in Kyiv on Monday with the alleged use of banned chemical weapons in Ukraine. Russia denies those accusations.
All student survivors have been reunified with their parents.
Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes, after a 15-year-old girl fatally shot a fellow student and a teacher in a classroom at the Abundant Life Christian School in Wisconsin. She then killed herself with the handgun.
The U.S. has asked Syrian militant rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also known as HTS, for help locating kidnapped American journalist Austin Tice. Tice was captured in 2012 during a reporting trip.
From Moscow, Syria's Bashar al-Assad has given his first statement since being toppled. Published on the Syrian presidency's Telegram channel, Assad details his final hours in Syria before being evacuated to Russia. And the head of a US-based Syrian advocacy organization says a mass grave outside Damascus contains the bodies of at least 100,000 people killed by the former government of Assad. Reuters has not confirmed the allegations.
A judge has ruled that Trump's conviction for falsifying records to cover up a sex scandal should stand. Justice Juan Merchan rejecting the president-elect's argument that a recent Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity nullified the verdict.
A 7.4 magnitude earthquake has hit the Pacific island of Vanuatu, killing at least 1 and injuring multiple people. The Democratic Republic of Congo has filed criminal complaints against Apple in Europe, accusing the company of using conflict minerals in its supply chain. Some Congolese mines are run by armed groups involved in civilian massacres, mass rapes and looting, according to UN experts and human rights groups. Apple says it does not directly source primary materials and says it audits suppliers, publishes findings, and funds bodies that seek to improve mineral traceability. China is planning a record budget deficit next year as it prepares for a possible trade war with the United States. Kamal Crimmins is here with more.
Sources have told Reuters that China is going to run a budget deficit of 4% of gross domestic product, up from 3% last year. The bigger deficit means the government will borrow more to fund more spending. It's a way of bolstering growth as Donald Trump returns to the White House, promising hefty tariffs on Chinese goods. Despite the strains, Beijing is going to maintain its growth target of around 5% next year. And speaking of trade tensions, we take a closer look at them in this week's Econ World podcast. We're diving into the transatlantic economy. That pod will be out tomorrow, and you can catch it on Reuters.com, the Reuters app, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Canada's Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland has quit after clashing with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Freeland's resignation creates one of the biggest crises he has faced since taking power in 2015. It also leaves Trudeau without a key ally when he's on track to lose the next election to the official opposition Conservatives. Caroline Stauffer is our bureau chief in Canada.
This is not good news for Trudeau. It looks chaotic and unplanned, especially on a day where his finance minister was due to present a budget to Parliament. The language and the way she resigned was very dramatic for Canada. Freeland posted a surprise letter on the X platform. She said Trudeau no longer wanted her to be finance minister and had offered her a lesser position, and she thought it was in her best interest to resign.
And of course, the backdrop of this is that Trump is coming into office while threatening to tax Canadian imports.
So Freeland was around during the first Trump administration and was actually the lead negotiator for the North American trade deal that is now in place. So not having her around when Trump takes office in January is a disadvantage for Trudeau.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on Capitol Hill this week. The anti-vaccine activist and environmental lawyer is seeking to win support from key senators who will decide whether he'll get to run the Department of Health and Human Services. Donald Trump singing the praises of his controversial pick at a press conference on Monday.
That Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine.
Advocacy groups opposed to RFK are trying to influence a small group of Republican senators they believe could block Kennedy's nomination. Michael Ehrman covers Big Pharma and has been speaking with these groups.
A lot of these folks are healthcare advocacy groups. Some of them formed to try to preserve Obamacare during the Trump administration. Their concern around vaccines is if the administration were to work to discourage people from getting their kids these vaccines, there could be a resurgence of a lot of infectious diseases that could cost lives in the country.
How are they working to influence these senators?
They're trying to influence the senators through advertising and also media events in those states where those senators are, particularly Republican senators who are up for election in 2026 and those that are in swing states that may be more convincible on these issues like vaccines and fluoride.
RFK is a controversial figure, but he does have an interesting coalition of supporters on the left and right. For those PACs or groups backing him, what's their sell?
Well, RFK has said that he's not anti-vaccine, that he's not planning on taking people's vaccines away. He is interested in building around issues like nutrition, food safety. There's a lot of support from even people on the left who are interested in those issues, who are more interested in chronic disease than infectious disease, who are interested in reducing obesity in the country, and who think that Kennedy's ideas can help with that.
Kennedy's spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment. His advocates have said opposition to his nomination stems from corporate interests.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around?
Okay, so we have a policy of not covering conspiracy theories. But when you have the next leader of the free world weighing in,
The government knows what is happening.
it's time to talk about the drones.
And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense.
Drone sightings have plagued the East Coast over the last few weeks.
Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should.
When asked if he had been briefed on the matter, Trump refused to say. So what's the deal? Reporter Joseph Axe is here to fill us in on what we do know at this point.
The Biden administration has said, on the one hand, that they're investigating these reports. On the other hand, they've said there's no evidence that there's any threat to public safety, there's no threat to national security, and they have spent some time trying to bat down some of the more far-fetched conspiracy theories that have been floating around out there. One thing they've said is that they've looked already into more than 5,000 of these reports as of the weekend, and they said just about 100 of them were actually worth investigating. So they've concluded that the vast majority of these sightings are people simply mistaking manned aircraft, like either regular planes or small planes flying at night, for something else. And they say a lot of the sightings follow regular flight paths. So they've actually tried pretty hard to kind of push back on, I think, what they view as a bit of an overreaction. But there has been a lot of frustration from state and local officials who feel, at the very least, that the federal government needs to do more.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage.
Today, French military aid starts to arrive in cyclone-battered Mayotte. Israel aims to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights. Trump's transition team wants wants to cut off support for electric vehicles, and why Canada's border crackdown pledge is easier said than done. It's Monday, December 16th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG data and analytics.
Scenes of devastation in the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte, where hundreds or even thousands are feared dead after it was hit by a powerful cyclone. The storm brought winds of more than 124 miles per hour, ripping apart the makeshift shelters where many people live. Aerial footage shows the wreckage of hundreds of homes on the islands, which have become a focal point for illegal immigration. It's the strongest storm to hit the islands in more than 90 years. John Ballos lives there and told us he feared for his life. On Monday, rescue teams continued the search for survivors, with authorities warning a precise death toll was difficult to ascertain. Israel's government has approved a plan to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights, which it captured from Syria in 1967. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says strengthening the Golan is strengthening the state of Israel following the fall of the Assad regime. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE have condemned the decision. Abu Muhammad al-Golani, Syria's de facto leader, has said Israel is using false pretexts to justify attacks on Syria, but says he is not interested in engaging in a new conflict. Mayan Lubel is in Jerusalem.
Well, Israel's announcement on Sunday was mainly a declarative move. Israel saw the regime of Assad falling. It's not a bad thing for Israel, but at the same time, the Israelis are suspicious of Syria's new leadership.
Is the return of Donald Trump to the White House significant here?
So Israel annexed the Golan Heights in the 80s, and that was a move that remains unrecognized by most international powers. But during Trump's first term in office, he recognized Israeli or declared support for Israeli sovereignty over the Golan. So it's quite possible that Israel has Trump in its mind when it makes such a declaration.
Israel is closing its Dublin embassy due to what it describes as the Irish government's, quote, extreme anti-Israel policies, including recognition of a Palestinian state, as well as support for international legal action against its war in Gaza. South Korea's Constitutional Court has begun reviewing the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol over his botched attempt at martial law. The court has up to 6 months to make a call on whether to remove him from office or reinstate him. Prime Minister Han Duck-soo has stepped in as interim leader until the court rules.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे थोड़ा सा सेलिंग का ट्रेड था, वो आ गया नीचे। ये आपका रिटेस्ट भी था, एफईजी भी था, दोनों ही जगह से सेलिंग थोड़ी बहुत आ चुकी है। अगर ये ब्रेक हो जाता है जो नीचे मैंने लेवल लगाया है 5957 का, तो फिर थोड़ा सा शायद और गिरे 5480, नहीं तो यहाँ से वापस प्राइस में बाइंग आनी चाहिए। दोज आर द गुड सपोर्ट एरियाज इन क्रूड ऑयल। गैस भी एफईजी सेलिंग आ रही है, नीचे एफईजी तक आने के चांसेस हैं। कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो देखेंगे, नहीं तो एफईजी सेलिंग है। नीचे वाला जो एफईजी है वहाँ से फिर से हो सकता है वापस बाइंग आते हुए दिखे। कैंडल ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लो ना बने। इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोज ही हो गया। आई होप थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुक किया होगा क्रूड ऑयल में। लेट्स सी ये और ब्रेक करेगा या फिर यहीं से रिटर्न करता है। भी करते रहो गाइस। 25 पीपल आर वाचिंग, ओनली 17 लाइक्स। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं स्ट्रीम को। एंड डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल, hit the bell icon, share with your friends and family members. एक्चुअल गैस नीचे कहाँ तक आएगा सर? देखो बीच में कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, नीचे एफईजी एक 270। कल वाला जो एफईजी था ना, मार्केट आज सीधा गैप अप हुआ था, तो एक तरह से वो सपोर्ट की तरह काम कर सकता है। दिस वन 275 276, बीच में कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस या सपोर्ट बन जाए तो वी विल सी दैट। अदरवाइज अभी फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही एक्सपेक्टेड है। ठीक है, जिन लोगों ने अगर सेल किया है फ्रॉम द एफईजी, बाकी बीच में कोई नए सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बनेंगे तो देखेंगे। अभी फिलहाल नहीं है तो बना ही नहीं है, काफ़ी दूर दूर ही है सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस। एफई से एफईजी बाई सेल कर सकते हो छोटे छोटे एसएल के साथ। गॉट इट। थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आ जाएगा अभी 6:30 के बाद तो मोमेंटम और अच्छा हो जाएगा। बाकी रीटेस्ट हो चुका है, बार बार रीटेस्ट मत करना क्रूड में। डाउन लग रही है। इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट क्या है? क्रूड की इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट देखोगे तो लास्ट टाइम -1.4 था, इस बार -1.6 है, मतलब लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में और कम ये लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग -1.6 से कम आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, और अगर -1.6 से कम आ गया, ज़्यादा आ गया, तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग अगर डेटा आता है जो एक्सपेक्टेड है तो प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। बाकी 7 PM पे भी एक डेटा है, ध्यान रखना। देयर इज अ डेटा शेड्यूल एट 7 PM। 20 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं भाव।
U.S. Border Patrol near the northern border in the 12 months ending in October of 2024. But it's still far smaller than what we're seeing at the Mexico border, where about 1.5 million people were apprehended by U.S. Border Patrol in the 12 months ending in October.
So, what are officials in Canada actually able to do to prevent these crossings?
Well, they can beef up border patrols. They can use cameras and sensors, drones and helicopters. But at the end of the day, Sergeant Poirier told me, even if they were everywhere, they still couldn't stop everyone. In addition to the border patrols, we see residents taking matters into their own hands. I spoke with one man. His name is Terry Rowe. He lives in Champlain, New York, about a mile from the Canadian border. And he's installed CCTV cameras on his property to watch the wildlife.
And then we started picking up, other than wildlife, migrants coming south.
And he says he's seeing more people crossing northbound than in the past.
And I think it's going to pick up.
This is something that Canada is bracing for, anticipating that some people, fearing Trump's threat of mass deportations, might flee the US and try to enter Canada.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
UK inflation rose to an 8-month high of 2.6% in November, drifting further above the Bank of England's 2% target. The rise was in line with analyst expectations that motor fuel and clothing prices would push up the index. Chris Wiley, Chief Investment Officer over at Connor Broadley, says it's an outbreak of reality after an optimistic summer.
I think we're going back to the story which was there before, and I think that story remains front and centre, which is this sticky service sector inflation driven by tight labour conditions and persistent wage inflation, which, by the way, next year is going to get a further impetus when the increase in minimum wage comes through in April.
Wiley's point backed up by services inflation remaining stubbornly high at 5% and traders adjusting their bets on BOE interest rate and now see about 60 basis points of easing coming into next year. Now, after jumping nearly 10 basis points yesterday, two-year gilt yields seeing a little bit of a bid down about 4 basis points.
Nissan has become a buyout target, with two companies now looking at tie-ups with the car maker. Honda exploring a merger which could consolidate Japan's auto sector at a time of major upheaval globally. Bloomberg's Nicholas Takahashi in Tokyo has the latest.
What we know is that Honda is in talks with Nissan to discuss the possibility of a merger, whether that's a capital tie-up or even the formation of a holding company is all up in the air at this moment. But we do know that Honda and Nissan are speaking about it and taking it seriously as a future deal.
Takahashi's reporting was confirmed by an executive vice president at Honda. Bloomberg's also learned that the iPhone builder Honhai or Foxconn has approached Nissan about taking a controlling stake in the car maker. Shares in Nissan closed 24% higher on the news, and shares in Renault, its biggest shareholder, are up 5% in Paris this morning.
The UK's government's push to decarbonise its power grid faster risks locking in higher costs for consumers. That's according to research from 3 energy analytics firms, which looked at moving the target forward to 2030 from 2035. Now, Aurora Energy Research says the earlier deadline would cost £11 billion more because of higher raw material and borrowing costs. Energy Secretary Ed Miliband was asked about his claim the green push will bring household bills down by £300 a year.
The truth is there is only one future for Britain that reduces bills for good, and that is a clean power mission. And the truth is we can carry on remaining vulnerable, we can carry on with fossil fuels, and all we know is we're in the grip of petrostates and dictators. That government is not willing to leave us exposed.
But despite Miliband's optimism, experts at Aurora say prices are likely to stay consistently higher than their 2019 levels.
Federal Reserve officials are expected to cut borrowing costs for a third straight meeting today, while signalling fewer interest rate cuts next year. The expectations come after recent data showed inflation is coming down more slowly than officials anticipated, and the labour market is not weakening as much as feared. Bank of America's CEO Brian Moynihan says there's been a significant economic shift.
We've moved up from positive but low to now higher than trend, higher than average. And so that means the economy is not having a balance. Anything is just going on its normal growth trend, which is good news. I think all the policies are yet to come in. There's enthusiasm and discussion, but everything's still out there until the policy gets enacted. Our team, even given their knowledge of President-elect Trump's policies, they are still predicting next year's a 2.5% GDP growth. They predict the Fed cuts rates a few times.
Bank of America's Brian Moynihan there speaking to Bloomberg's Wall Street Week. The revised outlook could prompt officials to tweak the language in their post-meeting policy statement and raise the projected path of borrowing costs. We'll have full coverage of the Fed's decision and the updated quarterly economic forecasts, as well as Chair Jerome Powell's post-meeting press conference later today.
Brazil's central bank has sold over $3 billion in local markets in 2 major interventions to stem a collapse in its currency. The Brazilian real has fallen over 20% this year, hitting a record low on Tuesday. Its weakness spreading to other assets, including government dollar bonds. Brazil's central bank has raised interest rates to combat inflation, but investors are increasingly skeptical of the government's pledge to shore up the public finances and address its debt trajectory.
Luigi Mangione was indicted in New York on first-degree murder charges due to the fatal shooting of United Health executive Brian Thompson. Prosecutors said the killing amounted to an act of terrorism. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has been speaking about the indictment.
This was a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation.
That was Alvin Bragg speaking there. He's leading the case for the prosecution. Officials have warned against lionising the suspect, who at the time of his arrest was carrying a manifesto decrying the healthcare industry. Those are your top stories on the markets. The Stoxx 600 is up by 0.1%, and ahead of today's Federal Reserve decision, the S&P E-mini futures are up by 0.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield holding steady, just shy of 4.4%, and the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is a touch stronger. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
And I'm Kriti Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
And news offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach
Not
that's
everybody
led by
likes
you
talking
on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology. Together, let's explore a data universe of possibilities. LSEG Data and Analytics.
For today's recommended read, a story about President Bashar al-Assad's final hours in Syria. He confided in almost no one about his plans to flee. And don't miss our special weekend episode, where we hear from Reuters journalist Suleiman Al-Khalidi, who shares a harrowing account of his experiences of torture inside Syria's notorious detention system. A link to both the story and the episode is in the pod description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. Today, French military aid starts to arrive in cyclone-battered Mayotte. Israel aims to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights. Trump's transition team wants to cut off support for electric vehicles. And why Canada's border crackdown pledge is easier said than done. It's Monday, December 16th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
When you hear LSEG Data and Analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG Data and Analytics.
Scenes of devastation in the French Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte, where hundreds or even thousands are feared dead after it was hit by a powerful cyclone. The storm brought winds of more than 124 miles per hour, ripping apart the makeshift shelters where many people live. Aerial footage shows the wreckage of hundreds of homes on the islands, which have become a focal point for illegal immigration. It's the strongest storm to hit the islands in more than 90 years. John Ballos lives there and told us he feared for his life. On Monday, rescue teams continued the search for survivors, with authorities warning a precise death toll was difficult to ascertain. Israel's government has approved a plan to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights, which it captured from Syria in 1967. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says strengthening the Golan is strengthening the state of Israel following the fall of the Assad regime. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE have condemned the decision. Abu Muhammad al-Golani, Syria's de facto leader, has said Israel is using false pretexts to justify attacks on Syria, but says he is not interested in engaging in a new conflict. Mayan Lubel is in Jerusalem.
Well, Israel's announcement on Sunday was mainly a declarative move. Israel saw the regime of Assad falling. It's not a bad thing for Israel, but at the same time, the Israelis are suspicious of Syria's new leadership.
Is the return of Donald Trump to the White House significant here?
So Israel annexed the Golan Heights in the 80s, and that was a move that remains unrecognized by most international powers. But during Trump's first term in office, he recognized Israeli or declared support for Israeli sovereignty over the Golan. So it's quite possible that Israel has Trump in its mind when it makes such a declaration.
Israel is closing its Dublin embassy due to what it describes as the Irish government's, quote, extreme
and Honda was sort of
anti-Israel
a natural candidate. I think Honda was really reluctant years ago to sort of entertain that push on the part of Japan's ministry. But I think there is a situation at this point where Nissan is really in such dire straits that perhaps the push on the part of the government has only become more important to really sort of essentially put together a rescue for this company at this point.
So let's just talk about the Renault part of this relationship. They've a 34% holding, haven't they? Nissan, they've got 34%. It's a joined up adventure with Mitsubishi. They are open to this. Why is this? I mean, post Carlos Ghosn, this relationship has soured time after time. So Renault happy to perhaps see something stronger come out of this?
Yeah, I think it's a case of, it's fascinating because this alliance, there was, it really was the case for much of it that Renault was the weaker link of the two, right? And I think we've seen this real change just in the last couple of years where Renault has stabilized, but as was the case with Nissan in the past, whereas, for Nissan, Renault was kind of a weight around its neck, the tables have really turned. And so you've seen Luca De Meo really sort of gain some traction with turning his company around, at least getting it to a point where it's healthier and better able to compete. There's a lot, a few years ago there was concerns about Renault that are sort of reminiscent of how we were talking about Nissan. Now we're not hearing those concerns now, and yet Nissan's woes and the amount of capital that Renault has tied up in Nissan, it's been a weight around their neck now.
Yeah, it's that great moment of perhaps realizing some equity or perhaps reducing their position. Craig, thank you very much. Craig Tudell on the very latest about Nissan and Honda, the deal in the making. From New York, good morning. It's Bloomberg Brief.
Compassion guided Bigrim as Thailand's first European pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare. Now returning to our roots in pharmaceuticals.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
There is no fibre. So for many of these jurisdictions, fibre is not an option and is not going to be an option. Therefore, satellite is their lifeblood to the outside world.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Trump to impose higher tariffs on China.
What's the tone as they were talking to really a global investment?
Right. The openness of China, including the capital markets, Hong Kong being an international financial center will be extremely important in channeling global investors.
Don't miss the China Show live every weekday.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
We need to do the green transition together. Let me simplify. Europe emits about 5% of all the world's CO2. The United States emits about 15%. China emits around 30%. So it's important that we find the technological and trade means to deal with this together between Europe and the United States. And China needs to pay too.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg.
Time for your front page news. This is what's making headlines around the world. We kick it off with the Washington Post, leading with Luigi Mangione. The suspect in killing the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, has been indicted. The 26-year-old was charged in New York with 11 counts, including first-degree murder. Prosecutors say the shooting was a premeditated act of terrorism. Up next, Financial Times. Microsoft bought twice as many Nvidia AI chips as its rivals this year. It's estimated that it purchased 485,000 of Nvidia's Hopper chips. That put Microsoft way ahead of Nvidia's next biggest customer, Meta. They bought 224,000. And on Bloomberg, Bank of America, CEO Brian Moynihan says regulators need to reassess and relax the rules around banks. The comments echo executives across Wall Street calling for less regulation and more business-friendly policies. What exactly will that mean? Let's take a listen to what he had to say when he sat down with Bloomberg.
If we were sitting here last year, our team, the research team, Candace's team, had a soft landing, no landing predicted, and a lot of people say, oh, that's very optimistic. And matter of fact, we went from that would have been like a 1% GDP growth rate this quarter, and we're going to have 2.5 or something like that. So we've moved up from abnormally, from positive but low to now higher than trend, higher than average. And so that means the economy is not having a bounce. Anything is just going on this normal growth trend, which is good news. If you think about it becoming overheated, I think all the policies are yet to come in. There's enthusiasm, there's discussion, but everything's still out there until the policy gets enacted. Our team, when they look at tariffs, they say, well, if tariffs are offset by better regulation, they'll kind of even each other out. But even given their knowledge of President-elect Trump's policies, they are still predicting next year's a 2.5% GDP growth. They predict the Fed cuts rates a few times. If the inflation's moving down and we can grow this economy, that's actually not a bad place to be, honestly.
Does this economy need any fiscal stimulus at this point? And it looks right now like the so-called Trump tax cuts will get extended. And also, candidate Trump is talking about a lot more tax cuts. And given the fact that we're above a trend on growth and we're close to full employment, do we need any more stimulus?
I'm not sure you need more stimulus, just like we didn't need the stimulus probably in 21 because the pandemic goes through the system. But the question is, if you lower taxes and use it to reduce the debt, the question is how stimulative those activities are. And that's where the Treasury Secretary appointee has got to figure it all out, because he's got to call the balls and strikes about how it all fits together. And he's a markets-oriented person. He knows that if it gets too far out of line. We just ran, for the last fiscal year in the United States, an operating deficit of $1.8 trillion, which is equal to the entire GDP of the country of Australia. So we got to realize that the impact we have if we don't get this debt back in line. So I think everything on one side has to be governed with whether to do on the other side to offset it and whether it has that much effect. Right now, the economy is moving along. Consumers are spending. It's up for the 2-week period around the holiday, Thanksgiving holiday. It's up 5% over last year. That is good and solid. That is not overheated at all. But that came off the lows a little bit this summer, where I was a little nervous that they were going to let the consumer drift too far down. So between interest rates being cut a little bit, between the enthusiasm around the election, the markets being up, the consumers are spending more and telling us they're going to spend more for the holidays, which is good for the general economy. We got to keep them in the game not by overstimulating, by overdoing, by keeping the game just by getting a good core economy going with good deregulation activities, good tax policy, good immigration policy. These are hard things, but I think they're off working on them.
Some warnings there from the Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan on the fiscal situation here in the United States of America. On Fed Day, we'll count you down to the FOMC decision from Bloomberg.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050. creating a better future for all. Compassion guided Bgrim as Thailand's first European pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare. Now returning to our roots in pharmaceuticals.
The real promise of quantum computing is that potentially it's computing all over again. We are trying to build the tools that will enable users to really transform their industries. Coming from a world that is quite far separated from venture capital, building up the network, building up the skills was an important part of that journey. I want to get to a world where quantum computing is really the way we're solving all of the hard problems.
She was a survivor from Auschwitz, and I was the son of a Holocaust survivor. And being involved with lots of people, I thought to myself, I know a lot about diversity. And I know about inclusion and not being included. But actually, when I came out, I realized that my level of understanding was not very high. And actually, I could see both the support and the rejection of being different, and what you had to do to live a life where you were different. And I'm immensely pleased that I was outed when I was 60, just under 60. Because had I not been outed, I probably would have said I could stay in the closet and still believe that I knew everything, which I didn't. And that was a very important moment for me.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
From our global headquarters in New York, you're welcome to Bloomberg Brief. I'm Menace Cranny. Let's set your agenda. How hawkish a cut the FOMC meets with a consensus building for 25 basis points. It's all about the guidance. The game of survival in Japan, Nissan explores a merger with Honda as Honhai enters the fray. And the Biden administration set to launch a trade probe into Chinese chip makers in the coming days. So we're counting down to the Federal Reserve's third cut of 2024. People are concerned about breadth. You've got a nice tick higher on these equity markets. I'll leave it to surveillance to troll me. The reason I put the Dow up there, it's managed to turn things around. Down for the 8th day in a row, the longest losing streak since 1978. Where were you in 1978? There is a lot of concern about breadth, but roll it over to the bond market, ground zero potentially for a little bit of volatile reaction today. You're just off a 4-week running intraday high in the bond market, just over the 440. The risk is the dots. How relevant are they? How material will they help you in the guidance? But there's a consensus out there that the dots may be moved from 4 to 2. Don't forget, bond vigilantes are hunting for somewhere to attack. Bear that in mind. As I say, it is Fed decision day taking centre stage. And Citi's Andrew Hollenhurst, looking ahead to the rate path for next year, says this. Cooling inflation, slowing job growth, if continued in the upcoming data, would lead to a faster pace of rate cuts than is currently being priced by the market. A popular narrative is that the economy and inflation will reaccelerate due to animal spirits evident in stronger survey data. Andrew joins me now. Andrew, good morning. Good to see you. I wonder, have we and the market just got ourselves in an overly hawked up position? Because the market says 2 cuts next year after today.
Yeah, I think the expectations going into this FOMC meeting are that, yes, there'll be a 25 basis point cut, but maybe the messaging from the Fed is that they might slow their pace of rate cuts, that this might be a time when the Fed gets more worried about upside risk to inflation and less concerned about downside risk to employment. And I think relative to that market narrative, relative to that pricing of, like you're saying, just about 2 rate cuts next year, the Fed can surprise dovishly here. So I'm not saying that they're going to be saying that January is definitely going to be a cut, but they also probably won't be saying that January is definitely a pause, and that's what the market is pricing right now.
How does Powell thread that needle? I mean, if you look at some of the language, I mean, you know, skip and pause and careful. Those are the 3 that I think that we've done a bit of research on. Pause has had elevated word search when we look at the headlines. But careful takes me back to when they last went into pause, which was in 2023. So is that's the kind of narrative you think we get from Powell?
I think that's the language we hear from Powell. That's a really good word to use if you don't actually want to say something but sound like you're saying something. You want to be careful. You want to be cautious. You want to provide the monetary accommodation or restriction that's appropriate for the economy.
Right.
No one would disagree with any of those things. Of course you should do all of those things. That could be a 25 basis point cut. That could be a pause in January. They're going to leave those options open.
Look, this is about calibration. You know, the market recalibrates so much more aggressively than the Fed. Look, in the summary of economic projections plus the dots, I just want to get your sense. A lot of people say, oh, they're of no value because or they're of limited value because there are many unknown knowns into next year between tariffs and taxes and deportations and immigration. If they dramatically downgrade, how significant a downgrade in the dots are you expecting? Let's start there.
Yeah, so I think the dots right now are showing a median for 4 25 basis point rate cuts in 2025. I think that's going to move to 3 25 basis point rate cuts in 2025. So those dots would migrate higher. Now, to your question about, you know, should we take that literally? No, I wouldn't take it literally, and I don't think markets will take it literally. But remember, markets are already pricing only 2 rate cuts into 2025. So even if they move from 4 to 3, they're still more dovish than the market is. What the market is looking at is what's the direction of travel.
Yeah.
If they're revising those dots up, then that's some signaling that maybe they're going to slow the pace of cuts. But what we also know about this Fed is it's a data point dependent Fed, meaning that each individual monthly data point is mattering for their interest rate policy. Unemployment rate standing just below 4.3%, technically rounds to 4.2% right now. If that moves up to 4.4% in December, and I think it probably will, then they're probably cutting in January.
If we go to 4.4%, we're moving into a very different gear on the economic landscape, perhaps a little bit different to what we presume. You know, to go from 4.2 to 4.4 really is an acceleration, isn't it?
Yeah, so the cycle high that we've been at is 4.3. So I think in that sense, the Fed can say, well, we haven't had this rapid deterioration in the labor market. That's what they've been worried about. Then that would really be the move from a low hiring rate to a higher layoff rate. And we haven't seen that yet. So if we saw any evidence of that, they'd be very concerned. 4.2 to 4.4, I think that raises concern, but we haven't kind of completely moved into that deteriorating labor market situation.
When it comes to the debate then about where the neutral rate is, I mean, I've had everybody in here between, you know, the 3 to 3.25, which is where you say, and we'll get there quite quickly relative to other people who sit in the seat and they say, no, we're pretty much at neutral, we're going to get to 4, and that's the real neutral rate. What is the real question we should be asking about neutral rates?
Yeah, I think the real answer is we don't know, and we can't know in real time. So it's a useful theoretical concept when you're thinking about how monetary policy should proceed. You don't really know where that neutral rate is. What Chair Powell has said, and I kind of like this formulation, we'll know it by its works. And what he means by that is we'll watch the data and we'll let the data tell us whether this is an economy that needs more or less restriction. And what we're seeing right now is an unemployment rate that maybe slowly, but is moving higher. If not for a decrease in the participation rate, this is really important. If people hadn't dropped out of the labor force, we'd have an unemployment rate of 4.6% right now. If the unemployment rate was at 4.6%, I don't think there'd be any question about whether the Fed would be cutting not only at this meeting, but again in 100%. January. And that could just come down to a quirk of the data, that participation rate moving, or it could be something fundamental, people actually dropping out of the labor market. So where neutral is, I think the market expectations of that are shifting wildly around based on the data.
For me, the biggest supply side risk is the immigration regulation that is going to change. Whatever way you think about the unknown, there is going to be a significant change in the immigration policy in this country. And that is going to have a jolt in this labor market. Does that, you think, show up in 2025? Or is that a 2026 and onward problem, the supply side of this narrative?
Yeah, I think we know that the pace of immigration will slow. There already is some evidence that it has slowed. So that means a slower rate of labor force increase. And so then the question that you're asking is the job growth keeping up with labor force growth? Is it stronger than labor force growth? Is it less strong than labor force growth? If we look at the most recent payrolls readings, we're running a pace over the last 2 months, 140,000 a month. And you'd say 140,000 a month, that sounds fine. But remember, this data is overstated by 70,000 jobs per month. We know that from the benchmark revisions, 818,000 downward revisions over a year, so it's about 70,000 a month. If you make that adjustment, we're only running about 70,000 a month new jobs. So that means even if immigration slows, we don't have a problem with a undersupply of workers. We have a problem with an undersupply of jobs, an undersupply of hiring.
So what kind of a slowdown is that? I mean, everybody else is talking about no landing, so soft landing, no landing. Certainly recession is not a word that anybody's using in regards to this economy. So what kind of an economy and growth rate is that narrative that you're saying in the jobs market?
This is exactly the problem with the narrative right now. More than half of the people in this country think we're in a recession right now.
Yes,
so
and we were just saying that in the break, weren't we?
Yeah, so it's a very different story if you're kind of the median consumer in this economy, or you're a small and medium firm, right? You've been hit by higher labor costs. Your borrowing costs are still high. We talk about easy financial conditions because credit spreads are tight and equity valuations are high. If you don't issue equity, if you don't issue corporate bonds, which are most of the companies in this country, it doesn't matter for you. So I think it is a very different story if you're kind of in the middle of the economy versus the very higher end of the economy. And I think that is where the market has kind of lost the sense that things could be weaker than they look from the top line numbers.
Yeah, it just depends which part of society you're sitting in, whether you're sitting with a healthy 401k or perhaps in some other part of the economy which has had a real recession.
Exactly.
Andrew, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Let's see what the FOMC delivers and the guidance. That's Andrew Hollenhorst of Citi. Quick snapshot of the real. The dollar is almighty, but let's have a look across the asset board. First of all, you've got stocks up 0.25%. Roll it over. I want to get straight to the real. This is the much more important concept for us to deal with today. We traded through a record low yesterday at pretty much down 21% on the year. You can see the dollar up again over the past 3 days. There's been massive intervention by the central bank, forceful intervention, and still it has had very, very limited impact. There is the move over the space of a week. Jeffries says this is a rout and it's a train wreck in terms of what's happening within the emerging market in Brazil. We'll keep you abreast of those market moves. Coming up, shutdown showdown. The lawmakers released the government funding bill ahead of Friday's shutdown deadline. We'll discuss that with our Washington reporter in just a moment on Bloomberg.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all. Compassion guided BGRIM as Thailand's first European pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare. Now returning to our roots in pharmaceuticals.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. always iterating.
For most of the last century, we were only giving people pills and small molecule drugs. Then we discovered that we had this whole world of biologics, and we could treat diseases with biologicals. More recently, we've discovered that we can reprogram your cells. We can use these RNA therapeutics to completely transform areas of medicine. Those technology areas are at their and what we're going to find is they're going to open up whole new areas of growth from our business standpoint and a human health impact standpoint. We hope that as we work in our areas like cell therapy and RNA therapeutics, we will also be able to climb to a whole other level of market cap over time.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
When it comes to tariffs, we need to be very clear. The European Union is negotiating as a whole, so there's no room to have bilateral agreements. It's a core competency of the Commission. But speaking about the art of the deal, I think a deal can be made when it comes to the US-European trade relations.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Manish Cranny here in New York. The funding challenge continues on Capitol Hill. The House Speaker Mike Johnson struggling to reach a deal to keep the U.S. government open beyond Friday after lawmakers released their short-term bill to avoid the shutdown. Meghan Crane joins me now. Meghan, I mean, this is a real test for Speaker Mike Johnson, isn't it? My favorite line was that they're stumbling into Christmas, literally, with lawmakers decorating the tree with all their pet projects. It's a brilliant line. It sort of encapsulates what is happening on Capitol Hill. What are the stumbling blocks and what are the heaviest gifts they want to hang on that tree?
Good morning. So this is a Christmas tradition in Washington. It certainly has become one to try to fund the government right at the end of the year when everyone is trying to leave town. So the stumbling block here is basically that conservative Republicans on Capitol Hill are not interested in large funding bills. They want government trimmed significantly, and it's very difficult to agree on how to make that happen. So, they have reached a deal to stretch government funding through the end of March, and it will very likely pass with help from Democrats. It's important to remember that that same calculus cost Kevin McCarthy his speakership just a year ago. It feels like forever ago, but it was actually just last year. Trying to fund the government through bipartisan cooperation. This bill includes some disaster funding that the Democrats wanted, and conservative Republicans are not happy about that. They really don't like these continuing resolutions. Interestingly, just about an hour ago or so, Elon Musk tweeted that the bill should not pass. I'm really curious how people are going to react to that on the Hill and whether Donald Trump reacts to that. Like I said, they still have Democratic support, so it will probably pass, but that could...
But then Meghan, this really raises the question about the policy path forward for 2025, doesn't it? Right. I mean, they're going to have a slim, razor-thin majority, and this is where, as Anne-Marie has said several times, and we've talked about it with you, everybody's a kingmaker. So this doesn't bode well for policy execution in 2025 with the Trump mandate the way that it is.
It doesn't, right? I mean, Donald Trump won convincingly, but Republicans did not win convincingly in the House. Until the end of March or even April, they will have a one-vote margin, which is not much room to, to maneuver with for Speaker Johnson. And, he will have a very difficult path to continue to move things forward, and it will essentially be impossible to do without acting in a bipartisan way.
Indeed. And then we've got the Biden administration on the way out the door. They've been debating what they'll do with Chinese semiconductors and a probe into that for months. Why act now? They've already upped, on legacy semiconductors, they've already upped the tariffs. Why put this probe in place now? Is this one last swan song for the Trump administration to deal with?
That's a good question. I think... I'm not sure it's just handing it off to the Trump administration. I suppose it just maybe was time to do it. But it is interesting that now it will land on Trump, right? This investigation into chips will become Trump's it will give Trump ammunition to sort of impose more tariffs on China, trade restrictions on China. And I think that'll just be really interesting to watch how that manifests, whether they sort of go along with the national security concerns about chips that the Biden administration has shown.
And let's just round off. We have the appointee for Ukraine for Donald Trump, president-elect. It's Keith Kellogg. Now, we understand he's going to be going to Kyiv, but there is a line in this reportage that he may be open to a visit to Moscow. That's going to be fascinating given the amount of sanctions that we have at the moment. So why do you think they're flying this kite about his potential to go to Moscow? What does it say about an expedited foreign policy resolution?
Right. So Donald Trump has been very clear that he wants an end to the war in Ukraine to come very quickly, and that he's willing to really push Ukraine to make concessions to make that happen. And this is just another sign of that they are willing to make pretty bold moves to end that conflict in Ukraine, even if it means benefits to Moscow in the end.
Okay, Megan, thank you so much for being with us this morning. That's Megan Crane in Washington on the latest political stories. As we broke at the start of the show, U.S. graphite producers here in the United States, they're looking for sharp tariffs on Chinese graphite, arguing that the subsidies from Beijing make it impossible for them to compete. Now, a sharp tariff increase would raise the cost of US-made EVs, threatening to raise the prices of the cars, which have already seen their subsidies at risk of being removed. President-elect Donald Trump certainly has intimated that, along with Elon Musk. What does it mean for Tesla, of course? Let's stay with the auto story, because across to Japan, we've got stocks in Nissan surging the most in 5 decades. Bloomberg has learned that the automaker has become the latest buyout target. Nissan's biggest shareholder, Renault, is seeing its shares rise after saying it would be open to the two companies pursuing merger talks. Let's get to Albertina.
क्रूड ऑयल ध्यान रखना, नीचे टारगेट इसके नीचे गिरेगा तो फिर थोड़ा और बड़ा टारगेट रखेंगे, देखते हैं, नहीं तो यहाँ तक का नेचुरल गैस स्टिल साइडवेज ही है। लाइक नहीं किया, फटाफट से लाइक कर दो गाइस। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी देखोगे तो साइडवेज ही चल रहे हैं फिलहाल के लिए। इंडियन मार्केट भी थोड़ा सा क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे देखोगे डाउन ही क्लोज हुआ है। रेट कट ऐसा है, उससे पहले थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग। लाइक्स हो चुके हैं गाइस, जिन्होंने नहीं किया लाइक भी करते रहो। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा तो उसके बाद शायद थोड़ा मोमेंटम आ जाए। ना ऊपर जो रेजिस्टेंस ये बनाया हुआ है 6000 36,040 वाला, ये मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड है, याद रखियो। मार्केट ने लोअर लो भी नहीं बनाया, 3 बार हुआ ना टेस्ट, एक दो, ठीक है 3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, लोअर लो बना नहीं है, तो इसके भी ब्रेकआउट होने के चांसेस हैं अगर ये होल्ड कर गया थोड़ी देर यहाँ पर। एंड ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे एक अच्छा मोमेंटम अपसाइड पे भी मिल सकता है। ऊपर एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है, एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हो गैप डाउन ही ओपन हुआ था मार्केट, आई थिंक मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो गैप डाउन ही हुआ ना। डाउन ही हुआ है यहाँ पर, तो एक बार भी इस लेवल पे आया नहीं है एमसीएक्स में, तो सपोर्ट अच्छा था तो रेजिस्टेंस भी अच्छा बनेगा एज अ रीटेस्ट। Global oil demand no longer driven by China, Commerce Bank says, very big statement. डेटा की बात करें 7 PM बिल्डिंग परमिट का डेटा और क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी है आज, और फिर एफओएमसी स्टेटमेंट। मैं आई होप थोड़ा बहुत कैप्चर किया होगा, ज़्यादा तो नहीं आया, साइडवेज ही चल रहा है मार्केट। आगे नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस तो बहुत दूर है, एफईजी चल रहा है, तो एफईजी पे बाई सेल करो छोटे छोटे एसएल के साथ, और कोई ऑप्शन है नहीं इसमें अभी, कोई नए सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बनेंगे तो वी विल सी दैट। तो व्हाट्सएप में क्वेश्चन पूछना प्लीज, लाइव में पूछ लिया करो, व्हाट्सएप पे मैं देखता नहीं हूँ कंटिन्यूअसली।
increases federal spending for that sector by 1% to $884 billion, if I'm not mistaken. It includes, a 14% uptick for junior enlisted servicemen, and that's the package that they'll pass this week while we wait to release the government funding bill, which will similarly increase federal spending by $100 billion, roughly, just to get us into March. So we're kind of trying to clear the decks, but they're not clearing it for any kind of long duration. It's just until about March 14th of 2025, which means almost as soon as we pass this hurdle to keep the government open, we're going to be facing another shutdown early next year, which very likely could get in the way of the Republican agenda around this first smaller reconciliation bill on immigration, defense, and the border. And that's going to be the story of next year.
Right.
It's just starts.
Well, to the mystery of what senators going to do with the different controversial cabinet picks, is the Tea Party-ish type of the House going to go against their president on March 14th?
I think this is the real issue that we have, which is Speaker Johnson has a 0 vote margin until April, when he's going to have a whopping 2 vote margin. So House Republicans lost seats last election cycle, which is something that doesn't get, I think, reported enough. And that's going to be even more difficult for Speaker Johnson to keep his job and to keep the government open into next year. To answer your question directly, absolutely. I think that the Republicans in the next CR will probably lose 150 House Republican members when they go to keep the government open under President Trump in 2025.
ओके क्रूड ऑयल देखो आ गया गाइस अपने टारगेट जोन पे. क्रूड ऑयल हिट देयर टारगेट जोन. नीड टू सी ये लेवल होल्ड करता है नहीं करता है. अगर ये लेवल होल्ड नहीं किया तो थोड़ा सा और नीचे तक वेट करेंगे यहाँ तक, फिर यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे. अगर ये होल्ड कर गया तो फिर यहीं से बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी. ठीक है, तो ध्यान रखना जो लोग सेलिंग में है, यहाँ पर अगर होल्ड करता है तो यहीं से बाइंग टारगेट वही ऊपर आपका, अगर ये नहीं होल्ड करता है थोड़ा सा नीचे आता है तो फिर इस लेवल के आसपास, डे लो के आसपास कहीं एक बाइंग का प्लान होगा। ये याद रखना, क्रूड ऑयल का मैंने जो फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगाया है ये आपका जनवरी मंथ का है, तो कंफ्यूज मत होना अगर आपने दिसंबर मंथ का लगाया हुआ है, चेंज कर लो यहाँ से, अगर वन चेंज नहीं किया है, वन लिखा हुआ है इसको डिलीट करके टू लिख दो वहाँ पे। सा प्राइस सेक्शन अलग बना हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल में और एमसीएक्स के क्रूड ऑयल में, और फॉरेक्स का जो चार्ट है एफएक्स ओपन का इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम आसपास ना थोड़ा सा प्राइस सेक्शन अलग है। मॉर्निंग पे वॉल्यूम नहीं था इसलिए। करते रहो गाइस, 22 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट। इसमें नीचे तक ही दिखा रहा है डेलो के आसपास, यहाँ पर अगर होल्ड नहीं होता है, बिकॉज फॉरेक्स में तो नहीं है यहाँ पर कुछ भी। अप्रॉक्सीमेटली एफएक्स ओपन चार्ट में 69.64 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली थोड़ा बहुत एक सपोर्ट दिख रहा है, बट इसमें एमसीएक्स में भी बना हुआ है तो मैंने बना दिया है, अदरवाइज चार्ट थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस है दोनों में ही। भी हो गया, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलमोस्ट ओपन ही होने वाला है। सॉरी, नॉट यू न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, बट वो तो 6:30 पे ओपन होगा। बहुत ही स्मॉल सा ये सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर, बहुत ही ज़्यादा स्मॉल सा, पता नहीं होल्ड करेगा नहीं करेगा। 5970 से लेकर 5960 के बीच में 10 पॉइंट की जो रेंज दिख रही है ना, जो लेवल लगाया है मैंने, दैट इज़ अ वेरी स्मॉल सपोर्ट एरिया एज वेल। थोड़ा नीचे और आता तो बेटर रहता। एक्स में नहीं है, MCX में है तो बना दिया मैंने। और फॉरेक्स और MCX दोनों में देखोगे एक्चुअल वाला तो डे लो के आसपास ही दिख रहा है, चाहे फॉरेक्स चार्ट हो, फॉरेक्स चार्ट में सुबह 9 बजे के आसपास, एंड MCX में भी। देखो सेलिंग में हो तो बुक कर लो, अगर ये सिंगल लॉट है तो ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लो। एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है तो ट्रेल कर लो, बिकॉज ये ना थोड़ा सा कन्फ्यूजन है यहाँ पर लेवल में। फॉरेक्स में सपोर्ट है यहाँ पर, सॉरी MCX में सपोर्ट है, फॉरेक्स में सपोर्ट नहीं है। लेकिन इसके नीचे एक और लेवल है, वहाँ पर फॉरेक्स और MCX दोनों में ही सपोर्ट है, विच इज़ अराउंड डे लो। अगर वहाँ आ जाता तो बेटर ही था। मैं याद करूं। पे वॉल्यूम था नहीं ना, कैंडल ही 15 मिनट की गैप अप गैप डाउन हो रही थी इसलिए। यार क्या प्लान करें क्रूड ऑयल में? सेलिंग में अगर हो पहले तो अगर सिंगल लॉट है तो निकल जाओ, ठीक है। सिंगल लॉट है तो निकल सकते हो, एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है तो SL कॉस्ट पर रख के इसे एक टारगेट का और वेट कर लो। गॉट इट। एंड यहाँ पर आता है इस एरिया के आसपास तो एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे फिर वापस। यहाँ पर लेवल थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज कर रहा है तो इसलिए समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या करूँ। सिंगल लॉट वाले तो रिस्क मत ही लेना, जहाँ पर कंफ्यूजन हो वहाँ पर छोड़ देना चाहिए। मुझे याद आ रहा है ऐसा ही एक सेटअप बना था भी रिसेंटली क्रूड ऑयल में ही। हाँ यहाँ पर था ना ये फिर भी अलग है। पर भी ये सपोर्ट है, थोड़ा बहुत लग तो रहा है, मतलब सपोर्ट जैसा कंफ्यूजन है, इसलिए मैं बता दे रहा हूँ पहले ही। बाकी सेलर्स का हो तो गया है टारगेट पहला, इस लेवल के नीचे और आया तो थोड़ा सा और गिर सकता है। वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा क्लियर सपोर्ट जैसा दिख रहा है, बट उस केस में भी प्रॉब्लम ये आ जाएगी, अगर ये ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो रीटेस्ट की तरह काम कर जाएगा। इसको हम एक एफ मान लेते हैं, चलो दैट इज एफ ना, यहाँ पर एक एफ भी है। बाकी रीटेस्ट तो अब हो चुका है, तो वहां से सेलिंग अब बनती नहीं है जितना होना है। इफ दिस लेवल इज ब्रेक तो देखते हैं। ठीक है, मैंने फॉरेक्स चार्ट में देखा, फॉरेक्स में तो नहीं है, लिक्विडिटी है बट सपोर्ट नहीं है वो, बट एमसीएक्स में बना हुआ है तो मैंने बना दिया। तो यही है सेलिंग जिन लोगों ने करी थी, अगर बुक करना चाहो कर लो, होल्ड कर रहे हो तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का। छोटा सा एफईजी भी है, छोटा सा सपोर्ट भी है, दोनों ही कह सकते हो। बट फॉरेक्स में नहीं बनाया तो थोड़ा सा मुझे कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है कि एमसीएक्स वाला काम करेगा या फॉरेक्स वाला काम करेगा। ठीक है, फॉरेक्स में नहीं बना है, फॉरेक्स के चार्ट में मैंने चेक कर लिया, एफएक्स ओपन का चार्ट, लिक्विडिटी है बट सपोर्ट नहीं है। बाकी नीचे आएगा तो विल सी, अगर एफईजी ब्रेक करता है नीचे, नहीं तो फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस हमारे पास 6040, 6040, 6030 के अराउंड है, छोटा सा एक कैंडल। ध्यान रखना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लो ना बने सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे, विच इज नॉट गुड ऑब्वियसली। ओके, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को अगर देखोगे तो साइडवेज ही पड़े हुए हैं, बिल्कुल ही मोमेंटम खत्म हो गया। रेजिस्टेंस से ऐसे थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग जरूर आई थी सिल्वर में। सिल्वर के चार्ट को अगर देखोगे, सिल्वर के चार्ट में एंड गोल्ड को मॉर्निंग पे जो लेवल बताए थे, सिल्वर में तो कल के लेवल ही हैं, कुछ खास चेंज हुआ नहीं है। कल वो एक एफईजी था, ब्रेक करके रेजिस्टेंस पे आया था, वहां से सेलिंग चल रही थी, अभी अटक गया, पता नहीं यहाँ क्यों। लिक्विडिटी ले लिया, तो ये कुछ लेवल है। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया है, ऊपर ब्रेक हुआ तो फिर एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है, बीच में कोई लेवल ही नहीं है फ्रेश एज अ रेजिस्टेंस। गोल्ड में ऊपर 2657 के अप्रॉक्स एंड 2667 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली दो रेजिस्टेंस मिल जाएंगे, और कल का एक सपोर्ट वहां पर एग्जैक्टली आया नहीं था प्राइस। डेटा 7 PM बिल्डिंग परमिट गोल्ड और सिल्वर का इम्पैक्ट करेगा और फिर क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे शाम को क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस को इम्पैक्ट करेगी। फिर रात को 12:30 बजे इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज हो जाएगा। उस समय तो कॉमोडिटी मार्केट कह सकते हैं MCX का। तब FOMC का प्रोजेक्शन आएगा रेट कट का, जो कि एक्सपेक्टेड है 25 बेसिस पॉइंट ही होंगे। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल फ्यूचर का जो चार्ट है वो नेक्स्ट मंथ का है, तो कंफ्यूज मत होना, ये करंट मंथ का चार्ट नहीं है, ये जनवरी का चार्ट है क्रूड ऑयल में, बिकॉज वॉल्यूम बहुत कम है दिसंबर मंथ में और एक्सपायरी भी हो चुकी है ऑप्शन की परसों। एंड नेचुरल गैस देखोगे ओवरऑल तो सुपर बुलिश ही बना हुआ है। मार्केट सुबह गैप अप हुआ था, कल सपोर्ट एरिया पे था, FEG था वो भी ब्रेक कर दिया था क्लोजिंग होते होते। रेजिस्टेंस वो जो रीटेस्ट था उसके ऊपर ही ओपन हुआ था मार्केट एग्जैक्टली। एंड ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस वो बहुत ऊपर है अभी 295 96 के अराउंड, और सपोर्ट हो कल का लो। बीच में कोई नया सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बना ही नहीं है। FEG हैं सारे के सारे जहाँ पर प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है। मॉर्निंग पे एग्जैक्टली FEG पर ही रुका, वहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग जरूर आई है। डे हाई वापस गया तो अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा वापस फर्स्ट। कोई नए सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बनेंगे तो देखेंगे। 5 मिनट में जाऊंगा तो फिर कुछ खास वहाँ भी मिलेगा नहीं, क्योंकि इतना वॉल्यूम ही नहीं है। तो इसमें FEG पर ही बाई सेल कर सकते हो और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है। लेवल पे आएगा तो बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा। And 30 likes are done. 100 is the target. कर दो सभी लोग।
points, most especially a peak in the dollar. We are at all-time levels, and we've seen, the Brazilian currency in the headlines yesterday. Really, all of these currencies, and when you think about it, recall back to the first Trump administration, there was a time when President Trump became uncomfortable with the strong dollar. That's right. So if we get messaging like that at some point, if in fact the economy maybe shifts lower for some unexpected reason, that's when we think the move towards the rest of the world. And then the other thing, and you pointed this out earlier, is that particularly with regard to China and the message it sends the rest of the world, yes, we understand they're trying to reflate, but the bond market is telling you it is not successful at this point.
What is going wrong in China right now? What does that chart that we talked about, that chart of Chinese bond yields just rolling over aggressively, what does that scream? What does that tell you?
It really reflects to the fact that the dynamics around the property market are very complex and are likely a longer-term workout than, any short-term stimulus patch.
To go to that point, there is this feeling, and Elias Galou is talking about how one of the contrarian ideas is a downside shift to growth. How much is that only in the United States, and does that coincide with a top in the dollar? And I ask this because we certainly aren't seeing a downside to growth in China, as evidenced by the yield chart. We're seeing a downshift in Europe. So how much is that kind of what has to happen to send the dollar lower and to reverse a lot of the trades?
Well, that would be sort of the likeliest series of events. But I would also say that, if you think about things geopolitically, if you were to see a greater semblance of calm, either on the Ukraine-Russia front or in the Middle East, that could be the catalyst for the lower dollar, and that could actually be the catalyst for more confidence in a higher potential growth trajectory in Europe. So that's the virtuous case, and it's certainly possible.
Foreign exchange is a relative game. It's a relative story, and we've asked the question on repeat over the last few weeks, how little needs to go right in Europe to get this trade to go in the other direction, given how depressed expectations already are.
We've been talking about that. I've been waiting for some upside surprises.
You're looking for some good news?
Yeah. It's been a little rough, Lowest business confidence going back to what, 2020? I saw that. I'm thinking, all right, I think you just need to kick the bar up a little bit higher.
Still my favorite question at the moment, though, for the end of year quiz. I talked about this with you in the green room. Ask someone where they think the DAX is year to date. The DAX year to date is up by more than 21%. Which is amazing. That's the benchmark in Germany, up 21%.
I need to take notes because I'll know what your year-end question is, I'll know what your year-end chart is, and I'll be able to ace the quiz at the end of the year.
Book of the year, get that a little bit later. Special programming, the Fed decides, Bloomberg Surveillance Special, we get TK's Book of the Year.
Book of the summer, Book of the winter, Book of the spring.
Looking forward to that. What time does that start, 1:30?
That starts at 1:30, yes,
1:32?
Yes.
1:32, so precise around here, aren't we?
I mean,
1:32 Eastern
that's
time.
what your mind thinks too, don't even lie. Come
Julian,
on.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Julian Emmanuel there of Evercore. Up next on the program, we'll catch up with PG&E CEO Patti Poppe on the Biden administration's $15 billion loan offer.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all. Compassion guided BGRIM as Thailand's first European pharmaceutical company. From fighting cholera to contributing to the country's healthcare. Now returning to our roots in pharmaceuticals.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
The other is, this has taken on a different nomenclature dependent upon who's communicating. It's either onshoring, friendshoring, deglobalization, or what I would call reglobalization. And the reglobalization means how do we invest in U.S. manufacturing? Remember, we peaked in U.S. manufacturing in June of 1979, where 1 in 5 Americans worked in a factory in the manufacturing base. Today, that's probably 1 in 20. And much of the dependence that we have in the manufacturing world for all the things that we do are dependent upon supply chain. The other factor that I would look to is the largest growing population that exists in North America is 65 years and older. And so how we drop down box, how do we engage in healthcare for that demographic? How do we manage the transfer of wealth or not? And the last is cybersecurity.
I think most investors are
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the final Fed policy decision of the year. Economists expect the central bank to lower borrowing costs for a third straight meeting while signaling fewer interest rate cuts next year. We get a preview from Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
Fed officials are, in a way, between a rock and a hard place. The economy is slowing, but inflation has gotten stuck above their 2% target. Interest rates for mortgages, cars, and credit cards remain tight, but financial conditions are easy and stock markets are setting all-time highs. Before their blackout period, most central bankers were signaling they would support a rate cut today, although several said they do see reasons to pause. That puts the emphasis on their new economic forecasts and dot plot. When do they cut again, and how many times in 2025? Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio.
Thanks, Mike. And stick with Bloomberg for full Fed coverage with a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides, with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz. It starts today at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page.
Well, Nathan, Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan expects the Fed to cut rates. He spoke about the future of monetary policy with Bloomberg's David Weston.
If the economist's view is you have to have a real rate structure across the curve of 75 basis points, 100 basis points. If you're 475, 450 now, and the inflation rate's 3.3, that's bigger. So you got to start to bring it in normalized. We got to get to, positive sloping curve, a curve that has real rates across it. An inverted curve means something anticipatory is going to go the other way. All that's got to happen. So I think they need to bring it down a little bit. They just have to be more careful because the economy is stronger than we thought 3 months ago, 6 months ago, but it still has potential weaknesses.
Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan sees the Fed lowering interest rates to the 3.75% level or 3 more cuts from where they are currently. Get the full conversation on the Bloomberg Talks podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you download podcasts.
Karen, UK inflation rose to an 8-month high in November. The Consumer Prices Index increased 2.6%, drifting further above the Bank of England's 2% target. Economists say the latest report effectively ends any hope of an interest rate cut from the BOE at its final meeting of the year.
Well, Nathan, the stock story of the day comes out of the auto industry. Shares of Nissan soaring on merger talks. We get the very latest with Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning, Karen. The merger reportedly between, Nissan and Honda. Now, Nissan shares up 23% in Japan, Honda down 3%. Sources telling Bloomberg that deal could be expanded to include Mitsubishi Motors, which already has capital ties with Nissan. And what's more, sources say Foxconn, the Taiwan-based producer for iPhones, approached Nissan about taking a stake. Now, the Nikkei is reporting that move helped accelerate those merger efforts out of fears that the Japanese company could be vulnerable to a takeover by the Taiwanese firm. Now, here's the thing. If that deal were to go through, it would create the world's third largest automaker, putting the pressure on rival Toyota, as well as provide Honda and Nissan with more resources to compete with larger peers, especially EV rivals like Tesla and Chinese automakers. And something else to keep in mind, French automaker Renault could have a say in the deal, considering it owns about 36% of Nissan. Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Radio.
Lisa, thank you. We have new developments in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The suspect, Luigi Mangione, is now facing multiple murder charges in New York. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg laid out the counts.
They include 1 count of murder in the first degree as a killing in furtherance of terrorism, 2 counts of murder in the second degree, 1 charging that the killing was done as an act of terrorism,
Manhattan
and the
DA.
second pertaining to the fact that the killing was intentional.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg was joined at this news conference by New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. She had a message for those who have celebrated the crime.
There is no heroism in what Mangione did. This was a senseless act of violence. It was a cold and calculated crime that stole a life and put New Yorkers at risk.
Commissioner Jessica Tisch and Alvin Bragg spoke ahead of two scheduled hearings tomorrow for Mangione in Blair County, Pennsylvania. Bragg says Mangione could give up his fight against extradition. That could bring him back to New York to face these new charges by the end of the week.
Now, Nathan, the latest on efforts to avoid a government shutdown. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill have released a stopgap spending measure, but it could be a preview of fights to come. And we get more with Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti.
The bill would extend current funding into mid-March. It includes more than $100 billion in emergency relief for hurricane victims, the Maui wildfires, and the bridge collapse in Baltimore. But the fight to get those measures attached could point to even more challenges for President-elect Trump's early priorities. Republicans will have just a one-vote majority in the House through at least April, since Trump picked 3 GOP lawmakers to serve in his administration. That'll be right in the middle of a push to pass a new budget along party lines, not to mention bills on border security, taxes, and other budget issues. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The NBA Cup, the NBA's in-season tournament, won by the Milwaukee Bucks in Vegas, a 97-81 win over Oklahoma City, holding the Thunder at only 31 points in the second half. Giannis Antetokounmpo led the Bucks, 26 points, 19 rebounds, 10 assists. 3 NFL teams making quarterback changes. Cleveland going with Dorian Thompson-Robinson, benching Jameis Winston. In Tennessee, it's Mason Rudolph for Will Levis. And Atlanta will start rookie Michael Penix Jr. Sunday. Kirk Cousins to the bench. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager. And this
us about why this is happening and why this is happening right now.
I think, in short, it's a matter of sort of disaster and trying to avert it in the case of Nissan. Honda has been sort of reluctant to do something like this. There's been talks for months about these companies potentially working together, but on a smaller scale, sort of select projects, maybe some cross shareholding, but not an out-and-out merger. And I think we know that years ago when Carlos Ghosn was sort of unceremoniously pushed out at Nissan, Japan's government was very concerned about the long-term future of the company, and those concerns have only been sort of realized, and they saw in Honda a potential sort of savior in terms of a fellow Japanese partner who could help them weather crisis. And what we've seen just in the last few years since then is a company that's gone from crisis to crisis that really has not been able to get out of its own way.
It's looking more and more like a distressed asset as the days go by. Craig, we'll spend some more time with you before year-end to talk about this. An update there from Craig Trudell out of London. Elsewhere, the Biden administration offering PG&E a loan of up to $15 billion for projects including upgraded hydropower generation, battery storage and transmission lines. The Energy Department saying it will help the California company meet increasing demand and lower consumer electricity bills. The PG&E CEO, Paddy Poppy, joins us now for more. Paddy, it's good to see you.
Good morning, John. Nice to be with you.
How close are we to closing a deal?
Well, we have conditional commitment. That was big news yesterday. A couple of weeks, we think within the next couple of weeks, we could finish and close the deal.
How transformational would it be? What would this enable you to do?
This enables us to save money for customers. This is a straight pass-through to all of our customers in PG&E service area. We could, over the life of the loans, we would save over $1 billion for customers. It's a replacement for other traditional debt financing, and it's just a lower lower interest rate fundamentally, and so up to about $100 million a year in annual rate savings for customers. Listen, when electricity is essential to powering the growth of California, we need to make sure that it's affordable.
It raises a question, especially as we have a number of private capital infrastructure heads come on our show and talk about how much interest there is from the private sector to finance some of these projects, and that the future ahead really is these sort of private-public partnerships. I'm just wondering how much you're thinking about where you're going to want public financing and where you see private financing for coming in.
Well, I think it's a pretty standard mix. We just did a big equity issuance a week ago. We completed all of our equity funding for our 5-year, $63 billion program. So we did a $3 billion equity raise last week. We combined that then with traditional debt, just traditionally. In this case, this actually just acts as financing. There's no role for the government in the projects themselves. We do the work. Our labor, our workforce, they deliver the benefits to customers, and we just get it at a lower cost.
How urgent is it to really build up the capacity to produce power right now? We talked to everyone about some of the data plants and how much energy they require, in addition to extra cooling and a whole host of other necessities. How instrumental is it for there to be additional capacity in order to prevent prices from becoming astronomical?
Yeah, I actually see the opposite impact. We call it net beneficial large load. This is a great opportunity for the industry to add new customers, new use for our product. We have an underutilized grid. In my service area alone, our grid is utilized about 45%. So all this new demand from electric vehicles, building electrification, and data centers and AI and large load can be net beneficial for customers. We see an additional gigawatt of data center load can reduce customers' bills 1 to 2%. Add another million EVs, bills can go down 2 to 4%. We see new electric uses as the first time in decades that we can actually see load growth that lowers the cost of energy for everyone, fully utilizing assets, reducing the costs.
This loan is coming at an interesting time, though. One, it needs to be finalized before new administration comes in. Do you think you'll get it done before January 20th? We're some 30 days out. And if not, do you think this could happen under a Trump energy department?
Well, number one, we're optimistic. We've been working hard with the DOE to get this done for months. It's culminating now. I do think the Trump administration shares our value of the importance of the grid and powering the onshoring in America, powering new data center, remaining the global leader in AI will require power. So having a better grid is going to be good for everyone, and we think the Trump administration will see the value of that too.
Has there been communication with members of the transition team and your company?
Yeah, we haven't been talking to them. We're focused on finishing the year strong and really making sure that we deliver for customers here as we wrap up the year.
For 2025, what kinds of changes are you expecting, whether it's just sort of the regulatory framework or just the desire to do some of the things that you're talking about to broaden out the efficiency of the grid? Do you see some structural changes to the approach that companies and the government have?
I do think we're going to have to get faster at permitting. Permitting reform, I think, could be a big agenda going forward. We're excited about building new infrastructure that lowers customers' bills, and so we need to make sure that we can do that safely and environmentally sound, but do it quickly. And the faster we can move, the faster we can power really a growth era for our company. We see ourselves as very much a growth utility. We have created real visibility to both our dividend. We're going to maintain a lower dividend than the sector as a driver for creating investment capacity, and so we can build out this infrastructure to best serve the people of California. And I think it serves as a model. We have a really exciting project in San Jose where we're demonstrating new housing units being built, 4,500 new housing units. Housing is in shortage in California. 4,500 new housing units, all electric, with 3 data centers in downtown San Jose that are net beneficial with heat capture to help offset the cost of that electric usage in San Jose. It's going to be a net zero city. and we're pretty excited about what that means for the people that we serve.
You talk about trying to diversify your use case for your grid, including electrification and including basically recharging cars, like Tesla charging stations. How concerned are you about the tiff between California and Tesla and Elon Musk and some of the build out in California as a result?
Look, I don't have a tiff with Elon Musk. He has built a great company. We're working closely with him and his company. They've been a great customer of ours. And in fact, together we have implemented some new, what we call distributed energy resource management tools, so we can build out their infrastructure faster. Tesla wanted a 3.8 megawatt charger station. And by our traditional methods, we told them you can have that in 4 years. Like, that we were so slow. And then we realized, actually, with the right tools and right dynamic load management, we could get them that capacity that day. So we've changed the way we serve customers. Tesla's made us a better operator, for sure.
Would you like to be our resident UFO expert this morning?
We are a big drone operator.
I know you are. Tell us what we need to know. Do we need to get used to this?
Look, drones have really important rules and standards within which we operate. We have a huge drone fleet. We use them to monitor and inspect our assets. We were one of the first utilities to get outside of line of sight operating rules and access. So, in fact, we can have an operator in a command center operating a drone 200 miles away, monitoring and managing our lines. We've increased our inspections by 600% as a result of the use of drones. I'm not flying them over New Jersey, in case anybody's wondering.
Someone might want to know.
I love it.
Bedminster in mind.
Yeah,
we're not that far, but we use drones very actively and safely to make sure that we're monitoring the best use of our equipment.
Patty, it's good to see you.
Great
Appreciate
to be
your
with you
time.
guys.
Enjoy the holidays. Thanks for being with us. Patty Poppy there, the PG&E CEO. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahara Hacker. So, Yahara.
Hi, John. Luigi Mangione was indicted in New York on first-degree murder charges in the shooting death of United Health executive Brian Thompson. Prosecutors say the shooting was a premeditated act of terrorism. If convicted, the 26-year-old would face life in prison without parole. Mangione is currently being held in a Pennsylvania state prison, but the Manhattan district attorney said Mangione may drop his objection to extradition and could be returned to New York by the end of the week. And on those drones, the Pentagon has denied involvement in the drone sightings over the northeast of the U.S. The Defense Department said none of the drones are being flown by the Pentagon or are part of secret government tests, as conspiracy theories have emerged online. President Joe Biden also commenting last night, saying, quote, "We are following this closely. So far, no sense of danger." And Elon Musk is considering giving up to $100 million to Nigel Farage, the leader of the populist Reform UK party. After the two met at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort on Monday, Farage wrote in the Telegraph that he's in, quote, ongoing negotiations with Musk about the donation, which would be the largest ever to a UK political party. A significant donation from Musk could boost Reform's chances in upcoming elections. That's the Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Amazing shift in British politics. Up next on the program, the final Fed decision of 2025.
Powell, who always likes to surprise us, he may have another surprise in store for 24, and that is, I think the market's gotten a little bit too concerned and hawkish about inflation. I think you may see a Powell that's a little bit more dovish than what the market's expecting.
I'm already skipping a year. The final Fed decision of 2024. I'm looking forward to the final decision of 2025 as well.
It's setting us up for 2025.
There we go. Thank you, AMH. From a beautiful New York City this morning. Good morning.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all. Compassion guided BGRIM as Thailand
It wasn't necessarily those ETFs. It was Donald Trump winning in office. Why are new investors getting in now, even ones that have been skeptical their whole lives?
Yeah, so what's so interesting about this story is that name a reason people are investing in crypto. It's as varied as that they want a safe haven. They're worried that Trump's policies are going to, cause inflation. And then there are some that say Trump is a big crypto supporter, and that's going to help the price of Bitcoin rise.
Dan Ives of Wedbush raising his Tesla price target to $515, writing, "We believe the Trump White House over the next 4 years will be a total game changer for the autonomous and AI story for Tesla and Musk over the coming years." Dan joins us now with quite a punchy price target. Dan, good morning. It's good to see you.
Great to be here.
Vijay Rakesh of Mizuho doing something similar this morning. He makes a different point, though, and I'd love your thoughts on this. He says the new administration's policies, repealing the consumer EV tax credit, positions Tesla better than lower EV cost structure relative to peers. How important is that piece of the puzzle?
Well, I think that's important because, again, negative for the EV industry, positive for Tesla in terms of the scale and scope. But if you look as they sort of do the sweep the leg on the EV tax credits, that's just going to give Tesla more and more of an advantage. But let's just be clear, that's the appetizer. I mean, the main event here, what we are focused on, the gold at the end of the rainbow, it's autonomous, the AI future. And I think that's where the light bulbs went off, because if you look at the Trump-Musk bromance, and as this all plays out, this is really going to be, I think, it's a poker move that I think will really be the bet for the ages when you look at Musk's bet on Trump.
The vibes are good, and it's hard to fight against them. I just got a message from a Bloomberg subscriber. I won't mention their name. I believe you know the individual, and we can talk about that in the commercial break. And this is what they say. Tesla has increased since the election by something like $700 billion in market cap, now $1.5 trillion. The business is not growing and hasn't in 2 years. Despite the hopes of full self-driving, it still doesn't work, so less regulation doesn't help it work. It's up another GM in market cap this morning, or better, the market cap of Waymo, which actually has working robo-taxis. My prediction for 25 is Tesla will lose over $1 trillion in market cap. What would you say back to that individual?
I'd say if that person was an NFL scout, they were probably negative on Tom Brady, coming out of the 2000 draft, coming out of Michigan. I mean, the point is look, despite all the Super Bowls, look, if you look, the Bears, they can't see AI in the spreadsheets. So when they're sitting there in hibernation mode, they don't understand this move. Autonomous is worth $1 trillion valuation to the Tesla story, and I believe now, as this all plays out, it's really just the start. I continue to view this as probably the best pure AI play out there.
So I guess if you want to build on that, it might be that this person isn't looking necessarily at the same kind of $1 trillion addition to the market cap. But then if you spin that the other way, why isn't this promise also lifting the stocks of, say, GM, which, yes, got out of the possibility of robo-taxis on its homegrown turf, but is partnering with others to do the same thing and isn't being valued at all in that increase?
And I'd argue you look at Alphabet. I mean, Waymo, a big thing that we've talked about with Alphabet, the reason it's a table pounder, some of the parts, Waymo is going to be a huge benefit for them, too, when it comes to autonomous. But look, this is being led by Musk and Tesla. In the Mount Rushmore, they are going to continue to own this because you have 7 million vehicles out there going to 10 million. You look at GM in terms of the Cruise, that's a black eye situation. I ultimately think down the road, they could OEM technology from Tesla when it comes to autonomous and full self-driving. And that's why, you look at this beltway, the difference now is that Musk went from sort of the enemy to now he's going to have a game. It's a game changer relative to the federal regulatory landscape that I think Musk could help change.
Just to crystallize what you're talking about, some people say he invested $277 million in Donald Trump's campaign, and he gained his net worth $200 billion in the process. It seems like a pretty good financial trade. There is a larger question here about FSD, and this question of, are we better off with a market leader because of a status, not only just simply because of their technology? To the writer's point, there have been pitfalls in the full self-driving technology for Tesla. There have been accidents. There have been some real questions around whether it's ready to go. How much does it make the system more fragile to roll it out? at a time where there is one entity with such favor.
Yeah, sure. And I think, again, this is going to be rolled out in a staged process. And our whole view is just when you look at now the new landscape, it's going to give Tesla a much greener pasture when it comes to autonomous over the coming years. And I ultimately believe Cybercab, is that what we talk about robotaxi today? This is going to accelerate that vision and make it real. And Lisa, I think the other thing is that when you look at Optimus and you look at robotics, as we've talked about in the show, that's not even factored in from a valuation perspective. I continue to view overall in this AI party, it was 9 p.m., but now it's 10 p.m. The party goes to 4 a.m.
I'm usually in bed by then.
But party goes to 4 a.m. And
Just
now,
for the record.
behind those velvet ropes, now you let software in. Benioff, let him in. You have other software players coming in. Others are going to get on the party, but it just goes back to where I believe we are going in 2025.
All right, but to bring back up the point of the Debbie Downer viewer that's writing in about what you have to say, you're really talking about a vibe. But where is the technology right now? How much longer do we need to wait for this type of technology?
I think a year from now, we're talking about when it comes to autonomous and it comes to FSD, when you think about where we need to get the FSD penetration above 50%, I think a year from now, we'll be there. And I think a big blockade here has been the regulatory spiderweb in the Beltway. Look, as we would say,
the spiderweb won't matter if the technology is not there.
I believe the technology has advanced significantly. If you look right now, if you look at V13, you look at what they've been able to do. But look, haters continue to hate.
Don't look at me.
No, look, and the point is, like, they hated 100 billion, right? Hated 500 billion, despised it $1 trillion. At $2 trillion, they'll be yelling from the mountaintops. But it goes back to, like, just like in broader big tech, this AI revolution is here. It's a 1996 moment, but it's not a 1999 bubble moment.
Dovish relative to expectations.
I'm not bullish. I'm just making the
Back to that
argument.
again.
Well, I mean, I just think it's important to understand that right now there is a reason why people are so overweight in a certain thesis. It's not just simply tulips, right? There is the actual returns, there have been the actual profitability, and there is the promise of all of these things. Whether they get delivered, that remains to be seen. Whether we're misreading the data, that remains to be seen. Whether those trends historically are really powerful and reasserted themselves, that also is a very real possibility. I am just raising the other
Or
side.
it's just as simple, and I know you make this point all the time, that everywhere else in the world is just really
Is natural gas still on FEG? FEG पर ही रुका हुआ है natural gas. कुछ खास मोमेंटम है नहीं. वैसे मोमेंटम हो तो रहा है. मोमेंटम पॉइंट वाइज देखोगे तो यहाँ से यहाँ तक भी प्राइस ऑलमोस्ट 4 से 5 पॉइंट मूव कर जा रहा है. रेंज काफ़ी बड़ी है एंड कोई सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है तो FEG पर ही बाई सेल करना. यहाँ पर भी एक FEG है, छोटा सा जो लाइन ड्रॉ करी है. That is also a new FEG in natural gas in 15-minute time frame. CrudeOil also silent ही है बिल्कुल. 6:30 New York session की opening, then maybe some momentum possible before Fed rate cut. भी एफईजी बना हुआ है नेचुरल गैस में, ध्यान रखना। 283.4 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली जो लेवल लगाया हुआ है, दैट इज आल्सो एफईजी जोन। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 40 पीपल आर वाचिंग। 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, कैसे होगा बताओ? बड़ी स्लो स्पीड है। लाइक कर दो फटाफट से, वॉल्यूम आएगा तो थोड़ा मोमेंटम होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली कुछ नए लेवल भी क्रिएट हो जाए। बोथ नाउ नेचुरल गैस इज बिटवीन द एफईजी। ऊपर डे हाई भी एक एफईजी है, नीचे एक एफईजी बने हुए, तो वो एफईजी के बीच में ही मूव कर रहा है बस। क्रूड ऑयल में ऊपर एक कल वाला रीटेस्ट था, साथ में एफईजी भी था, दोनों ही थे। वहां से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई थी, नीचे एक एफईजी था, वहां पर रुक गया। एफईजी ब्रेक करेगा तो नीचे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे आएगा, नहीं करता है तो फिर ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है 6030-40 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। इन्वेंट्री भी है क्रूड ऑयल की 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे एट 9 पीएम, 9 बजे, उसका भी ध्यान रखना। एंड फेड रेट कट भी होगा तो उसका भी ध्यान रख सकते हैं। डेटा भी है एक 7 पीएम पे फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। क्रूड ऑयल पहले जैसा नहीं रहा, क्यों, क्या हो गया? तो आ ही रहा है, वही है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे लेवल थोड़ा सा दूर रहते हैं। ट्रेड भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, 2 से 3 ट्रेड ही मिलते हैं नॉर्मली। मिनट चार्ट में लगाओगे तो शायद हो सकता है और ज़्यादा ट्रेड मिल जाए। तो शाम को फेड रेट कट भी है ना, उस वजह से उतना शायद वॉल्यूम अभी किसी भी नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ। क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, गोल्ड, सिल्वर को भी देखोगे तो वहाँ पर भी मोमेंटम बहुत स्लो हो रहा है। वहाँ भी कुछ खास मोमेंटम नहीं है, दिन भर से देखोगे कि रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है गोल्ड और सिल्वर भी। मोमेंटम ही नहीं है वहाँ पर भी। ये क्रूड ऑयल मैंने जनवरी का चार्ट लगाया, फिर से रिपीट कर दे रहा हूँ। ये करंट मंथ का चार्ट नहीं है, दिसंबर का, ठीक है? ये जनवरी का चार्ट है, तो कंफ्यूज मत होना। दिस इज जनवरी मंथ चार्ट, नेक्स्ट मंथ इन द सेंस ऑफ। भी एफईजी के बीच में फंसा हुआ है। होते रहने चाहिए गाइस, लाइक नहीं रुकनी चाहिए, लाइक करते रहो, मोमेंटम भी आता रहेगा। अलग अलग मेथड, अलग अलग मेथड से ट्रेड करोगे तो अलग अलग मेथड के अकॉर्डिंग अलग अलग सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस, अलग अलग तरीके से बाइंग एंड सेलिंग हम प्लान कर सकते हैं। लाइक आई एम यूजिंग डिमांड एंड सप्लाई एरिया, सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस को आप लोग कहते हो। तो हो सकता है उसके अकॉर्डिंग ट्रेड ना बन रहा हो, किसी और मेथड से बन रहा हो, तो उससे भी प्लान कर सकते हो अगर आपके सिस्टम के अकॉर्डिंग बन रहा है, क्योंकि मैं फिर वहां पर यूज करूंगा कुछ और सिस्टम, तो पूरा बिगड़ जाएगा। ठीक है? तो बहुत सारे लोग अलग अलग तरीकों से भी ट्रेड करते हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि एक ही तरीके से ट्रेड करना है। इफ़ यू वांट टू ट्रेड विद सम अदर स्ट्रेटजीज यू कैन यूज इट, बट वहाँ पर आपको पता जरूर होना चाहिए आप क्या यूज कर रहे हो। सारी मेथड्स होती हैं ट्रेड की, स्ट्रेटजीज आर देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ स्ट्रेटजीज। इसमें आपको थोड़ा सा बेटर लगे वो आप भी यूज कर सकते हैं वैसे। क्योंकि कई बार अगर सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बहुत दूर है, लेवल पे नहीं आया प्राइस, तो फिर ट्रेड नहीं बनेगा टाइम फ्रेम पर। फिर हम होने वाला है आधा घंटा और, फिर न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा तो थोड़ा वॉल्यूम तो आ ही जाएगा प्रॉपरली।
Today, Syria's mass graves exposed. In cyclone-ravaged Mayotte, fears over hunger and disease.
Trump steps up his legal threats against news outlets. Plus, another Trump nominee struggles in her confirmation bid. It's Wednesday, December 18th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Jonah Green in New York.
And I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust. Exclusive access to Reuters' comprehensive data you can trust. Reuters News. Industry-leading sites. Discover data and analytics.
Evidence emerging from mass grave sites in Syria is exposing a state-run machinery of death under toppled leader Bashar al-Assad. That's according to an international war crimes prosecutor. Anthony Deutsch has the story.
We visited a couple of sites in Syria, colleagues of mine in Syria, and what they saw and what they heard from witnesses was a large-scale or two large-scale mass graves where hundreds and likely thousands and possibly even more of bodies were buried over a period of years during the Civil War. And what's new about this is that while we knew that there were widespread atrocities, and there were some witnesses who came out in past years who talked about it, but what's new now and has surprised many, and also many in Syria itself, is the scale and the organization that was involved. And we spoke to a leading international prosecutor, Stephen Rapp, who visited two of these sites. And he described the scale of it and the organization and how, and neighbors told us that they had seen refrigeration trucks coming out to these sites several times a week, carrying hundreds of bodies that were buried in deep trenches, dug with bulldozers. So Stephen Rapp, he said that he is convinced that there were at least 100,000 bodies buried, possibly at just two sites alone. And what's going to be important now is that all these sites are protected and preserved so that that information can be dug up literally by prosecutors who are going to try to build cases against those who were responsible.
Authorities in Mayotte are concerned about hunger and disease spreading in the wake of last weekend's devastating cyclone. Thousands are feared dead in the poorest of France's overseas territories. President Emmanuel Macron heads there on Thursday amid criticism that his government has neglected the island. Tassilo Hummel is in Mayotte and sent us this dispatch.
We arrived in Grande Terre, the main island of Mayotte, this morning after the ferry linking the two, the smaller one has the airport, went back into service. Now we went into Mamoudzou and Kawezi, the neighboring shanty town, and being here, I mean, you can see destruction everywhere. There's barely of some places there's barely anything left. People all tell me that the hills of Mayotte is a very hilly and very, very, very green area. They all used to house people who were just living there in their shacks between the trees. And that's basically all gone. No or barely any tree is left, and none of the shacks, at least where I'm standing, seems to be left. The only buildings that are still standing are those built of brick and mortar, but almost all of them have no roof. And so irons hammering on iron sheets is the main sound I'm hearing here this morning.
Russia says it's detained a citizen of Uzbekistan who has confessed to planting and detonating a bomb which killed a top general in Moscow. Ukraine's SBU intelligence service has claimed responsibility for the assassination of Igor Krylyov, accusing him of being responsible for the use of chemical weapons against Ukrainian troops. Moscow denies the accusation.
Luigi Mangione has been charged in New York with first-degree murder and murder as a crime of terrorism for the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Here's Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
This was a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder. that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation.
Mangione is currently being held on gun charges in Pennsylvania.
It's a big day in the auto sector. Honda and Nissan are in talks about a possible merger as a way of competing against Tesla and Chinese rivals. The two firms had already forged a strategic partnership back in March, but Nissan's deepening financial and strategic trouble has upped the ante. Honda is 4 times bigger than Nissan, and a tie-up would create the world's third largest auto group by vehicle sales, after Toyota and Volkswagen. Shares of Nissan closed nearly 24% higher on the news, while shares of Honda declined 3%.
President-elect Donald Trump has filed a lawsuit against the Des Moines Register newspaper and its top pollster. The lawsuit filed Monday night seeks, quote, accountability for brazen election interference over its poll published in early November that showed Kamala Harris leading Trump by 13 points in Iowa.
And in my opinion, it was fraud and it was election interference.
Earlier this week, ABC News agreed to give $15 million to Trump's presidential library to settle a lawsuit over comments that anchor George Stephanopoulos made on air. Trump in recent days has stepped up his legal threats against news outlets and said he would also consider suing social media influencers and others for defamation. Legal reporter Jack Queen is in New York. Jack, suing a pollster for a bad poll is unusual, if not unheard of. Does this case have any merit?
It is unusual. And, he's also suing Gannett, the parent company of the paper.
Mm-hmm.
And the experts I've talked to mostly think this probably isn't going to go anywhere. I mean, just initially based off the allegations they're leveling that the pollster, J.N. Seltzer, intentionally revised the numbers downward with the expressed intention of hurting Trump's chances. I mean, that's be a really difficult thing to prove. So the Des Moines Register told us in a statement that they acknowledged that the poll was flawed, but that they stand by their reporting and that they think the suit is meritless.
It costs a lot of money to do it, but we have to straighten out the press.
What do legal experts make of this tactic?
There are plenty of experts both in media and legal circles who are saying that all of this is really contributing to an increasingly hostile environment for the press. There was a lot of speculation that ABC settled this case despite having a potentially strong hand because they feared retribution from the Trump administration. Now, of course, that's just speculation. We can't know why ABC did what it did. And also, just today, here on Tuesday, in another ongoing case he has against Simon & Schuster, the book publisher, related to its use of audio recordings that its author Bob Woodward made of Trump. His lawyers specifically cited this settlement in a letter to the judge, and they were saying they hope that Simon & Schuster will, quote, follow Mr. Stephanopoulos' expression of contrition. So I think it's safe to say that the threat of more of these lawsuits coming against media companies is very real.
A spokesperson for ABC said the network was pleased that the parties had reached an agreement to dismiss the lawsuit.
President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet nominee, Tulsi Gabbard, is meeting with Republican senators on Capitol Hill to shore up support for her bid to become Director of National Intelligence. And while no Republican has publicly opposed her nomination, sources tell Reuters that behind closed doors, some are sending mixed signals about voting to confirm the former Democrat. Reporter Patricia Zangerli is following the story.
One thing that we've heard, and this is from transition aides and others familiar with the process, is that as many as 8 Republicans have expressed some sort of reluctance about voting for Gabbard. 8's a lot. They can only afford to lose 3 if the Democrats hold together and all vote against her. There have been reports that Gabbard has underwhelmed in her interviews, that she hasn't seemed as well prepared as senators would like, that her lack of experience in the world of intelligence has really shown. And there's concerns about her record on Syria, especially in light of recent events in Syria, the change in government there. And she has been plagued persistently with talk that she is too close to Russia, which she, of course, has denied.
In a statement, Trump transition spokesperson Alexa Henning noted that no Republican senator has publicly said they would vote against Gabbard.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's
for us and build our network. When we are trying to scale up and going to a different region, you need to have the right partner. We just want to build something that becomes the norm.
Our initial vision is to build a smart city that changes how people think about urban living. It's a very important aspect to build a city beneath a city where every operational aspect is happening underneath.
Where we are here is just
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
We'll hear from all stars like Billie Jean King.
Well, what should I learn? What should I do? I said, learn the business.
Jay Williams.
You're the asset, but how do you become the principal?
Paul Rabel.
We're going to be the league of digital, and that's why you're going to invest.
Adina Friedman.
I definitely am competitive.
David Rubenstein.
People don't come up to me on the street and say, let's talk about this private equity deal you did recently. No, nobody does that. They say, let's talk about the team.
And so many more.
You need a clap?
No, I think we're ready. Go.
Equity futures this morning positive across the board on the S&P 500, the Nasdaq and the Russell. Equity futures on the S&P near session highs up by about 0.25%. Likewise on the Nasdaq, some outperformance on the small caps on the Russell, up by 0.66. With 2 hours until the cash open, let's get you some morning movers with Manus Cranny. Good morning, Manus.
Jonathan, good morning. Every nation likes to create their own national champion, just in different forms at different times. This time we're talking about Japan. This is the ADR for Nissan. Honda, we understand, pursuing a merger. Certainly not going to be a merger of equals. Honda worth 44 billion, Nissan worth 8 billion, with 1.6 billion dollars worth of bonds to recapitalize next year. But this is about the pursuit of financial expediency, political expediency, and how to survive in the world of electric vehicles coming from China. Some of the reporting is Nissan senior officials saying we're fighting for our lives, 12 to 14 months to survive. Either way, you've got a maturity wall, as they say, of around $1.6 billion. This is about the politics of survival of your auto industry on the world stage. That's what you're seeing writ large here. By the way, Honda is down just over 3% in the ADRs. We wait for the ADR print to come through in the US. Nvidia is bid this morning. Again, lovely story. Microsoft reaffirming the narrative that Microsoft does scoop up Nvidia chips in size and in quantum, 485,000 of them to be very precise. The next biggest order on the ticket dock is Meta at 224,000. This is all from Omdia collating the data on that. So a little bit of a reprieve for Nvidia. General Mills. You get your Haagen-Dazs, you get your Lucky Charms, you can get your Nature Valley bars. They have lowered their guidance for the year. Why? Because of the uncertain macroeconomic backdrop. I'd love to be a PR person to write these things. Uncertain macroeconomic backdrop, higher investment levels. I mean, bottom line is they're holding up in North America, but it is a fairly defensive sector to be in. To try and win market share in this area is proving tougher and tougher. Jonathan,
are you a Nature Valley bar kind of guy, Manus?
That is a bar of sugar, and you know that's banned.
Carbs free.
Carbs free.
Manus. I know. I get it. He's not a Nature Valley kind of guy.
He's a big carbs free guy. I think I introduced him to even what Trix was because they started putting them upstairs in the pantry.
I remember back in London, this is a long, long time ago, and the show would begin at like 6 a.m. London time, and you'd start to smell fish coming from the set because he would eat fish before
or grilled chicken because no carbs.
Yes, no carbs.
Okay.
He would eat fish.
He hasn't seen a carb since the 80s.
All I can say is you guys took that somewhere so different. I didn't even realize Haagen-Dazs was General Mills, and I love Haagen-Dazs, so I am just going straight for the junk as you guys go toward the purity test of, the nature,
some people
Valley
might
nature.
consider Nature Valley to be
Nature Valley
junk too.
I just embrace Haagen-Dazs, which is actually really good
Different
quality.
story.
I like it.
I wanted to get to this story because I know it's your favourite.
It's my favourite for that.
The quote of the week so far. Under surveillance this morning, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau attempting to downplay the resignation of his finance minister. Trudeau telling a Liberal Party gathering, quote, wait for this, like most families, sometimes we have fights around the holidays. But of course, like most families, we find our way through it. I love you guys, and love is what families are all about.
I can't even.
It's better when you see the video, and hopefully you can find the tape a little bit later, but honestly, ridiculous.
Honestly, it's fantastic. And I got to say, kudos to the Bloomberg News headline writers. Trudeau tries to brush off deputy's exit as festive family spot. This isn't going to win him any points with the electorate, who are probably going to vote him out of office, considering the fact that everybody can see that she was frustrated with him. She didn't want to release her budget. It was the day she was supposed to release her budget, and she quit because she didn't agree with him.
Not just the electorate in Canada, his own party, the number of lawmakers and the Liberal lawmakers calling for his resignation has grown to 45, with one saying he's delusional. I was speaking to Josh Wingrove yesterday, who's our resident expert Canadian, works in the White House team, and he said, I was trying to explain to people in America how big of a deal that this finance minister decided to resign on that day and the scathing letter she wrote. He said it would be basically, you would have to imagine Kamala Harris coming out and resigning the day Joe Biden was giving his State of the Union. That's how seismic of a shift this was.
It's really well framed and couldn't agree more. More on Canada a little bit later. Let's turn to Uber. Uber joining the list of tech firms donating to President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration fund. The rideshare giant and its CEO, Dara Khosrowshahi, each donating $1 million alongside the likes of Meta and Amazon. According to CNN, Trump is set to meet with Amazon's Jeff Bezos a little bit later on today.
So the better question to ask is, who isn't donating? Because everyone is going to be donating to the inaugural fund. What we are just hearing about are companies that are willing to come out and say, yeah, you should put my name out there that I also gave $1 million. Industry-wide, the list is very long, and we just really are hearing about the tech world. But it'll be interesting to see what banks are donating and what other companies are also making sure that the president-elect knows that they're giving to his inauguration.
This is the question I have for you. What's this money going to go toward? Is it going to be just some kind of spectacular? Will there be just
inaugurations are expensive?
Well, okay, but I want to know, what is this spectacle and how significant it's going to be? Because I think that kind of sets up.
Lots of parties, lots of security. I will come back with a list for you on potentially exactly what they're going to be budgeting for with this money.
Thank you.
Just Doge itemize that list for us.
Doge.
To get a breakdown.
I mean, if they're trying to Dogify the government, maybe they should pull back.
Dogify the inauguration.
Yeah, Dogify the inauguration.
Let's turn to this one. The Defense Department saying that mysterious drones sighted across the Northeast are not being flown by the Pentagon. Major General Pat Ryder saying officials take seriously any cases of drones flying near military sites, but adding they aren't a concern given the volume of daily drone flights.
This is not comforting to me. It's sort of like a game of charades where it's not from the Pentagon. Is it from the Army? It's not from the Army. I mean, basically, why don't you tell us rather than signaling what it potentially could be? There seems to be an explanation that some of the authorities just don't really want to share.
Well, when we heard from General Ryder, he said it is possible that some of those are surveilling, absolutely, but you can make the assumption in every case, not necessarily. So again, left me with more questions than answers. PG&E, I thought was fascinating. The CEO this morning saying how many drones they have to make sure that they're looking after their infrastructure. And you can imagine a lot of companies are doing that. But if the U.S. government has the information, just tell people, because people are starting to talk about that they want to get these drones out of the sky themselves, and people should not be taking these type of measures into their own hands.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see. I think we want some answers quickly going into the weekend. Let's get you some stock news. Micron reporting after the closing bell, the chip maker looking to be the latest firm to benefit from the surge in AI demand. Anna Nikolaevsky is the founder and CIO of long-short firm Axel Capital Management and has been betting on the name since 2023. I'm pleased to say that Anna's with us now. Anna, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for having me.
It's been a great year for some chip makers, but not all.
True.
It depends what you're exposed to, PC, smartphone, data centers. When we talk about Micron, what kind of exposure are we talking about?
I think at the moment, people are expecting the quarter to have up ASPs in the 5% range. I think the ASPs going forward may actually be flat to down, and you're probably not going to see a recovery until the back half of 2025 because there's going to be a little bit of a push out for smartphones and PCs at the moment.
What is it about the back end of 25 where you start to get a better tailwind for those kind of businesses?
There's going to be a replacement cycle.
Across smartphones?
Across
and
smartphones and PCs, I think at the moment you are not seeing 100% adoption by the consumer of AI PCs. I think Best Buy has hired several thousands of people to help train consumers on the AI PCs, but there's no major uptake right now for the Christmas season, as far as I'm hearing. So there may be an uptick later on next year when there's a natural upgrade cycle for enterprise and consumer.
What's fascinating to me is that people have been trying to pick the next Nvidia, the next big winner from the whole chip cycle, and the fact that we've seen some real massive winners. Broadcom seems to be the latest superstar. We've just seen this moonshot in the shares with them falling right behind Tesla as sort of the Magnificent Eight, and people are playing around with what the name could be. What gives you confidence that Micron's growth has that type of moonshot at a time where people are trying to imagine what the sort of evolution of AI adoption looks like?
I think when I think of Micron, I think of DRAM, I think of a global commodity that is actually going to be benefiting from some of the U.S. chip stimulus. But I think long term, you're going to see more and more DRAM across the board, and everything memory is extremely important. So I think about Micron in terms of that long-term cycle that right now probably is going to decline a little bit, but will come back up again later. Although last year, Micron was telling us that 2025 will be the peak. So it's a function of what overall tech adoption will be like in terms of hardware.
When you talk about your investments, you're investing on the tech side with Micron, but you're also very low tech with respect to just what people buy every day, maybe some of the Nature Valley bars that some people like and Haagen-Dazs that some people like and enjoy.
Is that a staple?
Actually, in our household, it is a staple, and we go
for
through
many
a lot
households
of bars.
across the United States of America.
And that's okay.
That's what they want to hear.
Some people grow up on Lucky Charms and turn out just fine. But I will just say, Anna, how much are you really going towards some of these staples, and why now?
We've taken a very conservative approach to investing right now, where we have large holdings in BJ, in Costco.
इस नेचुरल गैस वापस अपने दूसरे एफईजी पे आ गया है। अगर एफईजी से सेल किया था तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो। यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत रुक जाएगा वापस से। इसको नीचे आना है तो इस एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज करनी जरूरी है। अगर ये कैंडल इस एफईजी नीचे वाले एफईजी के नीचे क्लोज करेगा तो फिर ये नीचे वाला एक और एफईजी 276 वाला वहां तक गिरेगा, नहीं तो फिर यहीं पर रुक जाना चाहिए प्राइस को। 3 मिनट और है न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग में, देखते हैं कुछ मूव और करता है। तो फिलहाल तो ये बस एफईजी के बीच में ही रुका पड़ा है। ऊपर एफईजी था, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई, फिर से सेलिंग आ गई। यहाँ पर एक एफईजी, ये भी एफईजी है, फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, दिस इज ऑल्सो एफईजी 283.5 ही लगा रखा है। मार्केट फिलहाल एफईजी से एफईजी के बीच में ही मूव कर रहा है, तो उसी को ट्रेड कर सकते हैं और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है इन नेचुरल गैस।
When you want it with Bloomberg News Now, I'm Karen Moscow. Futures are higher this morning ahead of the final Fed policy decision of the year. The central bank is widely expected to cut interest rates by another 25 basis points. One person who is also expecting a Fed rate cut, Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan. He spoke about the future of monetary policy with Bloomberg's David Weston.
If the economist's view is you have to have a real rate structure across the curve of 75 basis points, 100 basis points, if you're 475, 450 now, and the inflation rate's 3.3, that's bigger. So you got to start to bring it in normalized. We got to get to, positive sloping curve, a curve that has real rates across it. An inverted curve means something anticipatory is going to go the other way. All that's got to happen. So I think they need to bring it down a little bit. They just have to be more careful because the economy is stronger than we thought 3 months ago, 6 months ago, but it still has potential weaknesses.
Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan sees the Fed lowering interest rates to the 3.75% level. You can get the full conversation on the Bloomberg Talks podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you download podcasts. And stick with Bloomberg for full Fed coverage with a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance. That's today at 1:30 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Shares of Nissan surging. The company in talks with fellow Japanese car maker Honda to merge. The deal would create the world's third largest automaker, and Bloomberg's Nicholas Takahashi is in Tokyo with the latest.
What we know is that Honda is in talks with Nissan to discuss the possibility of a merger, whether that's a capital tie-up or even the formation of a holding company is all up in the air at this moment. But we do know that Honda and Nissan are speaking about it and taking it seriously as a future deal.
And Bloomberg's Nicholas Takahashi in Tokyo says the iPhone builder Honhai has also approached.
देखना ये नेचुरल गैस में जिस साइड का भी एफईजी ब्रेक हुआ उस साइड को बड़ा मूव जरूर आएगा। यहाँ से सेलिंग जरूर आई है, बट ये नीचे एफईजी पे रुक गया। अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक होके सस्टेन करेगा तभी और गिरेगा। सिमिलरली यहाँ से एफईजी से भी बाइंग आ चुकी है। अगर ये ऊपर वाले एफईजी को निकाल देता है तो फिर एक बड़ा टारगेट मिल जाएगा। तो जिन लोगों ने सेल किया होगा आई होप थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट मिल गया होगा। जिन लोगों ने बाई किया है वो लोग भी वेट कर लेना। अगर ये ब्रेक हो गया ऊपर वाला एफईजी तो और बड़ा टारगेट मिलेगा, नहीं तो इतना ही टारगेट है वापस सेलिंग। तो ये रेंज ही है मार्केट में, जिस साइड भी मोमेंटम हो बड़ा टारगेट एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे। तब तक एफईजी पर ही बाई सेल कर सकते हो।
Nissan about taking a controlling stake in the car maker. Now to some other stories we're following. The suspect in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson now facing multiple murder charges in New York. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg says prosecutors have elevated the case against Luigi Mangione to first-degree murder, a charge reserved for the most abhorrent conduct.
This was a frightening, well-planned, targeted murder that was intended to cause shock and attention and intimidation.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg says Mangione is also charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, one of those as an act of terrorism. Mangione has 2 hearings scheduled tomorrow in Blair County, Pennsylvania, where he's fighting extradition to New York. In Madison, Wisconsin, residents continue to wrestle with grief and are calling for change in the aftermath of a school shooting that killed a teacher and a student and wounded 6 others. Investigators are trying to determine a motive. Police Chief Sean Barnes says it appears to be a combination of factors.
We're talking to students to understand whether bullying was one of those multiple factors.
And Sean Barnes is urging anyone who knew the 15-year-old shooter's feelings to reach out to police. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers have released a stopgap spending measure in an effort to avoid a government shutdown. The bill would extend current funding into mid-March. It includes more than $100 billion in emergency relief for hurricane victims, the Maui wildfires, and the bridge collapse in Baltimore. Scott Bessent, Trump's pick to run the Treasury Department, will meet with frequent Wall Street critic and Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren today. It's part of a series of meetings he's having on Capitol Hill ahead of his confirmation hearings next month. Donald Trump, meanwhile, lobbed a fresh taunt at Canada as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau tries to weather a crisis sparked by the sudden departure of a minister who was a bulwark against the U.S. president-elect's plan to start trade wars with his neighbors. In a post on Truth Social, Trump questioned why the U.S. subsidizes Canada and said, quote, many Canadians want Canada to become the 51st state. In the Middle East, the Israeli military has ordered another evacuation in central Gaza ahead of an offensive in the area, even as Israel and the militant group Hamas appear to inch closer to a ceasefire. Talks to broker the ceasefire and hostage release deal have restarted after a months-long pause. Israeli President Isaac Herzog says he'll meet today with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's Mideast envoy Adam Boehler at his home in Jerusalem. Russia's security service says it has detained a suspect in the killing of a senior general in Moscow. The suspect was described as an Uzbek citizen recruited by Ukrainian intelligence services. And Merck snagged a potential drug in the burgeoning market for obesity medications in a deal worth as much as $2 billion. Under terms of the agreement, the company will gain the exclusive global license to develop, manufacture, and commercialize Chinese drug maker Hansoh Pharmaceutical's experimental oral drug that targets the receptors for GLP-1. S&P futures up 0.3% this morning, so are Dow and Nasdaq futures, and the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.41%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is The Close.
We are live from Studio 2 at Bloomberg headquarters in New York. I'm Alex Steele.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We're kicking off to the closing bell here in the U.S. on this, do we call it Fed Day Eve or Fed Day 1?
No, Fed Day Eve.
Fed Day Eve.
No, I'm at the
Okay.
Fed Day Eve, but I see your point. Yeah. So it's been a tough day for the markets overall, anywhere you slice it. But we talk a lot about bad breath in the market and just how bad that breath is. Now, this chart really encompasses that. So the S&P is down 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 down 0.6, but the equal weighted index is down 0.8%. It still shows that out of all the losers, you still have big tech holding up relatively well. Charlie McGilligot over at Nomura had a good one that said that lots of leveraged funds are grabbing call upside for the names that are doing really well. So think that mega cap tech trade. So you have that animal spirits is continuing to pile onto each other, leading to even more bad breath, and the cycle just continues, Scarlett.
And that really sums up the picture here as we await tomorrow's Fed decision. Stocks may be flashing a sell signal. Bank of America says fund managers are loading up on U.S. equities, and they're cutting their cash holdings as a percentage of total assets to a new low, 3.9%. That is a level that historically has ushered in a wave of selling the following month.
All right, for now, though, revving up on the economy. Retail sales surprising to the upside as people bought more cars in November, and Black Friday sales come in strong. This raises questions as to how the Fed will describe the economy. Bloomberg Economics says a rise in the use of the word careful could coincide with a pause.
No pause seen in bond yields, though, at least according to T. Rowe Price, whose fixed income chief investment officer is calling for the 10-year yield to reach 5% in the first quarter before climbing even further, maybe to 6% for the first time since Y2K. This as the incoming president's policies, whether it's tax cuts, tariff, or immigration, keeps inflation elevated while budget deficits persist.
So let's get more into the Fed and sort of how they're going to categorize the economy. This is a great chart from Bloomberg Economics, and they point out that hikes and pauses and cuts can somewhat be dictated by the use of the word careful. So if you look at the sub-zero line, that shows how little the words careful are used within Fed speakers and Fed statements. If it goes into positive, it means that it's used a lot. And when it's been used a lot, if you take a look back and say August of 2023, nothing happened. There was a sustained pause, no cuts, and no hikes. When that reading is low, you get a lot of movement within the Fed funds rate. And we're just seeing that line go into positive territory, Scarlett. So you wonder, is this the moment where we're going to see potentially extended inaction?
All right, we're going to continue to monitor that. In the meantime, let's kick things off with Bank of America. The chairman and CEO, Brian Moynihan, joins David Weston.
For our Bloomberg audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. I'm delighted to be here with Brian Moynihan. He, of course, is chair and CEO of Bank of America. So, Brian, thank you for having us here to your trading floor.
Happy holidays first, David.
Yeah.
And thank you for coming. And all these teammates have been here all day waiting for you. So
yeah, waiting for something. Yeah. Probably making money for you. So let's talk about the economy first overall. I think it's fair to say it's doing better than most people thought it would do. Is there any cause for concern it may be overheating, particularly as we see some new policies maybe coming our way?
So I think let's start on the first part of that question. If we were sitting here last year, our team, the research team, Candace's team, had a soft landing, no landing predicted. And a lot of people say, oh, that's very optimistic. And matter of fact, we went from that would have been like a 1% GDP growth rate this quarter, and we're going to have 2.5 or something like that. So we've moved up from abnormally, from positive but low to now higher than trend, higher than average. And so that means the economy is not having a balance. Anything, it's just going on this normal growth trend, which is good news. If you think about it becoming overheated, I think all the policies are yet to come in. There's enthusiasm, there's discussion, but everything's still out there until the policies get enacted. Our team, when they look at tariffs, they say, well, if tariffs are offset by better regulation, they'll kind of even each other out. But even given their knowledge of President-elect Trump's policies, they are still predicting next year's a 2.5% GDP growth. They predict the Fed cuts rates a few times but stays 3.75 to 4. And they predict it takes inflation all the way into 26 to get down to the target. If the inflation's moving down and we can grow this economy, that's actually not a bad place to be, honestly.
Does this economy need any fiscal stimulus at this point? And it looks right now like the so-called Trump tax cuts will get extended. And also, candidate Trump is talking about a lot more tax cuts. And given the fact that we're above a trend on growth and we're close to full employment, do we need any more stimulus?
I'm not sure you need more stimulus, just like we didn't need the stimulus probably in 21 because the pandemic goes through the system. But the question is, if you lower taxes and use it to reduce the debt, the question is how stimulative those activities are. And that's where the Treasury Secretary appointee has got to figure it all out, because he's got to call the balls and strikes about how it all fits together. And he's a markets-oriented person. He knows that if it gets too far out of line, we just ran for the last fiscal year in the United States an operating deficit of $1.8 trillion, which is equal to the entire GDP of the country of Australia. So we got to realize that the impact we have if we don't get this debt back in line. So I think everything on one side has to be governed with whether to do on the other side to offset it and whether it has that much effect. Right now, the economy is moving along. Consumers are spending. It's up for a 2-week period around the holiday, Thanksgiving holiday. It's up 5% over.
1 minute left. US मार्केट ओपनिंग से पहले न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा 6:30 पर. वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे आना चाहिए. अब मार्केट थोड़ा सा कुछ रेंज बनाए प्रॉपर. जो लोग अभी आए हैं रिपीट कर देता हूँ. नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस, मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो ऊपर ही है 295.97 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली. मेजर सपोर्ट कल का लो. उसके बीच में और कोई सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बने नहीं. एफईजी बहुत सारे हैं, वो मैंने ड्रॉ किए हुए हैं. डे हाई एक एफईजी था, वहाँ पर रिजेक्शन ऑलरेडी मार्केट 2-3 बार ले चुका है. इस लेवल पे अब ये रुक रहा है. ये भी एक एफईजी है 283.5. नीचे ब्रेक होगा, थोड़ा और नीचे आएगा. नीचे फिर एक नेक्स्ट एफईजी 275 एंड 267 के अराउंड है. तो किसी साइड अगर एफईजी प्रॉपर्ली ब्रेक होते हैं तो एक मोमेंटम अच्छा कैप्चर हो सकता है, चाहे जिस साइड भी हो. फिलहाल के लिए इसमें एफईजी पर ही बाई सेल कर सकते हो और कोई ऑप्शन है नहीं, तो वही ट्राई करो. क्रूड ऑयल को देखें तो कल सब वो एक दूसरा सपोर्ट एरिया था, वहाँ से बाइंग आई थी. ऊपर एक रीटेस्ट था और एफईजी बना हुआ था आज. वहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई. बीच में एक एफईजी था, ये भी वहीं पर रुका हुआ है. एफईजी ब्रेक करता है तो नीचे आता है. यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट था, यहाँ से बाइंग करते, बट वो एफईजी ब्रेक ही नहीं कर पाया. ऊपर जाता है तो ये ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है मार्केट के पास 6030-40 के अराउंड. याद रखना ये 3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है इस लेवल को पास में, ठीक है. तो ये 4th टाइम आएगा. फर्स्ट टाइम यहाँ रिजेक्शन लिया है, सेकंड टाइम इधर पे है, थर्ड टाइम ये यहाँ पर ले चुका है. लोअर लो नहीं बना है, तो थोड़ा रेजिस्टेंस वीक जरूर होगा. 4th टाइम रीचिंग दिस लेवल. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्टेड नाउ। डेटा की बात करें तो 7 PM पे डेटा है बिल्डिंग परमिट का, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। देन क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे और फिर रात को 12 साढ़े 12 बजे के आसपास इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग एफओएमसी का रेट कट का डिसीजन आएगा। ग्रेट। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस निकाल दिया ऊपर का एफईजी। अब मेरे अकॉर्डिंग जाना चाहिए इसको इस लेवल के आसपास। यहाँ पर एक और एफईजी है क्या? हाँ, एक छोटा सा एफईजी भी है, रेजिस्टेंस भी है, दोनों साथ ही हैं। यहाँ तक जा सकता है उस केस में। जो लोग बाइंग में हैं वो वेट कर सकते हैं, कैंडल क्लोज हुई तो बड़ा टारगेट रख लेना। क्लोजिंग जरूरी चाहिए हमें। ग्रेट। ठीक है, जितने कम एफईजी हो उतना बेटर। भाई क्रूड ऑयल स्टिल ऑन दैट एफईजी और जो रीटेस्ट लेवल था वहीं पर रुका हुआ है स्टिल। वॉल्यूम यहाँ पर भी मुझे लगता है आ जाना चाहिए अब थोड़ा बहुत। अच्छा वॉल्यूम आया है नेचुरल गैस, लेट्स होप कंटिन्यू करें। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखो, ये बाय द वे क्रूड ऑयल का ये जो चार्ट है ये करंट मंथ का नहीं है, फ्यूचर का। एक्सपायरी ऑलरेडी ऑप्शन की हो चुकी है, नेक्स्ट मंथ में ट्रेड कर रहे हैं ऑप्शन, तो इसलिए मैंने ये जनवरी का चार्ट लगाया हुआ है क्रूड में, तो कंफ्यूज मत करना। 80 पीपल आर वाचिंग, 45 लाइक्स। बाकी लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? लाइक करते रहो, लाइक नहीं रुकनी चाहिए। Don't forget to like the stream, subscribe the channel, share with your friends and family members as well. Hit the bell icon. बहुत सारे लोग सब्सक्राइब नहीं करते हैं, लाइक जरूर कर देते हैं। सब्सक्राइब भी करें जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया। रशियन डिप्यूटी फॉरेन मिनिस्टर का एक स्टेटमेंट आया है, रशिया इज रेडी टू कंसिडर एनी प्रपोजल फ्रॉम द यूएस टू ब्रिंग रिलेशन बैक टू द नॉर्मल। वेरी बिग स्टेटमेंट बाय रशियाज डिप्यूटी फॉरेन मिनिस्टर। कोई भी प्रपोजल अगर आता है रिलेशन को नॉर्मलाइज करने के लिए यूएस और रशिया के बीच पे, तो हम उस पर सोचेंगे। अच्छी शुरुआत है, मुझे लगता है आने वाले 4 साल में यूएस और रशिया के रिलेशन शायद थोड़ा सुधर सकते हैं। गुड न्यूज़ स्टेटमेंट ही है, इसका कुछ ब्रॉडर लेवल पे तो इम्पैक्ट नहीं होगा शायद, बट दिस स्टेटमेंट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। कैंडल क्लोज हो जाती है एफईजी के ऊपर इन नेचुरल गैस, तो इस ऊपर वाले एफईजी को फिर हम रिमूव कर देंगे, फिर ये काम का नहीं है। कोई नया एफईजी होगा तो उसको देखेंगे, बट दिस एफईजी इज नॉट वर्किंग इन दैट केस। टाइम है अभी 10 मिनट है कैंडल क्लोज होने में, देखते हैं। 50 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, करते रहो सभी लोग लाइक। एटलीस्ट ऊपर क्लोज हो 287 और इसके ऊपर एक और कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री जो आती है, ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नहीं होती, उसमें दो इन्वेंट्री और आती हैं, गैसोलीन की और ईआईए का। डेटा उन तीनों को ही मेजर करके डेटा को शेड्यूल करना, देखना, ठीक है। थोड़ा सा ऊपर और जाता है नेचुरल गैस तो इसमें एक अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा शायद 6%, फर्स्ट अपर सर्किट पे लगता है। ऑलरेडी देखोगे तो अभी मार्केट 6.52% हो गया, अपर सर्किट लग चुका है इसमें शायद ऑलरेडी एक बार। सेकंड अपर सर्किट कह सकते हो 6। 9% पे लगता है ना। हाँ मतलब वही 290 697 ऊपर वाले रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक पहुंच गया तो अपर दूसरा अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा इसमें डे का। सिल्वर भी बिल्कुल साइडवेज चल रहे हैं, कुछ खास मोमेंटम है नहीं। कल की रेंज ही है सिल्वर की तो, नथिंग चेंज इन इंट्राडे 15 मिनट इन गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। क्रूड ऑयल 294 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली दिख सकता है हमें। अब ये ऊपर वाला मुझे लग रहा है क्लोज हो जाएगा, 1 मिनट बचा हुआ है। कैंडल ऊपर क्लोज होती है तो ऊपर वाला एफईजी फिर काम का नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। कोई नए एफईजी बनेंगे तो विल सी, अदरवाइज जो नीचे वाला है जो एफईजी है 283.5 दैट इज वर्केबल। तो कैंडल हो गई क्लोज, तो अब ऊपर वाला एफईजी हम रिमूव कर सकते हैं इन नेचुरल गैस। कोई और नया एफईजी बनेगा तो वी विल सी। ये एफईजी हो गया है ब्रेक, ध्यान रखना। एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा और मोमेंटम अपसाइड पे ही दे। अब नेचुरल गैस 287 वाला ये एफईजी ब्रेक हो चुका है ऊपर। 284 सॉरी 294 95 के आसपास ही रेजिस्टेंस है, फिर वहीं से वापस सेल करेंगे। वन टाइम एक बार ही आई है सेलिंग वहां से, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग स्ट्रांग ही होगा अभी भी। ठीक है, तो 284 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली जाने की पॉसिबिलिटी है नाउ। इस एफईजी को अब आप चाहो तो रिमूव कर सकते हो। दिस इज द ओनली एफईजी वी हैव राइट नाउ। ठीक है, याद रखना ये बाइंग एफईजी से आई है, ये कोई सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है। दैट एफईजी इज फ्रॉम बाइंग। जिन लोगों ने किया है ट्रेल करो 280 294 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली टारगेट, फिर वहां से देखते हैं रेजिस्टेंस से वापस सेलिंग। ऑप्शन नहीं है उसमें, दैट इज ओनली लेवल। अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, उससे पहले एक डेटा है 7 पीएम पर गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। 7 पीएम वाला जो डेटा है दैट इज आल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। प्लीज लाइक करते रहो। 90 people are watching। आधे लोगों ने लाइक ही नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, बताओ। क्रूड ऑयल भी वही रीटेस्ट एफईजी पर ही रुका हुआ है, नीचे एफईजी ब्रेक होना जरूरी है। नीचे वाला एफईजी है, अगर इसको नीचे तक आना है, अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं होगा जब तक और नीचे जाएगा नहीं। दिस एफईजी शुड बी ब्रेक if the price want to achieve that target of lower end, या फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे चला जाए एग्जैक्टली नेक्स्ट वाले। वॉल्यूम तो आ जाना चाहिए, अब क्रूड ऑयल काफी देर से रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है, छोटी सी, बहुत छोटी सी। Natural gas almost going to hit the target on upper level. यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस लगा रखा है जो उसके साथ साथ एक एफईजी भी है, ध्यान रखना दोनों एक साथ बने हुए हैं, मैंने एफईजी नहीं लगाया। ये ऊपर जो रेजिस्टेंस लगा रखा है 296 97, इसके साथ साथ एक एफईजी भी है नीचे 294 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। तो बायर्स यहाँ पर निकल जाना है, यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का फिर प्लान रख सकते हैं वापस। एंड जो भी नीचे फर्स्ट एफईजी बन रहा होगा लोअर एंड पे, वही हमारा पहला टारगेट रहेगा डाउन साइड के लिए। बाकी डेटा भी आने वाला है 15 मिनट 7 मिनट है बस डेटा आने में। डेटा से पहले सभी लोग लाइक कर दो, फिर देखते हैं डेटा का भी, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को।
Last year, that is good and solid. That is not overheated at all. But that came off the lows a little bit this summer, where I was a little nervous that they were going to let the consumer drift too far down. So between interest rates being cut a little bit, between the enthusiasm around the election, the markets being up, the consumers are spending more and telling us they're going to spend more for the holidays, which is good for the general economy. We got to keep them in the game not by overstimulating, by overdoing, by keeping the game just by getting a good core economy going with good deregulation activities, good tax policy, good immigration policy. These are hard things, but I think they're off working on it.
Let's stay on the consumers here, because you know so much about the consumers here at Bank of America, given your relationships. How is the consumer doing? I know they're spending, but I've seen numbers that suggest they're borrowing more. And in fact, St. Louis Fed has new numbers out from as of October. The defaults are up as well. Are you worried at all about the consumer?
So this is go back to what you're thinking about, which is if you say the levels of consumer credit card debt are above where they were in 19, it's 5 years later. They should be above where they are in 19 because the economy is 30% bigger. So a lot of these nominal numbers, forget to put them in relative scale. If you look at it on a relative basis, it's still far below where it was in 19. And the credit was very good then. if you look at the defaults, they picked up a normalized defaults and delinquencies to where they were in 2019 was a 50-year low in credit costs in our company. 50 years we had to go back to find. So we got to be a little careful about what we're comparing to. Everything's steady and fine now. Credit quality consumers, their ability to borrow, the household income, they feel a pinch of higher prices. Part of that is real, and part of that's just mental. If the price of eggs doubled, it's hard to ever tell anybody it's okay because they have more wages. They're just never going to agree with us, and that's the economist's view of an economy versus human beings' view. But all things, if they wouldn't be spending money the way they are in a rational way at 5% year over year for the last couple of weeks, 3.5%, 4% for the month of November, and likewise it looks like that'll be December. If they didn't feel confident, and why is that? All comes back to one thing: 4.1% unemployment rate, wage growth of 3%. That's the core. Now, what could disrupt that? A lot of things, but right now that's the condition of the American consumer. They have the ability to borrow, and they're borrowing rationally. They are employed. Their wages are going up. They feel the pinch of inflation. They're trying to work that all through, and they're trying to have a good holiday season. So we'll play that. What will hurt that worse is unemployment moving up, and right now that's not projected to happen at all next year. It's supposed to go. Our team has it 4.3 at year end next year. You and I have been, for most of our business careers, we've been jumping over this, the moon if we thought unemployment was 4.3 for 2 or 3 years in a row or less.
Take all of that economic data, put it all together, and tell me what the Fed should be doing. They're meeting today. We'll get a decision tomorrow. 25 basis points seems to be baked in as a cut. But should it be cutting further beyond that 25 basis points, given the strength of the economy and all the things you just said?
If the economist's view is you have to have a real rate structure across the curve of 75 basis points, 100 basis points, if you're 475, 450 now, and the inflation rate's 3.3, that's bigger. So you got to start to bring it in normalized. We got to get to, positive sloping curve, a curve that has real rates across it. An inverted curve means something anticipatory is going to go the other way. All that's got to happen. So I think they need to bring it down a little bit. They just have to be more careful because the economy is stronger than we thought 3 months ago, 6 months ago, but it still has potential weaknesses. You and I haven't even talked about what's going on outside the United States that could affect the United States. Not tariffs and stuff, but wars. What happened in the Middle East the week, what happened in Korea, what's happened in Germany. All these political changes could impact the United States ultimately and reverberate with them because we sell a lot of goods in a lot of these countries. And by the way, we buy a lot of stuff from these countries. And so, we're inextricably linked with the outcomes of some of these things. And so we have to be careful. But if you look at it in the U.S., they ought to cut rates, bring them, our team's view is to bring them down to 375-ish type of level, 3 more cuts from where they are today. But they'll be higher in the current context. But if you look back, excluding 2008 till now, a 3.5%, 3% Fed funds rate is the norm, not the exception. It's only been the exception in the last 15 years.
But it is different from what we thought it was going to be. It's higher, I think. Yeah. The neutral rate's higher than it was. How does that affect your business, if at all? Well,
the question of everybody says the higher rates help higher rates. The question is why they're there. If we had a normal rate curve from, say, 3.5% on the front end to 4.5% at the 10-year, and the economy was growing at 2%, that's a very good place for banking. Delinquencies would be low, cost of credit and its availability is there. Our deposits are better suited at a higher nominal rate because when they go down, we have zero floors on a third to half of our deposits that just can't go any lower than zero unless we start charging people to give us their money, which isn't going to happen. So it's better for us. But if the reason why they're higher is to choke off inflation, that can be not so good because that will probably lead to recession. So the question of what's the underlying economy doing less than the rate structure. And the underlying economy right now growing at 2.5 with a 3.5 to 4% Fed funds rate and a 4.5% 10-year rate would be great for our industry. And that's why NII just keeps growing every quarter. We were at 13.9, 14.1, 14.3, and you expect that growth to continue. And it's just walking up a ladder back to a level, and the peak we were like 14.8 or 15. So
we have people out right now saying not 4.5, maybe 5% or even 6% on the 10-year. Do you put any credence in that?
Our team doesn't see that, and I have to rely on the experts that spent. We wrote a research paper with a 5,000-year interest rate, low in interest rates, and I said, "How do you know that?" And they said, "Well, we went back and did research." So we have Candace's team's a powerful team and the best in the business. So they think it's 4.5 is just kind of where it is, and as the rate structure comes in. Is there potential for that? Yeah, that's probably when something else is going on that is not good, and therefore there'll be faster adjustments which might bring it back in. But you think about it, to go from a 1.5% 10-year to a 4.5% 10-year, that's a lot of movement. and it's very restrictive on activity till the activity adjusts out of that, and that's what we're seeing now.
You mentioned Donald Trump returning to the presidency next month now. How do you take that into account at Bank of America? I mean, what do you anticipate? We don't know exactly what will happen, when it will happen. So how do you plan for that? What will it mean for Bank of America, do you think?
Well, so I think the one of the larger contexts is the oldest part of our company has been around for every presidential transition except for George Washington. So we've been through this before. We'll be through it again. But the real fact of the matter is, if you think about what the policies are that President-elect Trump got elected on, it's inflation and immigration stuff, but it's also about deregulation. And our industry needs to have a sober look at what the right regulation. 15 years ago, 16, 17 years ago, after the financial crisis, we had to put new capital, new liquidity, and restore the confidence in America. Since 10, 12 years ago, the capital is about right in the industry, yet we kept ratcheting it up. When we ratchet up capital, that draws down our ability to lend. It makes credit harder to get and more expensive. And on a worldwide competitive basis, our capital ratios are much higher. And then the day-to-day supervision. So the idea of bringing that regulation back in the middle, and then, frankly, for the good of the industry, getting it settled someplace so that we can build a model around it. What happens now is we do this. And so we're hoping it brings it back to the middle. That's what and by the way, that's what our customers like about their industry. So whether it's the FDA, FTC, getting deals done, the enthusiasm, it's all about, wait a second, now we can swing it back to the middle and go get stuff done and make the private sector, which is the reason why America's successful, lead as opposed to the governmental sector.
So when you hear about a pledge for deregulation, is the main thing you hear with your Bank of America ears on is the reserve requirement?
Building permit का data देखोगे, that is already out. And the data is positive for dollar index, negative for gold and silver. डेटा नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, पॉजिटिव है डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए. कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट तो हुआ नहीं, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग जैसी आ तो रही थी, बट कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं हुआ. नेचुरल गैस सॉरी सिल्वर में कैंडल जरूर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ जरूर आ रहा है. बट गोल्ड में देखोगे कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है, गोल्ड बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज हो गया फेड मीटिंग से पहले. अब सिर्फ यूएस मार्केट ही है जो मूव करा सकता है इसे, नहीं तो ये ऐसे ही साइडवेज चला जाएगा. लाइक 61 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं. लाइक करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग. 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, फटाफट से लाइक कर दो सभी लोग जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया अभी तक स्ट्रीम को. क्रूड ऑयल भी फंसा हुआ है उसी एफईजी पर. थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, फॉरेक्स के चार्ट ना अलग ही, फॉरेक्स के लेवल थोड़े से अलग लग रहे हैं मुझे. एमसीएक्स में थोड़ा सा अलग ही लेवल है, फॉरेक्स के लेवल थोड़े से डिफरेंस है. Prakash, Akshay Prakash ji, thank you so much for joining channel membership. If you have any question, you can ask in the comment box. आप पूछ सकते हो कमेंट बॉक्स में अपना क्वेश्चन. नेचुरल गैस में बाई किया हुआ है तो ट्रेल कर लेना, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ही है. That is the only level we have right now in natural gas as a support. एफईजी के साथ साथ लेट्स सी, यहाँ पर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है. रेजिस्टेंस इन द सेंस ऑफ, उसे आप क्या कहोगे, रेजिस्टेंस कहो एफईजी कहो, दोनों साथ ही बने हुए हैं. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी नीचे एफईजी ब्रेक कर दे तो बढ़िया ही है, अदरवाइज ये यहीं पर घूमता रह जाएगा, साइडवेज चला जाएगा. अक्षय प्रकाश जी, सागर भाई, जस्ट वांटेड टू से यू आर डूइंग ग्रेट जॉब. थैंक यू सो मच सर. आई होप थोड़ी हेल्प हो रही होगी. सकते हैं फॉरेक्स चार्ट को भी यूज कर सकते हो, कोई इशू नहीं है। चार्ट थोड़ा यूज करोगे तो और बेटर रहेगा, बट वहां पर थोड़ा मोमेंटम, वॉल्यूम ज़्यादा है तो मोमेंटम ज़्यादा मूव स्मूथली होता है एज कम्पेयर टू एमसीएक्स। थोड़ा सा ये डिफरेंस है। लाइक कर दें, 65 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो चुका है, डेटा आ चुका है। अब यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग का टाइम है 8 पीएम पर। लेट्स होप क्रूड ऑयल भी थोड़ा मूव कर जाए उससे पहले। क्रूड ऑयल फिर से ट्राई कर रहा है, लेट्स सी एफईजी ब्रेक कर पाता है या नहीं इस बार। बहुत ही कॉम्पैक्ट रेंज में फंस गया ये। 33 पॉइंट, 30 पॉइंट कह सकते हो राउंड नंबर में।
I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Remember when Donald Trump and Xi Jinping actually liked each other?
He's for China, I'm for the U.S., but other than that, we love each other.
Well, now that Trump is headed back to the White House in January, their bromance could get rekindled. They both just have to play their cards right. But first, we need to talk about what's at stake. China is facing a deepening real estate crisis, ballooning local government debt, a volatile stock market, and deflationary pressures. That's not to mention Trump's tariffs, which could cost China 83% of its sales to the US, which are already suffering. But even with all that pressure, Xi has to protect China's interests, and he's already made his 4 red lines pretty clear. Taiwan, democracy and human rights, the Chinese political system, and Beijing's right to development. For his part, Donald Trump has to be careful not to take his trade war too far. It's easy to see how tariffs spike inflation and could crater his popularity. And he also has to manage the many China hawks in his cabinet who might inflame relations when Trump is seeking to cool them. Xi, however, seems well aware of the potential for doom and has been trying to reduce its chances. After Trump's win, he reached out to congratulate the US president-elect and made sure to say that they would both lose from confrontation. And Trump invited Xi to his coming inauguration, which was a pretty smart move. But let's be clear here, Trump holds most of the cards in this situation. And in order to make this budding relationship work, Xi needs to find some common ground with him. That won't be easy.
क्रूड ऑयल ध्यान रखना, नीचे आना है तो ये नीचे वाला एफईजी ब्रेक होना ज़रूरी है। फिर ये नीचे एक सपोर्ट अच्छा है हमारे पास 5930 टू 940, यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे, अच्छा सपोर्ट है।
Many questions remain. It's not clear what and when and what shape the partnership will form. We're not sure if it's a merger, production will be overlapped, or if it's a capital tie-up. We've had an executive tell us that they're also considering the option of a holding company, which would strengthen Honda's stake as well. So the questions definitely outnumber the answers, but as you said, this is kind of an interesting way for the story to unfold in Japan. Essentially, if Honda forms a partnership with Nissan and potentially Mitsubishi Motor, beyond the alliances it's had in the past, this would effectively split the Japanese auto industry into two. The Honda camp with Nissan and Mitsubishi, and then Toyota with Subaru, Mazda, and Suzuki. While Honda and Nissan's production pale in comparison to that of Toyota, this would spell a lot of interesting implications for their global competitiveness as well in regards to hybrids in North America and EVs in China.
I want to talk about the market reaction because I think it's quite clear there today. You've got obviously Honda that's under pressure. Investors really like this for Nissan and Mitsubishi in particular. Why are we seeing that divergence, and what's in it for each of the car makers?
That's another interesting point as well. For Nissan, the benefits are pretty obvious. The company's been in a lot of financial trouble recently. Poor profit during the last quarter and over the last year or so in the US and China forced the company to lay off thousands of workers, pare back production capacity, and lower its annual fiscal outlook for the current period. For Honda, the answers aren't so clear. Whether Nissan will help bolster its production in North America remains to be seen. It all really depends on how the partnership shakes out. But that's I think, one of the big questions moving forward.
Nicholas, and I know you may likely not have an answer to this, and I think to your point, you make a very important distinction here that we still don't know in what form, if this does push through. But I guess what I want to understand is, because these are domestic giants in Japan, and I'm wondering if we get to a point where there is some form of a merger here, I wonder if you could give us a sense of what potentially the regulatory hurdles that we'll need to talk about at that point in time, Nicholas.
Yeah, that's another interesting point, and we're getting into sort of gray area speculation. The talk of a Honda-Nissan merger isn't necessarily new. This has been happening for some years now as we see the general decline of Japanese car makers in North America and China, least of all with the advent of EVs, as you know. But with the Honda-Nissan merger, there has been speculation that the government would push for this in a time of great weakness for Nissan. There was speculation about Renault stepping in, but Japanese car makers have been struggling on a lot of fronts, and for the country to lose a company like Nissan on such short notice would be a real hit to the economy. Honda recently pared back its partnership with GM. Nissan is just finalizing its loosening of ties with Renault as well. And so while the Honda and Nissan alliance would spell a lot of bolstered output abroad, it remains to be seen sort of what dynamics are the main motivation for this.
When you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We begin with some breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg on the housing market. U.S. new home construction unexpectedly fell in November as a drop in multifamily projects mitigated a rebound in starts of single-family houses, particularly in the storm-ravaged South. Housing starts decreased 1.8% to an annualized rate of 1.29 million. That's the slowest since July. Starts of single-family homes rose 6.4%, while new construction of multifamily projects decreased more than 23%. Preliminary figures show building permits, a proxy for future construction, grew a greater than expected 6.1% from the month before. Earlier, we heard mortgage applications fell 0.7% in the week ending December 13th after rising 5.4% in the week prior. The average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage rose to 6.75%. We are just hours away from the final Fed decision of 2024. Jay Powell and company widely expected to deliver a third straight rate cut this afternoon and signal fewer reductions for next year than previously indicated. We asked former St. Louis Fed President James Bullard what he's expecting.
I think the dot plot is going to do the job for the Fed here, and the dot plot is, Wall Street either thinks 3 or maybe 2 is a median number of rate cuts for next year. Those will be spread out over the year, so that's going to dovetail with the story that much slower pace of rate reduction.
And Jim Bullard is the dean of Purdue University's Business School. He was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance, and our Fed Day coverage begins this afternoon at 1:30 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television and on the Bloomberg Podcast YouTube page. Well, Nissan in merger talks with Honda on a deal that would help the ailing car maker survive. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta reports the discussions accelerated after iPhone producer Foxconn approached Nissan about taking a stake.
This is an enormous deal. This is a consolidation in the auto sector, which a lot of folks are saying may be the only solution, the only rescue for a space that has become incredibly competitive, that is kind of toggling between this gas-guzzling engine versus EV debate, not to mention the raw materials and the dependency on chips that it takes to get there. And of course, we know that Nissan has been bleeding money in the process as well.
And that's Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta, who reports French automaker Renault is also open to a deal. Renault holds a 36% stake in Nissan. Well, speaking of EVs, the Trump transition considering a two-pronged approach to the auto industry, cutting electric vehicle subsidies while still promoting a domestic supply chain to produce them. Congressional leaders have released a stopgap spending bill that would avert a government shutdown at the end of the week, but it took some doing for House Speaker Mike Johnson, as we hear from Bloomberg's David Gura.
This would extend government funding through March the 14th, so a few months, another one of these continuing resolutions. And where there seems to be some disagreement or some friction for the House Speaker, disaster relief, the Biden administration wanted $115 billion in this bill. It's getting a little less than that in the agreement that was announced last night. But some other interesting stuff tucked in there as well. Something about E15, that sort of ethanol blend of fuel that would make it available year-round. It's something that's available seasonally across the country, would make it available nationally year-round.
And that's Bloomberg's David Gura. Scott Bessent, Trump's pick to run the Treasury Department, will meet with frequent Wall Street critic and Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren today. It's part of a series of meetings he's having on Capitol Hill ahead of his confirmation hearings next month. The man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO is charged with murder as an act of terrorism. Prosecutors disclosed the indictment yesterday as they worked to bring Luigi Maggioni to New York from a Pennsylvania jail. The 26-year-old already had been charged with murder in the December 4th killing of Brian Thompson, but the terror allegation is new. In Madison, Wisconsin, residents continue to wrestle with grief and are calling for change in the aftermath of a school shooting that killed a teacher and a student and wounded 6 others. Investigators are trying to determine a motive. Police Chief Sean Barnes says it appears to be a combination of factors.
We're talking to students to understand whether bullying was one of those multiple factors.
And Barnes is urging anyone who knew the 15-year-old shooter's feelings to reach out to police. Russia's security service says it has detained a suspect in the killing of a senior general in Moscow. The suspect was described as an Uzbek citizen recruited by Ukrainian intelligence services. And Cheerios maker General Mills lowering its profit outlook for fiscal 2025 in order to invest in price reductions to drive sales. S&P futures up 0.25%, Dow futures up 0.4%, NASDAQ futures up 0.2%, 10-year Treasury yield at 4.41%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg.
क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे स्टिल होल्डिंग दैट लेवल, वो एफईजी के नीचे आ ही नहीं रहा है प्राइस। नीचे और जाना है तो एफईजी ब्रेक करना जरूरी है, नहीं किया तो नहीं जाएगा, ध्यान रखना। यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा शायद तभी कुछ मूव मार्केट करेगा, शायद लगता है, तब तक नहीं तो इसी रेंज में फंसा रहेगा। ठीक है, वो वहीं से जो एफईजी का जोन है वहीं पर रुक गया वापस। क्रूड 5964 के नीचे क्लोजिंग आती है तो ये नीचे वाला जो एग्जैक्ट लेवल लगाया है 5947 के अराउंड, वहां तक आ जाना चाहिए प्राइस को। वन लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया वो लाइक भी करते रहे। और जो लोग इंस्टाग्राम, सॉरी नॉट इंस्टाग्राम बट व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज कर रहे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है लाइव स्ट्रीम पे मैसेज कर दो, मैं लाइव में ही बैठा हुआ हूँ। ठीक है, कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ रहा है इसलिए कुछ बोल नहीं रहा हूँ, बट इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन यू कैन आस्क इन द लाइव सेशन। कल की इन्वेंट्री भी है 9 बजे, उसका भी ध्यान रखना।
Here that is certainly playing out in the markets right now as long Mag 7 seems to be one of the most crowded trades.
Yeah, it's certainly something we keep an eye on, but I would say that if you had been worried about that concentration or used it as a reason to get out of the market at any point over the last couple of years, it would have been a mistake. I think that we handering over this too much. I think that instead we should be celebrating that some of the biggest and most innovative companies are in our markets. Concentration risk or heavy concentration has not been a good forward indicator over the last 40 or 50 years based on the data that we've seen. So it's something to keep an eye on. It maybe makes the market a little bit more fragile to something like Nvidia having a bad stretch run, but it's not something that we worry about too much.
Well, then what do you worry about when it comes to the Mag 7? Because they've obviously had a record-breaking year to date. I think the latest I checked up over 75% year to date here. Is that going to be the case for 2025, regardless of the macro environment in terms of what the Fed may be doing?
Yeah, look, I mean, these names have largely proven somewhat insensitive to rate moves, unlike other growthy names. I mean, most of them are very cash rich and low debt. They have big, wide moats, and they're trading on secular themes, not the more cyclical nature of interest rates or, you know, the economy over the next 12 months. I think the biggest question for 2025 about these names is, all right, we know the story. They've spent aggressively billions and billions building up the infrastructure to support this new AI world that we're entering. I think the thing that investors are going to want to start to see is some ROI on that investment, right? These have traditionally not been big CapEx names, and they are now. So there's a lot of dollars going into the ground, into real things. And I think we're going to want to see whether it's the killer AI app or the big step forward in productivity or business leaders coming out and saying, this is how we're integrating this into our businesses today.
Right.
We haven't quite seen that yet. So that's going to be big for 2025.
And real quick, Ross, last week we heard Microsoft talking about how the chip shortage has come to an end. And this morning I was taking a look and you can see GPUs popping up on eBay. That seems like a bearish signal for chip stocks moving forward. What is your thought specifically on what chip demand could do to some of these AI names?
Yeah, it's a great question. The chip stocks and the semis tend to be a lot more cyclical between supply and demand. I would still be interested in owning them in 2025 with the idea that there could be a lot of volatility. This is a secular theme, right? AI is a big long-term theme. So you need to be able to ride the ups and downs. I would still want to be owning these, not just in 2025, but for the rest of the decade as well.
Ross, as you think about more broadly some of the themes that you were mentioning, and it's remarkable right now thinking about what the application is that could actually be the game and the kind of ground shifter here as you think about what businesses would leverage versus what household consumers would say is our go-to AI app. And there will be several ones, but as we kind of think about the stack and the applications that sit on top of the models, that sit on top of the chips, who is best positioning themselves right now for the killer app, perhaps, that could come about and ultimately be able to add on to an existing install base that's already out in the market?
Yeah, it's the right question to ask. Unfortunately, it's a very tricky one. I mean, you start by looking at the companies building the infrastructure, the hyperscalers. I mean, they have the capital and they'll have the infrastructure underneath to kind of be able to be first movers. They have pretty vertically integrated, kind of supply chains up and down what they do. So I think that those companies are well positioned. The less satisfying answer is that company might not exist yet, or it might be an early stage venture company. I mean, when you think about what mobile internet did, the companies that really capitalized, say like an Uber, didn't exist before we had these kind of the stack built up, to use your framing. So I think that a lot of those companies that end up building the killer apps, whether it's consumer facing or B2B, might not even exist yet, or they might be being built out in some garage somewhere. There will be a lot of opportunity once the infrastructure is built, because again, it's billions and billions of investment. There's only a couple of companies that can do that. But once that's available to developers and coders out there, there's going to be a million opportunities for smaller companies to take some share.
All right, Ross, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning Brief, we count you down to the opening bell on Wall Street ahead of that key Fed meeting. Plus, we'll break down the latest in merger talks between Honda and Nissan. And we'll get a check-in on shares of Tesla. Is the EV maker falling to the downside? Should you buy the dip? We'll discuss that and much more ahead on Morning Brief.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
Welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this is the podcast that will make you a smarter investor. Now, before I get to our feature interview today, I have to start with our stock of the day. I haven't done one of these in a little while, but when I bring you this information, I want to make sure it's relevant and important to you, our passionate investing audience. Stock of the day is Salesforce. Company late Tuesday rolling out Agentforce 2.0. What in the world is that? Essentially, it is a new set of digital agents that the company originally unveiled in September at its Dreamforce conference. New set of digital agents that come preloaded with various skills, can create marketing programs, do a bunch of other interesting things, also getting overlaid into the Slack division that Salesforce has owned for a couple of divisions. At the end of the day, these are agents or a new line of business for Salesforce that can make it more money. Co-founder and CEO Mark Benioff telling me the company has already signed 1,000 revenue-based deals for Agentforce. That would be up from 200 at the end of the third quarter. Ultimately, three reasons why I think you're seeing Salesforce shares absolutely rip higher since Dreamforce in mid-September, up to think about 36%. Like I mentioned here, with these agents, Salesforce is unlocking a new layer of sales and profits. The market loves to see that stuff. Number two, Benioff telling me he is remaining focused on operating margins. So despite the really big investment in agents and Agentforce, the company's still going to try to focus on growing operating margins. And last but not least, and you can really, I think, get the tell, or there's a signal here to the market that Salesforce will have a role in the AI-powered workforce. That wasn't necessarily clear a year from now, but it's becoming clear right now as the company rolls out Agentforce. So that is our stock of the day. Let's keep this AI theme going, though, because Yahoo Finance is awarding our product of the year, drumroll please, to Nvidia's AI super powerful chip called Blackwell, winning our Product of the Year award. Now, be sure you can check out this fabulous piece of text content from our very own anchor, Julie Hyman, on the Yahoo Finance homepage, just going into great detail what Blackwell is, where that product franchise can go, and of course, explaining what we're seeing with Nvidia's stock. Be sure to check out all of our feature interviews on Blackwell on YouTube, and of course, be sure to check out more on our Product of the Year Nvidia on Apple Music and Spotify and other major podcast platforms. Now let's bring on our guest of the day, really, on this. B of A analyst Vivek Arya, good to see you again.
Morning, Brian.
You are the Nvidia master on the street. Really, I know a lot of folks really, really respect your work. Before I get into Blackwell, what it is, where it's going, what we're seeing in Nvidia right now, it's a correction. I mean, it is 12% off its highs in November. For the layperson out there, what's happening, and what do you think is driving the sell-off?
Sure. I think some of these are company-specific forces, and some of these are market forces. So if we start at the top, what we have seen in the market is a rotation of money from semiconductors to software. Semiconductors are more China exposed, software is less China exposed. So we have something that is a market force. Then specific to the company, the last 2 quarters have not been clean. Really because they are going through the growing pains of from one generation of product that was Hopper to the new generation of product. Mm-hmm. And if I go to where we had the most amount of enthusiasm was back at their GPU technology conference in March, right? At that time when Blackwell was rolled out, I think that sent a very powerful message that, to your point, this is the most powerful product. This is going to be the most innovative product, right? And since then, what we have seen is just execution, issues, keeping it out of the hands of customers. So 1 quarter, there were issues with the mask, right? Now they have been resolved. Second quarter, there were just issues in rolling it out in different system level configurations, right? Now that is also going to be resolved. But we have now had a period of 2 quarters where it is very unlike Nvidia to have these execution question marks and where estimates have not gone up the way they were supposed to. Now, in our view, these are short-term issues, right? That they will start shipping Blackwell from January, right? And some of these gross margin issues, they will start resolving by the time the product is shipped for a quarter or 2, because then they have scale, they are able to absorb a lot of those upfront costs. So we think it's a matter of waiting another 3 months before some of these product issues get rolled out. And meanwhile, when we look at the stock, it has now come down to levels where it generally starts to bottom, right? Every time the stock has troughed over the last 3 or 4 times, it's been about 25 times or so next year's earnings. So if you look at next year's earnings, which are headed towards $5 or so, the stock is right around those levels, right? So I would summarize it with, some market forces, rotation of semis into software, and we have clearly seen the software indices outperform the semiconductor index, right? For a while there, semiconductors were grabbing all the attention. We felt very good about that, but now it's time to share some of that attention. And some of these have been company issues, which I think will be resolved in the near term.
I remember you mentioned that that valuation point in Nvidia last time we talked, and I encourage everyone. Vivek was on a couple months ago. Go back to that prior podcast after listening to this one, of course, and you could hear some more thinking by Vivek, how he thinks about some of this valuation on Nvidia. But you mentioned execution issues. Is there any signs that Nvidia is complacent, or is this just the rules of the road when you're trying to change the game on technology?
Right. I think in some ways what they are trying to do is put what is essentially a lot of Nobel Prize winning physics into high volume manufacturing in a space of years.
Easy stuff.
Exactly, in a space of years. Secondly, the Nvidia of old had to work on chips and boards. Now they are working on chips and boards and systems and racks and software. So many components have to come together. So in the past, they were worried about putting 1 or 2 GPUs in a server. Then that went to 8 GPUs in a server. Now they're trying to put the most leading 72 GPUs in one rack while putting switches and cables and connectors.
How do they even do this?
So that's exactly the thing, that the scope of problems has gone up. And then they're not the only one that is in the equation, right? You have people who are running the data centers. They need to get things like liquid cooling ready. They need to get the data center ready. So it has become a very, very big, project management, operational and execution problem. So the whole supply chain, all the stars need to align all at the same time. So for them to slip things out by 1 or 2 quarters, it's not extraordinary. Perhaps in hindsight, where we might have gotten complacent, is right after their GPU technology conference when they announced this product. We thought it would be perfect execution, right? That just because they have announced it, it means it's ready to roll out the next day.
Execution from Nvidia.
Exactly, right? And we saw some of this when they launched Hopper before or other products before, but this thing is just a lot more advanced, right? Because it also requires changes to the data center. It's not just them. Right? I need to put liquid cooling in the data center, right? And not every data center is capable of doing that. So that is why I think that some of these are growing pains. Now back to the valuation thing you mentioned, I think it cannot be underemphasized that when we look at the stock right now and compare it to its large cap growth peers, right? And I would really encourage everyone to do this exercise on their own. Just look at what you expect for earnings growth from all these large cap companies for the next year. And if I just look at consensus, that Mag 7, Mag 8, Mag 10, pick your whatever magnificent list you want to have, excluding Nvidia, they are trading close to 2 times their earnings growth rate for next year. Nvidia is trading less than 1 times.
And I should mention real quick product plug. You could do this on the Yahoo Finance platform. Type in Yahoo Finance relative comparison, and you can lay this out on your workstation. Go ahead, Vivek.
Exactly.
Quick product plug. I had to do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, right? And so that's why we think that we have a confluence of some of these product issues getting sorted out. I think the China restriction issue will take a few more weeks of the new administration coming in, putting down the rules of the road. So I'm not saying we are off to the races. All I'm saying is that we are getting closer to a point where some of these issues will get resolved, whether it's a rollout of the product, whether it's rules of the road regarding China. And then meanwhile, valuation is working in our favor, which is always a very important thing for any technology stock.
Are we getting signs right now with this sell-off in Nvidia that the Nvidia investment thesis will be more complicated in 2025, more nuanced, and it's going to be harder to make money in the stock?
This is a $3 trillion plus stock, and look at any of these large, magnificent, whatever stocks. Each one of them has gone through this kind of soul-searching moment, right? Periodically. Right? When Apple was $1 trillion, right? I'm sure people had question marks. When it went to 2 trillion, people had those questions. Now at 3 trillion, people have. It's very natural for these companies, right? Because you never go up and to the right in a straight line. because a lot of things need to come together, and they don't always come together at the right moment. But when you step back and say, there is a race between their customers, right? The first question is there demand for what they're doing? Then what is their execution, right? If you look at the demand side of the equation, there is no hyperscaler on the planet that does not want more accelerator chips, right? Because they are in a race to go and install this. And number two, the earliest products that they started AI with, right, the Hopper generation, Hopper was designed back in 2020 when generative AI was not even a thing.
Yeah.
So the first generation of all these large language models and generative AI has been served using in hindsight, an older generation technology. It's really Blackwell that we think is able to give it, this booster engines to.
Hey guys, US market open, US market हो गया open, crude oil break ही नहीं कर रहा है level, FEG वाला. I hope ये FEG break हो, नहीं तो ये जाएगा ही नहीं नीचे. FEG नीचे सस्टेन करता है, ब्रेक करता है तो ये 5940 के आसपास का एक टारगेट मिल जाएगा, नहीं तो साइडवेज है भैया क्रूड ऑयल पूरा आज. बाकी नेचुरल गैस एक बाइंग हुई थी, उसके बाद वहीं का वहीं वो भी रुक गया है. यहाँ से जाना चाहिए इसको थोड़ा और ऊपर. लेट्स होप थोड़ा यहीं से जाए या फिर वापस नीचे आता है तो फिर से बाइंग का देख लेंगे. ऊपर एक छोटा सा लेवल है मार्केट के पास. बाकी देखो दो बार टेस्ट कर चुका है इस एफयूजी को, ब्रेक हो जाए तो बेटर है. मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए इसको इस बार. डिपेंड ऑन द यूएस मार्केट. कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम की कैंडल देखोगे तो. लाइक नहीं कर रहे हो ना इसलिए ब्रेक नहीं कर रहा है. 75 लाइक्स पे रुके हुए, 100 लाइक्स कर दो, ये ब्रेक हो जाएगा बताओ. कम ऑन, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लाइक करते रहो, ब्रेक होता रहेगा. जितनी स्लो स्पीड लाइक की है उतना ही स्लो क्रूड ऑयल का मोमेंटम हो चुका है. 77 लाइक से क्या हुआ था, 100 लाइक्स पे ही मार्केट ब्रेकडाउन करेगा, नहीं तो नहीं करेगा. जितना मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्टेड है आ जाना चाहिए क्रूड ऑयल में, बिकॉज इन्वेंट्री भी है 9 बजे. तो अगर अभी मोमेंटम नहीं आया तो फिर तो मुश्किल ही हो जाएगा मोमेंटम आना. 9 PM पे इन्वेंट्री भी है तो फिर मार्केट सीधा इन्वेंट्री के लिए ही जाएगा डायरेक्टली. लाइक्स हो चुके हैं बताओ. टाइम से 100 लाइक्स होने चाहिए थे तभी जाता ब्रेक करके. अब तो इन्वेंट्री पर ही डिपेंडेंट है सब कुछ. साइडवेज हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल आज. 12:30 से देखोगे अभी ऑलमोस्ट 8 PM हो गया. 12 बजे कह लो पूरा. एक बजे से 8 बजे तक ऑलमोस्ट 7 घंटे से साइडवेज बढ़ा हुआ है. 33 पॉइंट की रेंज है फ्रॉम लास्ट 7 आवर्स क्रूड ऑयल में. कि इन्वेंट्री का वैसे फोरकास्ट देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल में -1.6 लास्ट वीक -1.4 था, तो उससे भी कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ये -1.6 से कम ही आता है तो इट इज़ बुलिश फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही डेटा आया तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है. ये तो फोरकास्ट है. कैंडल अगर 5990 के ऊपर क्लोज हो गई फिर तो मुश्किल ही हो जाएगा, मुझे लग रहा है इसके नीचे आना. स्टिल साइडवेज ब्रेक नहीं कर पाया नीचे. लाइक भी करते रहो, क्या पता लाइक करने से हो जाए ब्रेक. बाकी अब इन्वेंट्री देखते हैं. इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट है एंड इन्वेंट्री पे भी कुछ होना तो चाहिए, थोड़ा बहुत मूव. बिल्कुल ही पॉज हो गया मार्केट फेड रेट कट से पहले.
What I think all these companies are trying to do is make sure they are, of course, conforming with all the rules of the road that the US regulators are setting for them, but at the same time, at least going and serving right part of China that has to do with their automotive industry or for their gaming markets, or even for a lot of their cloud companies. You know, if you look at Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, right, ByteDance, a lot of these companies, they're serving a lot of consumer applications, just like the cloud companies here serve a lot of consumer applications, and they use AI just as these companies use AI. So not everything that is done has.
FX ओपन के चार्ट में ना, हाँ वहाँ पर है एक 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे. फिलहाल तो अभी यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग हुई है तो वॉल्यूम यूएस मार्केट से ही आ रहा है. क्या है, रेंज तो ब्रेक हुई. ठीक है, अगर ये कैंडल इस एफईजी और ये रीटेस्ट के ऊपर क्लोज हो जाती है तो फिर इस एफईजी रीटेस्ट को रिमूव कर देंगे, फिर ये काम का नहीं है. काफी देर से रुका हुआ था इसी एफईजी और रीटेस्ट पे. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से वापस सेल कर देंगे, नहीं तो वो बेटर रहेगा क्योंकि इन्वेंट्री भी आने वाली है. इसके बाद मोमेंटम होगा नहीं होगा भी कह भी नहीं सकते. is performing far better than crude oil now.
Before, Nvidia data center sales will be about 110 billion. Okay, Broadcom will be about 12, right? And Marvell's corresponding business would be about 700 million, just to put numbers in context. In 2025, right, Nvidia's data center sales will be close to 200 billion. Broadcom will be 17, and Marvell will be anywhere between 2 and 4. So what is the takeaway here? That when you look at Nvidia's market share of whatever is going on, it is 80 to 85%. right, in the next 12 to 18 months. Now, can this situation change in 26 or 27? Who knows? Because remember, 2 or 3 years ago, the buzzword in technology was 5G.
Yeah, 5G.
Now, nobody talks about 5G.
Nobody talks about
What's
5G.
going to be the buzzword in 26 or 27? What will be the spending for Amazon or Meta? How important will people be like CoreWeave in the industry at that point, right? So that's why I think trying to get frazzled by what may or may not happen in technology 3 years from now in such a dynamically changing market, right? In semiconductors, what I've learned over time, and again, I'll give you with an example. Intel has had its share or more than its share of execution problems. They still have 75% share of the CPU market.
Which you wouldn't.
Still.
You don't get that. You pull up a stock chart, you look at their financials,
Exactly.
and this is a company that is just falling on hard times.
Exactly.
So it seems.
Right? And the point is that in semiconductors, incumbency, scale matters. Okay? Unless the incumbent messes up, it is very hard to dislodge them from a market share perspective. Why? Because they are the ones who get the first call when there is anything short in the supply chain. If Taiwan Semi is not able to produce the next generation chips, if Hynix or Micron don't have enough memory, who is going to be their first call, right? So yeah, you can have alternatives in place because that's just risk mitigation, that is just prudent, right? 100%. Right, no doubt about it. But you have to look out the next 2-3 years, because when you are investing in custom chips, the advantage you have is you get the cost advantage, you get some more assurance over your own future. But now you have to guess what the requirements will be 2 or 3 years from now. You have to make sure that you get enough importance, as an Nvidia will, in the supply chain, and then you have to make sure that you invest in software and other resources on your own side. Because the one thing that's important to keep in mind, I'll make this the last point, is when somebody is buying a custom chip from Broadcom and Marvell, these are very advanced custom chips, right? No doubt about that. But there is no software expertise, right? There is nobody who is going and partnering with Accenture or ServiceNow or Oracle or anyone to bring a lot of that enterprise demand, right, to you. Now you have to do all that heavy lifting. That is the value add that Nvidia has. It is not just a chip. Which is why I'm amused when people say, oh, this chip is better than that chip, because it's not. It's like saying a sitcom is better than Netflix, so I can go beat Netflix. That's not the game anymore.
Yeah.
Right? You have to have that end-to-end, and that's why it's so hard to beat them.
Thanks for taking us to school, as always, on Nvidia. Vivek Arya, BofA analyst. Always a treat to have you on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
I mean, it's just impeccable analysis. You can send me the bill. I mean, we can pay for this stuff. Yeah, it's great. And really, be sure to check out all of our amazing coverage on Yahoo Finance's Product of the Year. That is Nvidia's Blackwell chip. Be sure to check out all the coverage on YouTube. You're going to see this opening bid episode posted there. You're going to see this opening bid episode post on Apple Music and Spotify and all other major podcast platforms. And of course, it's going to be all over Yahoo Finance throughout the day and the weeks to come. Nvidia is one of our most popular, probably if not the most popular ticker on our platform. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
कैंडल देखो क्लोज्ड, यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग कैंडल क्लोज्ड, स्टिल क्रूड ऑयल कैंडल इज नॉट क्लोज्ड अबव द लेवल, अभी भी वहीं पर है, अभी भी रेंज बाउंड ही है। देखो अब मोमेंटम होगा नहीं होगा कह नहीं सकते, ठीक है, क्योंकि इन्वेंट्री भी आने वाली है। ऊपर क्लोज नहीं हुआ है तो स्टिल इट इज रेजिस्टेंस इन क्रूड ऑयल, नीड टू सी कुछ मोमेंटम करता है नहीं करता। इन्वेंट्री देखो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग देखा जाए तो पॉजिटिव ही एक्सपेक्टेड है। तो मोमेंटम शायद ही हो, बाकी अब किसी को फिर से ट्राई करना है अगर, एक बार देख लेते हैं और कितना ऊपर जा सकता है। नहीं, यहाँ पर भी ठीक नहीं है लेवल। लग तो नहीं रहा मोमेंटम आएगा अब इसमें क्रूड ऑयल में बिफोर इन्वेंट्री, इन्वेंट्री के बाद ही शायद कुछ मूव करेगा। एक बार देख लेते हैं, यहाँ पर काफ़ी देर से साइडवेज है। मुझे लग तो नहीं रहा है ब्रेक होगा नीचे वापस, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी सपोर्ट बना के बैठा हुआ है। फंस गया रेंज में। ठीक है, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये साइडवे चला गया बिफोर इन्वेंट्री नाउ, चांसेस आर वेरी लेस कि ये मूव करेगा अब क्रूड बिफोर इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे से पहले। व्हाट अबाउट फेड मीटिंग? फेड मीटिंग तो लेट नाइट है, तब तक तो मार्केट क्लोज ही हो जाएगा। 12:30 के अराउंड इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग फेड मीटिंग। ठीक है, क्लोज अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल देखा जाए तो, बट अब मोमेंटम हो ना हो कह नहीं सकते, तो के नीचे भी सपोर्ट बना दिया इसने तो। अब दिस काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट बन गए नीचे। 10 मिनट का भी सपोर्ट है, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का भी सपोर्ट है। क्रूड ऑयल ऊपर भी रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, ब्रेक नहीं हुआ है, बट नीचे भी सपोर्ट बना दिया, तो ये रेंज एक्सपेक्टेड ही है। अब लेट्स सी इन्वेंट्री आती है तो फिर देखते हैं। क्लोज किया नहीं है लेवल के ऊपर क्रूड ऑयल, ध्यान रखना। लगता है इन्वेंट्री आज है, इस वजह से पूरा ही साइडवे चला जाएगा बिफोर इन्वेंट्री। इन्वेंट्री पे शायद कहीं बड़ा मूव करे। डूइंग साइडवेज नाउ।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The trading day has officially begun on this Fed Day. That's the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And at the open, stocks are treading water. The S&P 500 is little changed at about 6,050. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is little changed as well at about 43,400. And the NASDAQ Composite, little changed, 20,100 is.
बाइंग करें फ्रॉम द एफईजी। एफईजी कहाँ पर है सर? एफईजी निकल गया, नीचे है एफईजी यहाँ पर। ये एक रीटेस्ट और एफईजी जोन था, वहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग मार्केट ने काफ़ी देर ट्राई किया। यहाँ पर कोई जोन नहीं है।
Is the NASDAQ level. 10-year Treasury yield is little changed at 4.39% as investors wait for the final Federal Reserve rate decision of 2024. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta has a preview.
The market is primed and priced for what could be the last rate cut, not only of 2024, but that we could see for some time out of the Federal Reserve. But if they were to hold earlier, it would signal that there is perhaps extreme confidence in this economy's willingness to digest and ability to digest any sort of pitfalls that we may see into next year. And I think this is a really crucial one because if you do see a cut, there's questions of what data justifies that cut.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta. And before the decision, we did get one last piece of data. New home construction unexpectedly fell last month by 1.8% to the slowest pace since July. A drop in multifamily projects outweighed a rebound for single-family homes. Our Fed Day coverage begins this afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed Decides on Bloomberg Radio and Television and on the Bloomberg Podcast's YouTube page. We have breaking news on Capitol Hill, where the House Ethics Committee has reportedly reversed itself and voted to release its report into former Congressman Matt Gaetz. The Florida Republican abruptly withdrew his bid to become President-elect Donald Trump's Attorney General as he denied allegations of past sexual misconduct and drug use. CNN reports the House Ethics report could be released within days. Elon Musk is coming out against the Republican deal to temporarily fund the government. In a post on X, the world's richest man and key advisor to President-elect Donald Trump wrote, quote, "This bill should not pass." Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has more from Washington.
I was actually on Capitol Hill yesterday where we felt that growing discontent among Republicans when it came to this stopgap measure, despite their leader, House Speaker Mike Johnson, being the one to negotiate it.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington. Now, Speaker Johnson was on Fox News this morning. He says he's been texting Musk and his fellow government efficiency chief Vivek Ramaswamy about the stopgap. Johnson says they don't like the spending and he doesn't either. The bill contains more than
वॉल्यूम नहीं रहता सर, कभी कभी आता है वॉल्यूम 2 बजे के आसपास। नॉर्मली वो 12:30 के अराउंड 12:30 1:30 के अराउंड न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होता है, तो उस समय थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम हो जाता है कभी कभी। अदरवाइज कमोडिटी मार्केट में देख ही रहे हो वॉल्यूम कितना कम है, बिल्कुल ही मतलब क्या ही कहूँ। इवनिंग पे ही थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम रहता है अराउंड 5:30 6:30 के अराउंड, तभी थोड़ा मोमेंटम आता है। नहीं तो मॉर्निंग पे तो आप देखते ही हो निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में ही वॉल्यूम रहता है ट्रेड करने के लिए। मार्केट कभी कभी ही रिएक्शन देता है मॉर्निंग पर, अदरवाइज इवनिंग पे ही ह्यूज वॉल्यूम है।
and $100 billion in emergency disaster relief while keeping existing government funds in place through March 14th. CIA Director William Burns has arrived in Qatar to try to rev up ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas. That's according to the New York Times. Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell says she's hopeful for a hostage release deal.
Statements by the president-elect Donald Trump were significantly important, not just for Israel, but actually in creating certain breakthroughs towards the negotiation of an actual deal to bring them back.
Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell says she's hoping for good news in the next days and weeks, but when it comes to Hamas, she says she tries to stay pessimistic. Haskell spoke with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix. Russia says it's made an arrest in the bombing that killed a top general in Moscow. Investigators say the suspect is an Uzbek national who was paid $100,000 by Ukraine to plant the bomb that killed the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological forces. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told MSNBC this morning the U.S. supports Ukraine taking the fight to Russia on the battlefield, but does not support assassination operations like this. Nissan is in merger talks with Honda in a deal that would keep the ailing car maker alive. Bloomberg's Craig Trudell is our global autos editor.
Honda has been sort of reluctant to do something like this. There's been talks for months about these companies potentially working together, but on a smaller scale, sort of select projects, maybe some cross shareholding, but not an out-and-out merger.
Bloomberg's Craig Trudell reports the merger talks apparently ramped up when Taiwan's Foxconn approached Nissan about taking a stake. French automaker Renault is also said to be open to a deal. It already owns 36% of Nissan. We got earnings this morning from General Mills. The cereal giant cut its profit outlook for next year so it can cut prices to drive sales. At the open, General Mills shares are down about 4%. After the close today, we'll hear from Micron Technology. Investors are going to be looking at trends in its high bandwidth memory products for AI infrastructure. At the open, Micron shares are up about 1%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
क्रूड ऑयल अब इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है, उसी का वेट करते हैं. स्टिल मार्केट रेंज के अंदर ही है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस नीचे सपोर्ट, वो एफईजी वाला लगता है इन्वेंट्री के बाद ही मूव करेगा. 9 PM इन्वेंट्री है. इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आया तो ऊपर जाना चाहिए. देखते हैं क्या मूव करता है. काफ़ी देर का कंसोलिडेशन है. नीचे 15 मिनट 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम दोनों का ही सपोर्ट बना हुआ है यहाँ पर. अब ऊपर जाएगा तो इन्वेंट्री में हो सकता है ये रेजिस्टेंस भी ब्रेक कर दे, क्योंकि ये भी 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है. 4th टाइम आएगा इस लेवल पे आएगा तो लेट्स सी इन्वेंट्री क्या आती है. नेचुरल गैस स्टिल पॉजिटिव ही है जब तक ये होल्ड कर रहा है 282. अगर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट पे एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं, या फिर थोड़ा सा इस लेवल के आसपास आ जाए तो यहाँ से एक रेजिस्टेंस भी है और एक रीटेस्ट भी है, तो यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखना. फिलहाल साइडवे चला गया ये भी. ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री से पहले फ्रेश प्लान मत करना, क्रूड में फ़ायदा नहीं है. चाहो तो स्ट्रैडल बना लेना इन्वेंट्री आने के वक्त, बेटर रहेगा. या फिर इन्वेंट्री का वेट कर लो, 9 बजे इन्वेंट्री आ जाएगी, काफ़ी टाइम रहेगा. कोई ना कोई ट्रेड बड़े टारगेट के साथ एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं उसके बाद.
powering a sustainable future. Advance your energy research. Access latest.
Never quite makes it to the finish line. It's going to happen again next year, so we'll see there. So it's the issues behind it. To get to an investment, do you have to sell that? That's one thing that the people that draft this have been struggling with. And then the other issue is how.
Cancel on time.
We're taking a closer look at some trending tickers this morning, and we're doing it in 30 seconds each. Let's go. First up, Boeing resuming production of multiple.
We'll give you all the personal finance news that you need to know. Thanks.
The Cancel on Time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Catalyst. I'm Madison Mills. Shauna Smith is telling you about what's next.
Yeah, it seems a little toppy here. When you go back to the Japan yen carry trade, we're down about 16 for another buying opportunity. If this head and shoulders top plays out, you want to back it out. Look at a weekly chart. It's been up above its 200-week moving average since January 13th, 2023. And if it pulls, story will be, okay, we're AI, we were focused on CapEx. Next year, breaking out to new highs that used AI implementation with Agent Force. Two trend together to the Dow and the S&P 500. The Dow was lagging the S&P by about 12%. In the water. I know there's a lot of news in healthcare, and then that stock in particular with the CEO. This may be a good trading opportunity to buy a little bit of a rally here in UNH.
All right, Jay, interesting call there. Thank you so much as always. Really appreciate you joining us in studio. Our thanks to Jay Woods. Nvidia is looking to stay ahead of the competition with its next generation AI chips, making Blackwell Yahoo Finance's choice for product of the year. Yahoo Finance's executive editor Brian Sozzi is here with more on what makes the chip stand out as that top product choice. Hey, Sozzi.
Hey, Maddie. Yes, Product of the Year award going to Nvidia. Really, it was a hands-down favorite right out of the block with our editorial leadership team. It was going to Blackwell. Three reasons why, and you can see a lot of those reasons here. One, based on all the reporting that we have done for this award, it became very clear that Blackwell is the leader. It is the clear leader in the AI chip race. Sure, you have AMD. Intel's been trying to do something in chips, trying to get into the AI space, chip space, but it is Nvidia that still has its lead in large part because what is about to come with Blackwell. And then what is about to come, the interesting thing here with Blackwell, it has already developed a backlog of billions of dollars in related sales that Nvidia will start to drive home next year, really start to influence its top and bottom lines. And why it's generating those sales, of course, guys, is because they are the leading player in building out the AI infrastructure. You put all these things together, Maddie, and you really get the sense it was a Blackwell type of year, and it will be more of a Blackwell year next year as this chip gets in the hands of customers. And Maddie, you know, I will say this too. You made it in this business when you could stand next to a Blackwell chip on a big screen. That's how I know I made it. Good stuff. I can feel the power of this chip oozing off the screen.
I know you can, Sozzi, and eventually we'll have some sort of like metaverse thing where you can really play around with that chip as you talk about it for Company of the Year. Thank you very much, Brian, for joining us on that. Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman is also here with more on the power behind Blackwell. And Julie, I know you've done some amazing reporting on why this chip is so beloved.
Yeah, I mean, I will mention one of the ironies of this being picked as the product of the year. The thing didn't ship till the fourth quarter, right? But there has been such anticipation and such demand from the hyperscalers to get it to power their data centers and their large language models. that's why we named it the product of the year. So if you look at some of the specs on this chip, and listen, I am not necessarily a semiconductor expert, but the numbers sort of tell the story here. So it has 208 billion transistors. That is more than 2.5 times that of Hopper, which was the predecessor chips. And then there's something that NVIDIA talks a lot about, and other chip makers too, which is the so-called total cost of ownership. Blackwell is expensive. It is the most advanced and therefore the most expensive GPU on the market. However, NVIDIA argues that because it is highly energy efficient, the total cost of ownership over the lifetime of the chip makes more sense. And then it's not just Blackwell that NVIDIA is selling. It's really a whole computing system. So it combines with the Grace CPU for a full rack of computing power. That's what's going into these data centers. Now, CEO Jensen Huang, he rolled this out. He first introduced this in March. And here's what he said about Blackwell at the time.
There's no memory locality issues, no cache issues. It's just one giant chip. And so when we were told that Blackwell's ambitions were beyond the limits of physics, the engineer said, so what? And so this is what happened. And so this is the Blackwell chip.
So it's showing there the physical chip. It is the largest GPU ever made as well, we should mention. And it's made by using 2 die, basically 2 chips that are connected by a high bandwidth interface. That was one of the leaps, the innovation leaps that NVIDIA made in developing the chip. You can see what it's already done. Well, if you look at the revenue growth that we've seen for NVIDIA already, as I said, Blackwell didn't actually ship till the 4th quarter of the year. So a lot of this is demand for other data center chips like Hopper, what we've seen thus far. But the real surprise began for NVIDIA not this year, but last May when we had that big upside surprise in revenue. And then the company's revenue has just continued to grow here, although at a somewhat slower rate the bigger it has gotten, Maddie.
Yeah, that's certainly been a question we've been talking about, is the decline or slowdown, I should say, in the profit growth estimates moving forward. Given that and what we've heard this week from Broadcom, what are your sources telling you just about the path forward for NVIDIA and whether Blackwell will be enough to keep NVIDIA as the leader?
So let's be clear here. NVIDIA is still absolutely dominant in this space. When I talk to analysts, I talk to Ben Beheron, I talk to John Vinn over at KeyBank, and they talk about 80% plus of the control that NVIDIA currently has on this data center generative AI LLM market, right? So they are hugely dominant. And when you look through the next year, Vin said, as long as they can solve some of their manufacturing bottlenecks that they have had and get the flywheel going, then they'll be fine. Yes, the revenue growth is expected to slow, but again, that's because they're coming from higher and higher numbers, and demand doesn't seem to be of a concern. The competitive threat is going to come from custom chips, most likely. AMD, yes, but Broadcom, as we've been increasingly talking about, got a lot of attention in its most recent report, talking about the increase in demand for custom chips. But again, when I talked to analysts, they said the custom chips aren't there yet. They are not yet competitive. They're going to chip away, they're going to increase, and at some point maybe they will be there. But if you look over the next year, doesn't seem like that is yet happening. You have to maybe look further out to see the changes that are perhaps going to come.
And perhaps those custom chips will be purchased by smaller customers who maybe aren't going to have as much purchasing power, which will keep NVIDIA's lead at the top as well. 80% market share, you really can't.
Yeah, I mean, right now the hyperscalers are the ones who are spending the money. Yeah. They have big war chests, as we know, and they're very willing to spend. They feel like it is an imperative that they spend right now. So yes, to your point, when we get further along in the cycle and it's others spending, they're going to have perhaps different priorities. Keep in mind also we are going to be switching from the training phase of AI more to the inference phase. In other words, right now, all those large language models are just sucking up information. Inference is when they put that information to work to actually think, if you will, to infer, to do the work that they are designed to do.
And you want the best chips to be able to do that.
You want the best chips. I mean, Jensen Huang has argued that NVIDIA's chips are the best chips for that. Some critics have said when we get to inference, maybe some of the other chips will also start to gain more market share because you don't need quite as much computing power when you get to that phase.
Right. Okay. Really interesting, Julie. Thank you so much, and amazing reporting as always. Thank you for bringing us the product of the year details that we need. Coming up here, we're going to take a look at today's trending tickers. We'll get you the news behind those moves next, right here on Catalyst. Stick around.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to All There Is. I'm Anderson Cooper. This time of year can be hard for so many of us. It certainly is for me. I plan to have an all-new episode of the podcast this week, but I'm taking some time off with my kids, and I couldn't finish
Well, one of the challenges here is that we don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet. You know, there's been talk about a thing that is true is that each country where these companies operate has an antitrust regulator, and they're going to look closely at how this affects their market, their local market. For example, in the U.S., Honda and Nissan both have manufacturing plants in the U.S. Honda is a very popular brand, has top 10 car sales in the U.S., and people are going to look to see how this is going to affect them. Now, to the extent that they want to try to focus on EV production, you know, EV uptake in the U.S. has been a little bit slower than other countries. So we'll have to see how that turns out.
Is that a more effective argument for these two firms in a place like China, where we have seen EV demand be so strong and really part of what's weighed on sales for both of these companies?
Well, one of the things that distinguishes the U.S. from, for example, Europe, where China's sales of EVs are going gangbusters, is that in the U.S. we have Tesla as a major competitor, and you look at other companies, the U.S. companies, Ford, GM, they have gone in for EVs, but those EV sales have been slower, partly because they're more expensive, those cars, and second, because our infrastructure is not quite up to where it needs to be for as much of an adoption as we had hoped.
So more broadly then, I'm curious about the argument that you think would be most effective from Nissan and Honda here in terms of getting regulatory approval for a merger in the United States.
Well, I think what they would need to show is that Honda and Nissan, well, one of the things, Nissan is well publicized that they're in a little bit of financial trouble. Right. So one of the things they could be arguing is that Nissan has a troubled outlook and therefore needs some sort of merger in order to stay competitive in the marketplace. In other words, you would lose a competitor. That could be one of the arguments that they make. The other thing, too, is they'd have to show that if, to the extent that EVs are going to become a larger part of the American auto buying public market, that this will make them more competitive and make the anti-China growth bigger and better and stronger. Those are a couple of arguments that they could make.
So how much, as a former FTC commissioner yourself, how much does that actually weigh on the decision? You mentioned, for example, the fact that there is this challenging macro backdrop for automakers. If it's either merge or fail, does that make the merger more likely to go through?
Well, it's one of the factors that they could look at as a net positive. In other words, if there's going to be a loss of American jobs and competition within the marketplace, then that could be a positive speaking for a merger. But you'd have to weigh that against the fact that you'd have essentially a higher concentration within the market, especially for competitive gas-powered cars. And that's the thing in the U.S., because don't forget, Honda is very popular in the U.S., and Nissan, while it's not as popular, also sells some top 10 cars in the U.S.
All right. Well, we got to leave it there, but thank you so much for joining us, Mazel. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Coming up, we're going even deeper into M&A with a look at how deal makers view the incoming administration, interest rates, and artificial intelligence. All of that next, right here on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
According to a new survey from KPMG, this year we saw just $1.8 trillion in total deals. That was new data. Deal makers are optimistic about 2025. Joining me now in studio, we've got Carol Stryker, KPMG Head of Deal Advisory and Strategy. Carol, great to have you on set with us this morning. So talk to me about what this
Okay guys, I think voice नहीं आ रही थी शायद. Now it is clear. मैं बोल रहा था शायद काफी देर से कुछ आवाज नहीं आ रही थी. Now I hope clear आ रही होगी voice. न्यूज़ की आ रही है, मेरी नहीं आ रही ना. नहीं आ रही होगी, अब आ रही होगी. मैं रिपीट कर देता हूँ एक बार. इन्वेंट्री आई थी, इन्वेंट्री आपकी नेगेटिव थी. क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए दो इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई थी, एक पॉजिटिव आई थी. मार्केट कुछ खास मूव किया नहीं, अभी भी फिलहाल रेंज के अंदर ही चल रहा है. ऊपर ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, यहाँ पर मार्केट अगर रेजिस्टेंस लेता है थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ सेल करना. कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनेगी तो सेल मत करना, फिर नहीं तो ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट के लिए जा सकता है. उस केस में फिर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड रहेगा. ये ऑलरेडी लेवल 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है प्रीवियसली पास्ट में, और मार्केट ने लोअर लो बनाया नहीं है. 1 2 3, दिस इज द फोर्थ टाइम ये यहाँ पर आ रहा है. बाकी नीचे आता है तो फिर ये हमारे पास एक सपोर्ट एरिया अराउंड 5945 के अराउंड है. नेचुरल गैस भी देखोगे तो फिलहाल थोड़ा बहुत साइडवेज ही पड़ा हुआ है. नीचे अगर ये ब्रेक डाउन कर दे 282 के नीचे, ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट, वहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो, या फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के आसपास आ जाए वहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो. अदरवाइज इसी रेंज में रहने के चांसेस हैं. फिर से सपोर्ट ले तो फिर से बाई कर लेना. कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे बाई नहीं करते, ध्यान रखना. बाकी अब आज और कोई डेटा शेड्यूल नहीं है. एफओएमसी का स्टेटमेंट 12:30 के अराउंड आएगा. मुझे वहाँ पर ज़्यादा कुछ एक्सपेक्टेड है नहीं. क्रूड ऑयल गोल्ड और सिल्वर में मोमेंटम, क्योंकि जितना फोरकास्ट है उतना ही रेट कट होने वाला है, सबको पता है. तो जो भी मोमेंटम है उससे पहले ही होगा. शायद कोई बहुत बड़ी कैंडल बनेगी, इसके चांसेस कम है. अगर हाँ कोई रेट कट नहीं होता या फिर 50 बेसिस पॉइंट रेट कट हो जाते हैं, तब मुझे लगता है थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट मूव कर सकता है उस केस में बड़ा. माइक ऑफ नहीं था ये, आई थिंक, क्योंकि माइक ऑफ होता तो फिर वो न्यूज़ की वॉइस भी नहीं आती. ठीक है, बाकी 12:30 पे आपका एफओएमसी का स्टेटमेंट आएंगे तो तब थोड़ा सा लाइव रहेंगे. जो लोग फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करते हैं तब ज्वाइन हो सकते हैं हमारे साथ. फिलहाल गोल्ड और सिल्वर के भी ये लेवल हैं, कोई चेंज हुआ नहीं है अभी तक. टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल ध्यान रखना, ये आपका दिसंबर मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है.
cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time.
I mean, thank you for joining us. This actually seems like it's really spiraled really quickly. So what's the background for the crisis? And why are investors so skeptical about President Lula?
Yeah, like many market sell-offs, these things tend to build up over time and then sort of pop all at once, right? And this has been one of those. Lula, in his first term, I mean, he's always been, of course, the consummate leftist. He believes in big social programs and lots of government spending. But when he was president the last time around, he sort of balanced that with some pragmatism, and markets grew to sort of understand and respect the way he could do that. There was hope when he came back to the presidency that he would continue in that vein, but there was also anxiety that maybe he wouldn't. And so those forces would sort of, push against each other throughout the first couple of years of his terms. He would say something that sounded too spendy and markets would freak out. Then the finance minister would go remind him that markets were freaking out and he would sort of calibrate it. He has been calibrating less and less now. And over the past couple weeks, he presented the spending cut proposal that was supposed to calm markets, but he balanced it with a tax break for the less fortunate in Brazil. That freaked markets out and made it seem as if he wasn't serious about balancing the budget, which is sort of cascaded from there.
Christian, I mean, the other thing is like Brazil's central bank is intervening quite aggressively.
Yes.
But it's not doing much for the currency.
No, I mean, $3 billion worth of intervention in the past 24 hours alone, I believe, and it barely budged the real. We're going to see what happens today very shortly. But what we're getting to and what the market is really concerned about is a term called fiscal dominance, which I'm sure you're familiar with. That just means there's only so much the central bank can do, that at the end of the day, what the market is concerned about is the government's ability to balance the budget, and only the government can really resolve it.
So what will it take for Brazilian markets to rebound, I guess?
Well, Lula could pay attention to the markets. He has done so in the past and has, changed tack. And he could see the charts that I'm sure his finance minister and his central bank president are showing him, and decide to take a different course or moderate his language even a little bit about what he wants to do in the future. The problem is it's a little bit out of his hands. His spending bill is already in Congress, and of course there are lawmakers who are already, carving out some exceptions to the plan and in ways that would make it harder to rein in spending.
Okay, so watch the space.
Watch the space.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The outgoing Biden administration is making another move that could clash with incoming President Donald Trump. We get the details from Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld.
The Biden administration has authorized.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The outgoing Biden administration is making another move that could clash with incoming President Donald Trump. We get the details from Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld.
The Biden administration has authorized California regulations that compel the sale of zero-emission vehicles over the next decade and ultimately ban the sale of conventional gasoline-powered cars in 2035. Remember, of course, President-elect Trump has vowed to terminate EV mandates, and his administration is expected to swiftly seek to revoke the approval.
Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld. Now, President-elect Trump's plan to revoke EV mandates while boosting domestic supply chains for electric cars sent Tesla shares lower yesterday. They're down even more right now by more than 1%. Tesla CEO Elon Musk is speaking out against the newly released stopgap spending bill the congressional leaders agreed to just yesterday. In a post on X, the leading Trump advisor wrote, quote, "This bill should not pass." Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reports the stopgap includes some new spending that House Speaker Mike Johnson struggled with his own Republicans to get included.
Perhaps most notably, the $100 billion in disaster relief funding for Americans that are still reeling from the devastating hurricanes that happened over the fall in the southeast U.S. Of course, that was part of a bipartisan push President Biden had asked for that money back in October, but we're seeing a litany of other issues be tacked onto this bill, including $10 billion in economic assistance for farmers, even potential curbs to U.S. investment in China.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington. Now, Speaker Johnson was on Fox News this morning saying he's on a text chain with Musk and fellow government efficiency chief Vivek Ramaswamy. He says they both don't like the spending in this bill. Johnson says he told them he doesn't either. The House Ethics Committee may have reversed itself on how it deals with Matt Gaetz. According to a report from CNN, the panel voted secretly this month to release its report on the former congressman who was accused of sexual misconduct, drug use, and improper spending. The report says the panel's findings could be made public before this year is out. Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent will be back on Capitol Hill today to meet with more senators, including Democrat Elizabeth Warren. Bloomberg's David Gura has more on that.
Of course, Senator Warren is not shy about her criticism of Wall Street. I had to go back and look at the statement that she released after that pick was announced. And yes, she noted that he has a Wall Street background and has a lot of friends on Wall Street. But she did say at the end of that statement, and I think this is important, I don't know if Mr. Bessent will transfer his loyalty from Wall Street investors to America's workers, but she continues, I am willing to work with anyone to advance the interests of working families.
Bloomberg's David Gura reports Bessent also meets today with Republican Senators Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz, and James Lankford. Investors will be focused on Washington as we are just hours away from the final Federal Reserve decision of 2024. Jay Powell and company are widely expected to deliver a third straight rate cut and signal fewer reductions for next year. We asked former St. Louis Fed President James Bullard what he's expecting.
I think the dot plot is going to do the job for the Fed here. And the dot plot is, Wall Street either thinks 3 or maybe 2 is a median number of rate cuts for next year. Those will be spread out over the year. So that's going to dovetail with the story that much slower pace of rate reduction.
Jim Bullard, now dean of Purdue University's Business School, was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance, and our Fed Day coverage begins this afternoon at 1:30 Wall Street time on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides on Bloomberg Radio and Television and on the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. Looking at shares of Honda traded in the U.S., they are down 3%. The Japanese automaker is ramping up talks with Nissan on a merger that could keep the ailing automaker alive after it cut its profit outlook last month. Nissan shares closed higher by more than 23% in Tokyo. After the closing bell today on Wall Street, we will get earnings from Micron Technology, and we get a preview now from Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta.
A lot of the focus going to be on memory chips and that segment as well, and also whether or not you're going to see a big move in the shares as you did with the likes of Broadcom.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta reports Micron shares are up 33% this year. Ahead of the earnings right now, they're up another 2%. The S&P 500 is up about 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 0.3% higher. The Nasdaq Composite is little changed as we get closer to today's Fed decision. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this.
You're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh.
Today, it's a cut. It's going to be the cut. It's about what's next and what we'll see in that SEP. What are you expecting?
Well, it's just a mark to market. Growth has been better. The unemployment rate has not fallen as much as expected, and inflation is stickier. Most measures of the Fed's preferred inflation is really floating around 3%. That's allow for a proper easing cycle, even if that's what the Fed wants. So the core today is really, where are their personal biases? We don't love that as economists. We want hard numbers, but the devil will be in the details of Powell's presser and how he talks about how the Federal Reserve is thinking about an enormous set of possibilities and extraordinary uncertainty over the course of 2025.
What are the key words that we could hear from Fed Chair Powell that would really express caution as it is talked about and discussed among the FOMC members here? Because that was the theme that our own Jennifer Schonberger teed up and told us to anticipate going into this.
Fed poetry, this is my favorite topic. What are the words the market will be looking for? Careful is a word that we heard a lot whenever we see an inflection point. So last time the Fed used a lot of the word careful, it meant an end to the hiking. We could be hearing words like pause. Pause would mean a breather. So maybe we cut and then we assess. I'm not sure that we'll hear a straight up confession to hold or prolonged holds, but those are words that we're looking for as well. To be honest, what I'm looking for a lot more is not just the indication around the pause, but how are they thinking about tariffs? Tariffs are really complicated for central banks. They increase prices, but they also produce growth shocks, which is ultimately disinflationary or can move up that unemployment rate. How are they considering that? How are they thinking through the uncertainty around data? We just had a large election that's skewing a lot of our confidence data now to the upside. That's making it more difficult to get a clear read. So I want to hear more about their perspectives on some of these issues that'll inform the next year. Then I'll be too focused on individual words. I got to tell you too, this is a Federal Reserve that 1 month is telling us this is their preferred indicator and the next one tells us another one. So of course markets will react to words like pause and careful, but pay attention to the longer term perspective and their frameworks a little bit more.
It's hard to suss out what they're going to do next when they are so data dependent, but the data is really murky, to your point, Francis. How does that play into your call that we can expect another cut to come in January? Because you lay out a scenario where inflation is still sticky. What is the justification going to be?
Well, it's essentially that this is a Federal Reserve that has told us, they've been very clear, they don't want rates to be as restrictive as they are now. Even though the unemployment rate has not weakened as much as many expected, it is still weakening. And Chair Powell has said we don't need more weakening in the labor market. So this is a Fed that said we want to get closer to their estimate of neutral. Now, this might be the most interesting thing that we can look at today is what is the Fed's estimate of neutral, because that is their anchor for how far they're trying to get. In the past or the last meeting, they said they think it's around 3%. We're an awfully far away from 3%. But do they now indicate it's 325 or 350? That'll tell us that they're actually trying to walk back what they're doing in 2025. So we're listening to them. We're trying to take them a little bit at their word that they want to get closer there. But am I putting big bets on January? No, it's just a reasonable base case. Today will be an important meeting as to how we should think about the January and March meetings.
The future of global health. Elevate your research impact. Explore cutting-edge insights and innovative solutions for 3 Sudanese pounds.
Into that FOMC meeting, the Dow looking to avoid a 10th straight day of losses ahead of the Fed's interest rate decision. That's out 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Joining me now, we've got Ben Gutteridge, who is the Invesco Portfolio Manager for Multi-Asset Strategies. And Ben, I mean, you ultimately see the Fed's path easing, continuing. So when do you see that shifting in 2025?
Well, I guess there would be regular intervals where the Federal Reserve would be reassessing the data. But, you know, you're still sort of looking at about 2 to 3 cuts next year, evenly spread. So that is the base case. And therefore, I guess you're sort of talking about the end of the year before you get that sort of qualified pause where the Federal Reserve sort of says we're at or about the level of rates that can keep growth and inflation at trend and respectively at target. Of course, that's sort of a blue sky qualified opinion, but through the journey will no doubt be fraught with inflationary upside and downside surprises. But that's sort of the base case and the journey we're anticipating.
So what would then be the pass through to the equity markets, and what's your outlook there for 2025?
Well, the outlook for 2025 is a positive one on the basis that growth can remain resilient, that inflationary pressures, whilst not fading at the pace that most of us would want, still moderating, and therefore giving the Federal Reserve the flexibility to make, a brace or 3 interest rate cuts. That type of mix is good for equities. But as I said, it's a pretty narrow path at the moment. Inflationary surprises could well lead to suggestions that the Fed is going to make a pause, or a couple of the central bank presidents, commentators could suggest, I'm thinking about a pause, and markets could be volatile in and around that base case. But the base case, interestingly, is one of about, an 8 to 10% return. But of course, markets are so rarely sort of stable as that. And I think the risks are to the upside. You would either expect quite a big move or quite a pronounced down move. So base case sort of 8 to 10, but on balance, risks to the upside, I think, from there.
Now, what do you think are some of the sectors that are best positioned going into the mix of the equation that you just laid out?
Well, I think no matter the economic backdrop, or you can downplay the economic backdrop when it comes to the AI theme, the hyperscalers, the infrastructure that supports an AI rollout. Of course, valuations look even more giddy, but time and again, the market underappreciates the amount of growth that comes out of that sector. But of course, it is ever more perilous given valuations have moved in the direction that they have. And so a nice complement to that is something like financials. Again, resilient growth, nice for financials and banks' balance sheets. And net interest margins, interest rates staying higher for longer, a better story for the margins they're earning on that loan book. And with equity markets at in and around all-time highs, there's incentive there for companies to raise funding, raise money on the stock market. And of course, that's good for some of the city banks, some of the more investment bank type names. So financials and that loosely defined technology sector, a nice blend, we think.
All right, Ben, thanks so much for taking the time here with us to kick off today's show. Certainly do appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Joining me now, we've got Catalyst co-host Madison Mills. First up, nuclear power startup Oklo, that's up here after announcing an agreement with data center operator Switch to deploy 12 gigawatts of advanced nuclear power through 2044. According to the agreement here, Oklo will develop, construct, and operate these powerhouses to provide power to Switch across the U.S. through a series of power purchase agreements here. We're seeing the stock higher by about 1.8%. What do you think is at play here?
Well, it's fascinating, too, because they were up as much as 10% in the pre-market here. So huge swing to the upside. This is the latest signal of nuclear power and really any type of energy demand that can meet the demands required by AI and the energy use required by AI as a play heading into 2024 here. Switch is a provider of AI, cloud, and enterprise data centers. Meantime, you've got Oklo providing them with nuclear power. They say they want to hit 12 gigawatts of additional power provided to the grid through to 2024 here. This really emphasizes Oklo as an AI play in the space as well. And as a reminder, this is backed by the likes of Sam Altman. He is Oklo's chairman. So certainly part of their DNA is that they are an AI play. But you take a look at the stock here over the last month, seen some headwinds. We've seen kind of a slowdown more broadly in the AI space amid some headwinds and questions heading into 2024 here. But you take a look at news like this today and the deployment of these 12 gigawatts of Oklo power. I should correct myself. They're projecting those 12 gigawatts by 2044, which is a more realistic timeline to add 12 gigawatts to the grid. And that is part of what's powering the stock higher today.
Got to give yourself some cushion on these targets. Yes. Next up, let's talk a little electronics components maker Jabil, who is surging here today. We're tracking this one after beating analyst expectations for revenue and profit and boosting its guidance in this most recent quarter. Now, the company, which is a key supplier for Apple, is benefiting from a surge in data center infrastructure demand. Jabil's CEO citing strength in cloud and data center infrastructure as one of the drivers for its better than expected results here. Shares moving up by about 8.5%. Perhaps a few things for investors to cheer about here today, Maddie.
Certainly, especially because the stock has certainly not been an underperformer year to date. It's up about 14%. So just the latest catalyst to the upside. for Jabil here. Their revenue coming in at $7 billion, a significant beat to the street estimate of $6.6 billion, as you point out, Brad. And as the CEO mentioned, the reason AI demand and cloud data center infrastructure, Jabil is one of those perfect picks and shovel plays in my mind as an example of what that can look like, because they manufacture these circuit brands that are utilized in AI products moving forward here. It's going to be interesting to see if we continue to see these picks and shovels outperforming, as we do anticipate further CapEx to be deployed in some of these AI names. I know we've been talking about that call from JP Morgan throughout the morning, the idea of more spend on AI, more AI moving forward here.
All right, you've been sitting here talking since 9 a.m. Get up off the desk. Come on, go back to your seat.
I'm thrilled to
Thanks so much for taking the time. Maddie, appreciate you sticking around, breaking down some of these trending tickers, and good breaking down some tickers with you on Morning Brief as well.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you.
Switch gears here a little bit. Morningstar found a record 55 mutual funds were converted into ETFs this year. In 2025, Bank of America expects an additional $3 billion in conversions, and Cerulli Associates expects ETFs to hold more assets than mutual funds by 2026. For more, I want to bring in Todd Rosenbluth, who is the TMX VettaFi Head of Research for this week's ETF report, brought to you by Invesco QQQ. Todd, good to have you here in studio.
Great to be here.
Absolutely. Let's talk about this a little bit. We're capping off a record year of ETF inflows. What do you think has really driven that?
So you're right. So $1 trillion has gone into ETFs this year. We've seen demand for actively managed ETFs. We've seen demand for fixed income ETFs. We had the first ever crypto ETFs, Bitcoin ETFs that were quite popular. ETFs are increasingly where advisors and investors are investing, how they're investing. It's the way that their focus is. But you mentioned earlier a number of trends that are happening. Mutual fund to ETF conversions, mutual fund providers that are now launching ETFs in the space. That's a great area to focus on.
Why do you think that's happening?
Well, asset managers are going where the investors are, and we're hearing that advisors, we're seeing the data, but we're seeing that advisors, according to VettaFi, are increasingly turning to ETFs. So we have a firm like Neuberger Berman that has expanded its product lineup. They launched a new product today. They've rolled out a suite of products throughout the year. T. Rowe Price is another firm that's had success bringing some of their best and brightest into the ETF world from the mutual fund world. It's just exciting. This is where investors are focused. It's where the asset managers are focused too.
What can we extrapolate about the flows into ETFs this year to really give us a sense of animal spirits in the market right now?
Well, we're seeing optimism towards equities. We've seen greater bullishness. We at VettaFi hosted an event last week where we asked investors and advisors where they were leaning heading to 2025, and almost 75% were bullish on equities as opposed to bearish on equities. Now, we gave them two choices. The market's up roughly 30%. But we're seeing Vanguard 500, $100 billion alone has gone into that ETF. IVV, a second most popular ETF this year. We've seen core S&P 500 products. But you mentioned animal spirits. There's, of course, leveraged ETFs that are tied to single securities. We've seen options-based strategies. It's a great time in the ETF marketplace.
We talk about some of the most overcrowded trades right now in the market, and it has been long Mag 7 to this juncture that continues to hold strong and really outpace. But if you are an investor looking for the broadening to take effect into other sectors and areas of the market, what are the ways to play that from an ETF perspective?
So small caps is a great opportunity for investors to participate. And there's some actively managed products. I was mentioning Neuberger Berman earlier. They have a small and mid cap product, NBSM, that is new this year, again, bringing some of their best ideas. T. Rowe Price has a ticker TMSL, T-Missile, as I like to say out loud, in terms of saying tickers together. That has been gathering assets. We've seen actively managed small cap ETFs, small and mid cap ETFs start to gain traction. That's a great way to see the market broadening out.
Yeah, absolutely. Just lastly, while we have you here, and you're thinking about some of the generational approaches that we've seen over the course of this year and really flocking to ETFs, and what is anticipated as we get even more new market participants and investors coming on board, how is that anticipated to impact the ETF landscape furthermore?
So newer entrants into the ETF, new entrants being participants that are buying ETFs, they're likely to start with something simple and broadly diversified like the S&P 500, and then gravitate towards something that takes on, that can tilt to their portfolio. So we've seen some thematic-oriented ETFs Global X has had success this year with some artificial intelligence. ETFs, AIQ, we were talking about AI earlier in some of the leading stocks. That's a great way that we're seeing investors tilt their portfolio towards some of the growth parts of the marketplace.
Todd, great to see you. Thanks for joining us in studio.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too.
Coming up, everyone, we're getting a pulse on the home market and looking ahead to the housing hotspots in 2025. That's next on Wealth.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
This time last year, Wall Street rather, was hoping that the housing market would thaw in 2024. Instead, it remains stagnant. Here to explain why, we've got Yahoo Finance's Danny Romero. Hey, Danny.
Brad, the culprit here was mortgage rates. Data from Freddie Mac showed that in January, mortgage rates were hovering around 6.6%. Now rates are holding steady around the same level. So that means borrowing costs remain expensive. Buyers were also dealing with high home prices. The median existing home price sales price jumped 5.7% on a yearly basis in February. Then, during the springtime, more house hunters were actively submitting loan applications, but that didn't increase sales. The reason? Mortgage rates were hovering near 7%, and that sidelined more buyers and sellers. Then, by the fall, mortgage rates fell to 6.2% as investors priced in interest rate cuts from the Fed starting in September. But sales didn't improve. More buyers and sellers were playing the waiting game, hoping that mortgage rates would continue to drop once the Fed began to cut. Now, once the Fed began to cut, mortgage rates started to move closer to 6.5% in October as market participants adjusted their expectations for future rate cuts. Now, as this year comes to a close, the rate path looks uncertain. The Fed will take center stage later today with the latest interest rate decision and, importantly, updating projections for its policy path in 2025. Now, bottom line, some housing experts expect housing activity to pick up next year as more homes will hit the market and with buyers and sellers adjusting to the reality of higher interest rates. Brad?
All right, Danny, thanks so much. Appreciate it. New home construction fell to a 4-month low in November. It's down 1.8% from the month prior, and this drop driven by a slump in multifamily projects. Still, new home inventory is currently at a 17-year high, and home builders are optimistic about the outlook from here. I spoke to Jim Tobin, who is the CEO of the National Association of Home Builders, yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Get ready for what I think is going to be a golden age of housing production over the next 4 or 5 years. We really need to get those pieces of land in the pipeline now, and we need to get them in there affordably so that we can meet demand in the future.
So what could take us into that golden age of housing? We have Lawrence Yun, who is the chief economist over at the National Association of Realtors. Lawrence, always a pleasure to grab some time with you here. Let's just start there. What are some of the driving forces or factors that would play into any golden age in housing?
Well, good morning, Brad. Certainly, the home sales have been rising recent months after being stagnant in the early part of the year. And the reasoning is very simple. We have more inventory. So more inventory is bringing out more buyers. We know that the mortgage rate is not fully behaving as the Federal Reserve has been cutting rates, mortgage rates stubbornly refusing to decline. But the more inventory, more choices for consumers are bringing buyers back into the market. That's why it is critical that the builders ramp up production in the upcoming years. So I do believe that the builders need to produce more and will produce more, thereby providing that golden years upcoming.
And so as we see the waning impact of election uncertainty, how do you anticipate that will be passed through to the purchasing activity in the housing market in 2025?
Very good question, because all the past election data shows, independent of which party wins the White House, that post-election, there is slight bump in home sales. I think this is just a natural phenomenon of people essentially being unglued from television and getting back to the real life. Furthermore, that there is certain certainty. People know, for better or worse, what the policy will likely to be under the new administration, and therefore people are more confident about making the major purchase, like home purchase, and therefore I anticipate that little additional bump post-election.
As I was taking a look at some Redfin data, and I know NAR, you've got your own excellent data that you read through, but one of the headlines that Redfin had this morning was talking about existing home sales rising to the highest level in over a year and a half. And some of that was tied to factors that we just mentioned a moment ago. But what else do you think needs to play out in order for this to be broader momentum for existing home sales?
When you look at all the corporate data, like, for example, home sales coming out of RE/MAX, home sales data coming out of Coldwell Banker, and other information is clearly indicating that the market is seeing some momentum. I think the continuing job creation is certainly a help. The mortgage rate, even though it's not declining, the stable mortgage rate, and let's remember, under 7% mortgage rate is below long-term historical average. 50-year mortgage rate average was roughly 7%. And we know that people who purchased home in the past years at 10% mortgage rate, 8% mortgage rate, whatever it was, they built wealth over time. And I think Americans recognize the potential. They want to get into the market if inventory shows up. So now that the inventories are beginning to show up, we are seeing good data coming out of Keller Williams and other brokerage companies that shows solid momentum building up.
I want to get to the National Association of Realtors 2025 housing hotspots here. You've listed 10, including Boston, Massachusetts, Hartford, Connecticut, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Phoenix, Arizona, among the top of that list here. And I'm actually proud to say that as of this year, I've been to all of these cities. So I can say something or another about each of these housing markets. But why do you expect these cities to be hotspots next year?
We were looking at some of the net migration trend? Is the job creation a little faster compared to nearby neighboring metro markets? Other factor is whether or not inventories are showing up, and the millennial generation who have deferred home purchase, likely due to the housing affordability challenges. Well, high-income millennials, where are they going into? Where are they? There is a pent-up demand? And also we are looking at the home sellers who have been sitting in their home for many, many years. We know there are life-changing circumstances, and generally Americans would move in 8, 9, 10-year time period. So if a locality has many homeowners beyond that tenure, it's certainly implying some pent-up seller, more inventory expected to come onto the market. So that's how we made those selection related to top 10. But I will say, majority of the U.S. markets, aside from the top 10, I think they will see a measurable improvement in 2025.
And at what price? How is affordability anticipated to fluctuate from your outlook?
The affordability will improve. The Federal Reserve will likely cut interest rate today and possibly more so next year. Mortgage rate has not yet responded, but it's just inevitable. With the banking lending rate being so low, mortgage rate will tilt downward, so that will help affordability. Income increases a little faster than home price growth. That will help affordability and also more supply, certainly giving more options to the buyer. Buyers would have better negotiating power to get into the market.
How many rate cuts do you anticipate we would need to see in order for there to be a real dent and an improvement in affordability next year?
The Federal Reserve likely will make about 4 rounds of rate cut next year. But I think the key factor for the mortgage rate is really the 10-year Treasury yield. And that will be impacted about how we address the future budget deficit. So if somehow the budget deficit projection is manageable rather than getting out of control, that will meaningfully bring down the mortgage rates.
Lawrence Yun, great to catch some time with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Yahoo Finance.
Thank you.
Coming up, everyone, your Yahoo Finance market update. We'll check out how stocks are moving and run through 3 stories that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. TikTok is getting a hearing from the Supreme Court. The justices have agreed to take up the wildly popular app's challenge to the law that would ban it in the U.S. unless its Chinese owner ByteDance sells it. The High Court has scheduled arguments for January 10th, 9 days before the ban or divest law is set to take effect. This week, President-elect Donald Trump said he would take a look at TikTok. He has reversed his stance on banning the app after embracing it during his campaign. Again, the Supreme Court has agreed to take up TikTok's challenge to a U.S. ban, arguments set for next month. An apparent rare reversal from the House Ethics Committee. Multiple outlets, including CNN and the New York Times, are reporting the panel voted secretly this month to release its report on former Congressman Matt Gaetz. He pulled his name from consideration to be President-elect Trump's Attorney General as he denied allegations of sexual misconduct and drug use. Just 2 weeks ago, House Republicans blocked a Democratic floor move to release the report. Now it is reportedly on track to be made public after House lawmakers return to their districts for the holidays. First Elon Musk, now Vivek Ramaswamy is coming out against the stopgap spending bill that would avert a government shutdown for another 3 months. In a post on X, the co-head of Trump's Department of Government Efficiency says he's read all 1,500-plus pages. In Ramaswamy's words, it is full of excessive spending, special interest giveaways, and pork-barrel politics. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's tried to keep extras out of the bill.
We worked really hard to achieve consensus on a bill that responsibly funds the government into March of next year. We've been working around the clock to get the CR done.
Speaker Johnson spoke this morning on Capitol Hill. The CR includes more than $100 billion in emergency disaster relief, among other measures. Earlier, Elon Musk had his own post on X saying, quote, "This bill should not pass." A new move from the Biden administration could set up another clash with President-elect Trump. The Environmental Protection Agency is authorizing California to move ahead with regulations aimed at boosting electric vehicle sales and ultimately banning gas-powered cars by 2035. The mandate is expected to cut California's vehicle emissions in half by 2040. It would also apply to New York, Washington, and other states that have opted to follow the California rules. President-elect Trump has promised to terminate electric vehicle mandates. He is likely to move quickly to try to reverse this one. Russia says it made an arrest in the assassination of a top general in Moscow. Investigators say the suspect is an Uzbek national who was recruited by Ukrainian intelligence to plant the bomb that killed the head of Russia's radiological, chemical, and biological forces. Svetlana Petrenko is on the Russian Investigative Committee.
On their instructions, he arrived in Moscow and received a homemade explosive device. He placed it on an electric scooter, which he parked at the entrance of the residential building where Igor Kirillov lived.
Svetlana Petrenko spoke through an interpreter. This morning, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told MSNBC the U.S. supports Ukraine taking the fight to Russia on the battlefield, but he says the White House does not support operations like this. Wolves in clothing of sheep is how Israel's Deputy Defense Minister Sharon Haskell is describing the rebel groups that overthrew Syrian President Bashar al-Assad.
We're not fooled by many of the conversations and the interviews that those rebel groups, who are in fact terrorist groups.
Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell says Israel won't make the same mistake it did with Hamas, which signaled support for coexistence with Israel before launching the October 7th attack. Haskell spoke this morning with Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua. Well, we're just hours away from the final Federal Reserve decision of 2024. Markets widely expect Jay Powell and company to deliver a third straight rate cut this afternoon. Bloomberg's Michael McKee says he'll be focused on the Fed's statement for clues about next year.
It has a line in it about in considering additional reductions in the Fed funds rate, we will look at all these different factors. If they stick in the word any additional, that would signal perhaps a pause ahead. And then, of course, the dot plot. Everybody's going to be looking at the dot plot to see not just how many, but how often. And we'll see whether or not that, too, signals any kind of pause.
Bloomberg's Mike Mulkey is in Washington for the Fed decision. It's set for 2 p.m. Wall Street time, followed by Chairman Powell's news conference at 2:30. Our coverage begins at 1:30 on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides on Bloomberg Radio and Television and the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. Ahead of it, stocks are mostly higher. The S&P 500's up 0.1% right now. So is the NASDAQ Composite. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher by 0.3%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.39%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
What could you do if your data was working for you and not against you? With Bloomberg delivering enterprise data directly to your...
If it crashes at the wrong time, you might not be able to retire. And we just don't want that to happen. So if you're in your 60s, you need to start shoring up your portfolio, making it a little more conservative, start focusing on interest and dividends. It's not so much about growth anymore as much as it is about protection.
And so with that in mind, let's talk about those who are in their 40s, those future retirees, but a little bit longer ways off than the 60-year-olds.
So when you're in your 40s, you still probably have 20 years to go. There's a couple of things that you need to be thinking about. First of all, dollar cost averaging should absolutely be a part of the equation. That's just where you're investing the same money over and over again into stocks or into mutual funds. And you want to be focusing on a combination of Roth IRAs and traditional IRAs. When you put money into a Roth IRA, you're paying tax on the seed, and that harvest is going to be tax-free forever. And it doesn't mean you have to contribute everything to a Roth IRA, but the clients that I have and the people that I talk to in retirement that are the happiest are people that have a balanced bucket of tax-free money in Roth IRAs and money that they have in pre-tax or traditional IRAs. And by focusing on traditional IRAs and Roth IRAs at the same time and creating that balance, you're going to give yourself a lot of flexibility in the future, but you're going to get some tax breaks now as well, too. Keep dollar cost averaging. Do everything you can to max out your 401k in your 40s. You should be able to do that. You put in your $30,500 a year, and you're going to wind up with a good bucket of money down the road to maximize your savings for sure.
And finally, let's talk about Gen Z, those in their 20s.
So when you're in your 20s, you want to start the habit of saving. Dollar cost averaging, as I mentioned, start saving something. 10% is a good number. It doesn't mean that's where you want to be the rest of your life. You could move it up to 15 or 20% down the road, but 10% is a good number to start saving. So you want to focus on the habit of saving. If you were to make $20 an hour at 8% a year average over time for 40 years, and you just save 10% of that, it'd grow to $1.2 million over 40 years just by saving 10%. So get in that habit. Again, Roth IRAs, if you're younger, you're making $20, $25 an hour, you're not in a high tax bracket at this point. Almost everything you should be doing should be in Roth IRAs because you're not going to get a huge tax savings anyway, but you're going to have a huge tax savings down the road. And home ownership, you're in your 20s, start focusing on saving some money, not just for retirement, but figure out a way to save some money for home ownership with the idea of having that home paid off in retirement. You'll be really glad that you did that. In retirement, you won't have any rent, and you'll own your own home. So a couple things to think about in your 20s.
Just lastly, Anthony, while we have you here, I was looking at an Allianz Life study and survey just before we came on air here and talking about more Americans planning to focus on finances in 2025. They found that for the amount of people who are looking to improve their finances, 15% looking to pay down credit cards to do so, but 15% also saying that they're increasing their retirement savings, and that's what they're laser focused on. What is the number one retirement savings New Year's resolution that people should be keeping in mind?
Well, the order of events should be to save yourself $1,000 in an emergency fund. And we're talking about the younger generation that doesn't have any money at this point. Number one, get yourself $1,000 in the bank. There's a psychological effect for having money set aside that you just know is there for emergencies. You want that psychological effect to start building in. Number two, get out of debt. I would rather see you focus your income and focus your payments to get out of debt as opposed to saving. If it's a matter of putting more money in your 401k or paying down your savings, pay down your debt rather, pay down your debt first and then start saving in your 401k. Once you've got an emergency fund, small emergency fund, just for the mentality of it, once you have your credit cards and your debt paid off, then you can start saving 10% a year. That would be the 3 top priorities in that order.
All right, Anthony, it looks like you're about to bless up a couple team members over there with all them gift bags behind you here. Hope you have a happy holiday season.
Happy holidays, Brad.
We're closing in on the end of the year, and if you're getting bombarded by messages to donate to charity, guess what? You're not the only one. And if you're over the age of 70 and a half, there's a special way that you can donate to benefit someone in need. Here with more, we've got Bob Powell, who is the editor and publisher of Retirement Daily and host of the Yahoo Finance podcast, Decoding Retirement. Bob, great to have you here on set with us. Let's talk about this. What is the donation method?
Sure. It's called the Qualified Charitable Distribution. And for folks who are 70 and a half, they can contribute directly to a charity up to $105,000. And if you're a married couple, you can make $210,000 donation to a charity. A couple things to keep in mind. The IRA trustee has to make the contribution directly to the charity. And the good news is that this won't count toward your taxable income. So it's a great way to sort of like do good with money that you might have or typically donated to charity.
Yeah.
But instead of having to have that count toward income, it doesn't. So it's a great way to do that. One other thing, if you're age 73 or older, and you're taking required minimum distributions from your IRA, you can use that qualified charitable distribution, QCD, to satisfy your required minimum distribution. So it's a great way to sort of like take care of your finances and take care of your charity.
I'm not going to lie, Bob. I'm trying to figure out, and it seems like a lot of our team is too, why the half? Why 70 and a half? Seems like we could have just rounded down to 70 or rounded up to 71.
Oh, you're asking the unanswerable, Brad. Like, no one knows.
We're splitting hairs here. Okay, a better question. We also have the Secure 2.0 provisions that are taking effect in 2025. Secure 2.0 is a federal law that encourages Americans to save for retirement. Bob, what are some of the provisions that you're closely watching?
Yeah, so there were 92 provisions that were put in place in Secure Act 2.0. Many of them are coming into play in 2025. The one that I really love is called the super catch-up contribution. Mm-hmm. So if you're contributing to a 401k, a 457, a 403b, or a thrift savings plan at work, you can typically contribute $23,500 to it. If you're age 50 and older, you can contribute an additional $7,500 called a catch-up contribution. But if you're 60, 61, 62, or 63, you can contribute an additional $11,250, which means that the total amount that you can set aside in your 401k is now $34,750. Not a bad deal.
Yeah, not at all. Bob, thanks so much for breaking this down for us.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you're welcome,
it.
Brad.
You can catch more of Bob on Decoding Retirement. That's Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Yahoo Finance or wherever you get your podcasts. As we head into the last 2 weeks of the year, we want to look at some of the money moves that you still have time to make. Here with more, let's bring in Jason Bottenfeld, who is the Steward Partners Global Advisory Partner and Managing Director. Jason, good to have you here on the program with us. You have 4 key money moves for year end, and the first have to do with equities. So what do people need to know?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Brad. It's an interesting part of the year at the end of the year here when people are thinking about what do I do with my portfolios, and depending on what you've invested in, they could be extremely high and your allocations could be a little bit out of whack. So when I talk about that, is more of, you should have a strategic allocation. You had a lot of guests on earlier talking about putting money into IRA accounts and taxable accounts, but what is that allocation that you have in there, and is it skewed, and has it been skewed? And this is a good time at the end of the year to take a look at that and say, should I be rebalancing back to that versus letting it continue to ride, which is always has been a good strategy over the last few years, but you need to really pull back and take a little risk off and go strategic with your allocation, get back to that strategic allocation.
You also talk about what to do with taxable accounts. What should people know there?
Yeah, again, at the end of the year, you don't want to do anything that's going to cause a lot of additional taxes if you haven't already. But one of the things to look at is that potentially in portfolios, because of what's going on with interest rates and the Fed, that the bond market really hasn't kind of bounced back yet. So you could potentially still have some losses in there, or if you made some allocations there this year, they could be down 1 or 2%, and it could be an area to where you could take a little bit of that loss and offset any harvesting of gains that you did during the year, or you might do towards the end of the year as you rebalance back to that strategic allocation. So you want to be mindful of what you're doing here at the end of the year. You've only got a few weeks left. You don't want to create a huge tax burden if you don't have to. But again, rebalancing back to that strategic allocation makes a lot of sense.
How about your IRA or your 401k? What actions need to be taken before the end of the year?
Yeah, so that's where I kind of make a little bit of a shift from what I just said, which is, you could be a little bit more tactical inside of those, because as you're making these moves and you can make a little bit broader cuts. And by saying that, what I mean is try to find some, positions that are outsized. I mean, even a 7% allocation in some tech stocks could be weighted to 10% now. And if that's not where you wanted to be, again, rebalancing back. But making some broader cuts and taking maybe about 10% out of equities, parking it into an area to where if we go into next year, just to see what happens, there's going to be a lot of things that happen within the Fed. We've got a big decision coming today. There's things that can happen. The front part of the year can really tell you the direction of the rest of the year for next year. So it gives you a little bit of time to be tactical. But in IRAs and 401ks, you don't have a taxable event when you do that. So it gives you an area to lighten up a little bit of risk if you're over your bounds.
It's interesting as we've continued to hear some of the outlooks for 2025 come from many major institutions and wealth managers. They're also looking beyond the U.S. They're looking internationally here. I wonder how you're assessing the environment and where there are opportunities internationally versus domestically as well.
Yeah, I mean, domestically, I think our year-end holiday rally is going to keep going. I think, one of the themes that I've always talked about, and I get a little bit of pushback from the larger firms and things of that nature, is on international investments. I mean, I really feel like that there's been a huge value trap there. And honestly, there's been underperformance in that area of investing in developed or emerging markets. You can do some outsized returns in there in the emerging markets, but over the last 3 decades, I mean, you've seen $100,000 that could be 1.2 million if you invested in the S&P 500, only equated to about 400,000 if you're invested in developing international. So, and that's over 3 decades. But even the last 4 years, you've seen underperformance to those same levels. So I really find that, investing internationally, there's an old adage that if the U.S. sneezes, the rest of the world's getting a cold. So if we have any kind of hiccups, I'd have to imagine that the rest of the other countries are going to have hiccups too. So I like to keep the money here domestically. Internationally is just not a play that I'm interested in right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at some of the assets that were being reviewed by BlackRock as well within their own kind of assessment of where emerging market equities are performing and even into European equities and so forth versus the 2024 range here, and still kind of at the far right side of the target, if you will, but not quite exactly to where it measured up at the higher end of their range, if you will. So going out into next year, what would need to take place in especially the geopolitical environment where we're going to be looking at potentially a tit-for-tat tariff talk or tough talk or conversations that initiate? What do you suspect might be the pass-through trade as a result of any tariff talk?
Well, I mean, that kind of brings into the macro strategy of if tariffs spike up the embedded embers of inflation. And so if tariffs really come into place and we start to see that there is some struggles, internationally with, as far as product coming in, but also if, that could put a lot of weight on the U.S. markets, and we could see inflation. And if inflation spikes up, I'm not sure it's going to matter where you're investing, but I think that's kind of that's the big thing that I was hoping was going to be taken off the table in 24 that's going to keep translating into 25. It's just this inflation picture. I was hoping for it to be done, but it's staying there. It's sticky. And so I think that's where my mind is, opposed to anything else outside of any kind of X factors that might happen geopolitically or across other countries.
Yeah, and the largest contributor seems like in housing and shelter that it's not going to abate, at least in this near term. A lot of very low interest rates, very low mortgage rates out there that people are still sitting on right now. Jason, thanks so much for taking the time with us.
Thanks for having me, Brad.
Certainly. Let's get a check of the markets ahead of the Fed rate decision. 2 p.m. Eastern time is when that is going to drop. And then we're going to get some commentary at 2:30 p.m. with the press conference. Of course, Yahoo Finance has you covered going into, during, and after But some of the market activity going into that meeting, as we're just outside of 2 hours away from the decision here, we are taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's up by about 0.3%, looking to snap its longest losing streak here that we've seen since the late 1970s. And so taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and they're taking a look at some of those components here. One of the biggest decliners on the day as of right now is Honeywell. That's down by about 0.8%. But then taking a look at the biggest gainer here on the day, oh my goodness, take a look at Nvidia. It's up by about 3% right now. And of course, year to date, holding on to some hefty gains. Solid mention. Nvidia and Blackwell was Yahoo Finance's product of the year. You can see more of a deep dive on the Yahoo Finance platform for that one. That's a look at the Dow 30 components, and then just quickly we'll ride out with a look at the NASDAQ 100 as well, where you get some of your mega cap tech stocks. Some fractional declines for Microsoft and Amazon here on the day. Apple flat, just barely to the downside right now. Coming up, 2024 was the year of Nvidia. We're taking a look at how the company took the world by storm and some of the competition shaping up in 2025.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you can
गाइस नेचुरल गैस में अगर निकलना चाहो निकल सकते हो। काफ़ी देर से रुक रहा है यहाँ पर, थोड़ा सा और ऊपर आ जाता तो बेटर रहता। एग्जैक्टली लेवल पे आ ही नहीं रहा है थोड़ा बहुत। सो निकलना चाहो तो निकल भी सकते हो। मोमेंटम अच्छा हो गया है। 7 पॉइंट 2 पॉइंट और मूव कर जाए 9 पॉइंट के अराउंड तो बढ़िया रहेगा, नहीं तो ठीक है, नहीं तो बुक करना है तो कर भी सकते हो, चॉइस आपकी है। साइडवेज गया तो फिर मोमेंटम स्लो हो जाएगा। 10:30 हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। क्रूड में भी अगर सेल किया थोड़ा संभल के, मोमेंटम थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल। डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल, हिट द बेल आइकन। The transatlantic economy.
For anyone trying to game out how the global economy will perform next year, one person dominates every scenario.
We're going to bring thousands and thousands of businesses and trillions of dollars in wealth back to the good old USA. That's what we're going to be doing it and doing it.
President-elect Donald Trump has promised to overhaul the US economy. And if he follows through, his plans on immigration, tax, regulation, and trade will resonate far beyond US shores.
And I want German car companies to become American car companies. I want them to build their plants here. I want to beat China in electronics.
The European Union is one of the places most at risk from Trumponomics and its threat of tariffs.
The third most beautiful word is the word tariff.
The EU's trade-dependent economy is flailing, and its two traditional centres of power, Germany and France, are grappling with political crisis at home. So what does that all mean for the transatlantic economy, the economic relationship between Europe and the United States? Let's try to find out. It's what we do here on Reuters Econ World. Every week, we pick a phrase or buzzword and go deep on the economic principles and ideas driving the biggest news around the world. So this week, the transatlantic economy. I'm your host, Carmel Crimmins, in Dublin. So, I was in New York earlier this month. Reuters has this big annual summit in the city It's called Reuters Next. You get a lot of executives and people from Wall Street attending. And the mood was, festive.
An administration that's going to run a more growthy kind of playbook is one that's quite good for our business and our business activity.
That's David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, talking about the incoming administration of Donald Trump. It's a big contrast with the mood in the European Union. People here are worried about Trump kicking off a trade war and what that could mean for inflation, growth, and jobs. It's a major threat to the transatlantic economy, which accounts for about 1/3 of global economic output. So what's Europe doing about it? To get some answers, I spoke to Ulrike Malmandier. She's a professor of economics and finance at the University of California in Berkeley. And she's also one of 5 members of the German Council of Economic Experts, which advises the German government on economic policy. I caught up with her when I was in New York. So Ulrike, I feel like it's appropriate to talk about the transatlantic economy, given that we're a stone's throw from Times Square. It's almost like the physical representation of the US consumer-driven economy, fast-moving, people rushing to get where they want to be, Mickey and Minnie Mouse. If we were to think of like the physical representation of the European economy, what do you think? What would it look like?
Well, the consumers are clearly not as much rushing to, spend their money on consumption. That's, in fact, one of the big issues right now. The politicians and policy advisors like me are sitting there and saying, why don't you guys spend? Wages have caught up with inflation pretty much, but the European consumer, in particular the German consumer, is very careful and spending really slowly, underspending compared to what any neoclassical model would tell you. I mean, if I consider first separately where the US, North America are and where Europe is, we've seen huge differences in growth over not just the last year, last 2 years, let's say the last 5 years. If I go back to 2019, pretty much today, to 5 years ago, you would measure the growth of the US economy at about 12%.
Okay.
At the same time, Europe grew by 4%. Within Europe, as a German, I have to add, Germany grows 0.1%.
You're letting the side down. You're letting the engine of Europe.
The engine of Europe is not doing its job.
It's fluttering.
Exactly. So we've seen those diverging developments in terms of growth. At the same time, we've also seen that here in the US, there has been a strong movement to what's called reshoring, at best friendshoring, as Janet Yellen and some other politicians would call it. So really withdrawal from globalization, from having trade relationships with everybody. And Europe instead, again, in particular Germany, are trying to hold up its business model of having all sorts of export-import connections. So there is a clear divergence in terms of where we're at in transatlantic exchange trade. At the same time, in terms of closeness in democratic values, but of course also like how we view the economy, how we think about capitalism, Europe and the US are still very close and are going to be allies. So to find a new way how this can work for both cooperatively is, I think, the key question going forward.
And particularly as we head into a new administration under Donald Trump, he wants to punish countries or blocs like the European Union, which have a trade surplus with the US.
I think for the Europeans, seeing these developments, the answer has to be that this is the moment where they have to leverage their within Europe strength. Yeah, we have had now decades of developing the European Union, the European community, and, put a lot of work into lowering barriers of trade across country borders, lowering frictions, trying to make it one big common market, which would mean we would be a powerful player in the global economy if that was truly realized, if also on the financing side, the capital markets union was realized. And this is the moment where we have to say, we need to leverage this now. We need to push this now, because out of a position of strength, we can start discussing about deals, about how we can find a path forward that's beneficial to both. If we remain as slow and as stagnant as we have been over the past years, I think that doesn't put us as Europeans in a very good position.
Right, because Europe is, in theory, a single market. There's the free movement of labor and goods, but there's still plenty of friction. Like there are differences between the states on things like bankruptcy laws, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. Something like bankruptcy laws or insolvency laws, that always sounds a little technical and maybe not so exciting, but it's a key issue. So if we think about the topic of economic growth, what does Europe need to catch up again to higher growth rates? Well, it needs new technologies, new future-oriented enterprises, startups growing and scaling up in Europe to generate this growth. So if we are wanting to foster these new future-oriented technologies, we need to make it possible for them to get the funding they need, not just in the startup phase, in the growth phase.
Right.
So to make it easy for investors to come in and say, okay, I want to invest into, I don't know, battery parks, but not just in France or not just in the Netherlands, but in this, in those two countries and Germany and Spain. But I'm confronted with the issue that if I put the exact same assets in my portfolio in these different countries, I have to value them completely differently because they're different insolvency laws. That's one of the main stopping points, one of the main hurdles for investors to come in and provide the round of funding we need in Europe. So please, if the European politicians could agree on common insolvency law, like maybe a regime that at least companies can select into, which is debated right now on the European level, that would be enormously helpful.
Trump sees tariffs as a way of growing the US economy, protecting jobs, and raising tax revenue. But most economists oppose them, saying the most likely outcome would be higher prices. American manufacturers, who rely on overseas suppliers, are particularly exposed. Some have already been importing more stock ahead of Trump's inauguration, but that can be a costly strategy, particularly if you're a consumer business and need to stay on top of the latest trends. I caught up with Tim Appel, our US manufacturing correspondent, to hear about some of the other real-world examples of what companies are up to.
Obviously, in the larger business community, there's a lot of enthusiasm for less regulation, tax policies, things that can be very good for all businesses, including manufacturers. Manufacturers, however, I think are particularly concerned because it's such a globalized part of our economy. Even things you buy in the U.S. that people think of as entirely made in the U.S. often rely on dozens or hundreds of parts and components and chemicals that come through an elaborate web of trade. And I think that that's causing a lot of anxiety in certainly in industries that are heavily reliant on countries that have particular targets on their back. Like in this case, China is obviously a very sharp focus for the incoming administration. And there are industries like the toy industry that's still overwhelmingly reliant on China for supplies.
So how is the toy industry preparing for the new administration?
So, yeah, there's a couple of things that they've been already doing because the toy industry was somewhat insulated from the last trade war.
Huh.
In the end, the really harsh tariffs on China weren't put in place. And so the industry kind of dodged that bullet, but it taught them something. So a lot of the toy makers, Mattel, for instance, was in New York recently and was telling investors, not that they're not exposed, but that they expect next year to be down to 40% of their supplies coming from China, whereas their competitors, the other toy makers, are in the 80% range. So they're they've already done a lot to move things out of China.
So tell us about Kids 2, this Atlanta-based company you spoke to.
Kids 2 makes a mix. They're known for like the Baby Einstein kind of education-oriented baby toys, kids' toys, but they also have expanded into baby products and infant products. And so they're an interesting company because they have a large manufacturing base in China, and they remain like 90% reliant on China. But when I spoke to them, their CEO basically told me they know something is coming. They don't know what it will be, but they need to be prepared. And so they're doing things like they've continued to automate their factory in China, find ways to cut costs in China, because every way they squeeze cost in China, they see giving them a little bit of a buffer against at least more modest levels of tariffs. One of the interesting things that I found that Kids 2 is doing is they're going through all of their products and looking for design options. And obviously the way you place a tariff on a product can seem kind of arbitrary, but it can actually make a lot of difference. So, for instance, they already during the last trade war, they looked at their products and they noticed they had an infant chair that if they modified it and put a moving part on it to make it be able to convert into a rocker, it changed its tariff category. So it went from having a 25% tariff to having no tariff because it now is being imported as a rocker as opposed to a chair. And so right now, they figure it's going to take them another 6 months to go through all their products. They obviously don't know where tariffs will hit or what level, but they basically want to be prepared by having looked at everything.
Ulrika, you talk about European politicians and the need for them to agree on things like, common insolvency law. But in some countries, like Germany and France, there's a lot going on. They're kind of distracted by their own crises, right?
Yeah, this is really, I flew over to Europe after the election here the day after, ready to debate what's our next step forward. Next thing I know is that the Germans are a little distracted, was the very same day, by the coalition crumbling. Just a little bit later, we see that in France, the government is also crumbling. It is a very unfortunate timing. And I just really hope that the message still arrived that this is the moment where we have to leverage the new challenges, right? And just kind of move together, use this crisis to basically give the common market idea the push it has needed for so long.
So what are you advising the German government with the health warning that, of course, there will be elections for a new government early next year?
The number one issue Germany and a lot of European economies have these days are these aging populations which we have, and as a result, not enough workforce to provide enough number of hours worked.
Right.
And so to lower the hurdles for people from other countries who are willing to work in European economies to come in, whether that's from India, Morocco, and so on. There were a couple of really good initiatives to lower the bureaucracy, to make the process faster, to make it more attractive.
Right.
So we are advising within the remaining government and to the opposition to maybe single those out and move forward with them, if at all possible. If it's not possible before February, as soon as possible afterwards. And then the other big theme, at least I have in my conversations with all centrist democratic parties, is this emphasis on capital markets, on funding new growth-oriented technologies. And I'm happy to say the message has really arrived.
Okay.
Like when I started my job 2.5 years ago, and for sure 5-10 years ago, there was just this enormous focus on keeping the existing traditional industries, which have been so important for Germany, which continue to be important, but just kind of to preserve the status quo and kind of make it as easy for them to operate as possible. That is not unimportant, I agree, but there needs to be this growth innovation aspect. Otherwise, we will never leave this path of very flat growth rates.
But migration is a hot button topic in Germany right now. For example, the country has put all asylum applications from Syrians on hold since the fall of the Assad regime.
Yeah, it's true that there was an immediate debate to some extent triggered by politicians, also at the more extremist borders of the spectrum, about not accepting or even like having immigrants from Syria go back to their home country. This is exactly the opposite of what Germany needs. I do have some hope that by emphasizing more the importance of these members of our workforce for Germany, that the tone of the debate can swing back. We have, I believe, 3,000 physicians from Syria who are working in Germany. I really do not want them to leave. I'm so grateful we have them. So I'm very much hoping that the more centrist parties will find a way to have this campaign without xenophobia bubbling out, without making Germany a country that seems less welcoming to people who want to work in Germany. It's hard enough with the German language not being exactly the lowest hurdle
There's some long words there. There's some long words to get your head around.
Yeah. But the good news is that I think also among business leaders, whoever I talk to, even CEOs of energy-intensive companies, everybody agrees their number one issue is that they don't have enough workforce and that they're starting to do labor hoarding, not letting people go, even if they don't need them right now because they're so worried will they get them back in the future, which of course drives down labor productivity.
What about relaxing the debt and fiscal deficit rules? Is that something that Europe should consider? Because in comparison to the US, the EU is very strict on, how big of a budget deficit you have, how much debt you take on.
Yeah, no, that's right. And there's a big debate about that, in particular in Germany. Now, if I look at where the US is going right now with its debt to GDP ratio, I would say, well, maybe fiscal rules aren't so bad because
that's at the extreme end.
Yes,
right.
Even if you are the reserve currency and you are the leading economy, I think at some point there will be a government crisis if they don't get this under control. They can't keep going towards, from 120, 125 to, colleagues are projecting they're going to cross 200 in not too far in the future if they don't change something systematically, and that won't be sustainable. So this idea to say, no, we have guardrails here. You need to take into account future generations who won't be able to borrow as much.
Yeah.
Who will have to be responsible for paying back that debt or pay the interest. I think that's actually a good idea. I'm actually happy that Germany and the EU has these fiscal rules. The question is how to exactly design them. For example, in Germany, I think the current design is not very smart. We have a very strict 0.35% kind of new debt limit. In times where our debt to GDP ratio is around 60%, like less than half of the US and some other European countries, I think to say, if it's that low, we allow you a little bit more borrowing, maybe 0.5, maybe 1%, makes a lot of sense. But then vice versa, if it's climbing up to kind of stop it, that's a good idea. Also, the way we handle crises is a little rigid. Every year you decide, if it's a crisis year, say Russia has attacked Ukraine and now energy prices have exploded. That's a crisis year, we make an exception. But then the year after, we are back to normal. That doesn't make economic sense. Crises have repercussions.
A bit too knee-jerk.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is we can design these rules in a smarter and in a less smart way. I hope we're going towards smarter. But I also want to emphasize that as much as these fiscal rules and the limits are kind of held responsible for the lack of investment, it's historically not true.
Mm-hmm.
Historically, often we weren't near the limit of borrowing constraints. And still, the governments didn't quite do the type of spending or investment which would be good for a country in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Think investment in education, think investment in transport infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
I used to be so proud of the German trains.
They don't run on time anymore.
Currently, they're not.
They don't run on time.
Big topic, of course, is defense also. So all these kind of spending that is just costly today and you don't see an immediate benefit. I think politicians tend to put not enough weight on it.
Got it.
So finding some kind of guardrails for that as well. So not just a debt break, but a myopia break or something like that is, I think, what we really need to discuss.
Is Donald Trump the kick that Europe needs to get its act together?
Oh man, I was so much hoping for that, right? So I was thinking now is the moment where Europe will leverage all its advantages to kind of get their act together. As you pointed out before, unfortunately, many countries are currently distracted a little bit with their homemade government crises. Once that's over, I very much hope, though, that this can still be kind of the kick we needed to overcome these frictions and hurdles due to national preferences and peculiarities and said, let's leverage this enormous advantage we could all have by kind of coming closer together and becoming an economic powerhouse by lowering frictions, lowering the hurdles at the borders.
Ulrike, thank you so much.
You're welcome. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much to Ulrike and to Tim. You can read his great work on Reuters.com or the Reuters app.
Protect themselves.
And a huge thank you
I
to
deserve
you too.
time off.
Right.
I deserve a break during school. And I think because there's no protection there, I think that teachers, when there isn't protection there, teachers struggle.
Yeah.
And they're always kind of looking for the school that will make them feel like they have like the ability to take a break or get paid or both, which would be
right. So at any point in time, did you have family that you could lean on for all of this?
I did around when I graduated from college. I had help if I needed it, but it was very much like your salary pays for your apartment. It pays for the things you want to do. There was like, when I was like 22, 23, there was a safety net, but the expectation was like, you're out in the world, like you're making a salary, like we got you through college. It's time to go live your life. But I think I didn't understand that I probably needed help.
Yeah.
Because again, I thought I was just like young in New York City and like we pinch pennies.
Yeah. Right. It's just the culture here, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome point, Cam. We really appreciate that. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Living Not So Fabulously. We have more of our interview with Cam here for you. You've gone from the private sector of teaching, where it sounds like you didn't have that great benefits, to the other side where you did have some benefits, and now you're a director.
Yes.
How has your financial life changed, and what tools maybe do you have available now to you to grow your financial security that you didn't necessarily have when you started out your career?
One main one is knowledge. I didn't know like what I should be saving, how I should be saving, what I should be asking for from my employer in terms of benefits. Because I changed jobs a few times, I also understood things like health insurance and what all of the acronyms stand for, what co-insurance is, how to submit claims. Like there were just a lot of knowledge that I wish someone had taught me. We could talk another time about why high schools don't teach that or colleges. But that was really a big one, was like knowing why I should be saving, or also why I shouldn't spend every single penny I make.
Right.
Like it's, you know, like that was sort of how I felt when I first was making a paycheck, was this is my money.
Yeah. do what I want, right?
Yikes. I was like, wow, adult money. It's not monopoly money anymore. Like, look, it's a paycheck in my bank account. That's fun. Let's spend it. So I wish I had known that. There was a lot was just, I wish I had known, was the biggest thing. I feel like I lacked knowledge.
So what tools do you have available to you now? Is it through teaching? It's typically a 403B that you have for a retirement plan?
So through public school, I actually have a pension
you do?
that will grow, but I'm not working there anymore. So it's just like with what's in there, but they were like, keep it in there. It'll grow. And then, I had a 403B through one of the private schools where I worked. And now I just have like a Roth IRA because my current, like where I work now, does not do any retirement anything, which I have complained about.
It is unfortunate. It's one of the things we have seen, especially for folks in the LGBT community, that we have. Many of us work in jobs where we don't have access to an employer-sponsored plan, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that many of us work in service sectors or in care facilities,
nonprofit,
right? And all these, and they're oftentimes just not large enough organizations or profitable enough organizations to actually provide those, which is really hurting our financial futures.
Correct.
Right? We don't have, like you said, you didn't know that you should be saving for the future, and sometimes you know, but you can't, and because of the barriers that are put in place by your employer. So.
Exactly.
From when you do job hop, what is your strategy then to maybe make up for the lost time you're experiencing now?
First of all, now I know when I'm interviewing what questions to ask. That was also something I did not know, like what I should ask specifically.
Like
about
two or three questions. What two or three questions would you advise people to always ask in an interview like that?
I mean, one would be around when I'm contributing to retirement, do they match? And after how long at the school or at the organization? So like I've worked at schools where they said like after 2 years, we'll match, and what percent? That would be like the number one thing I would want to ask. And then also about kind of separately in terms of their benefits, about out-of-network benefits, so I can keep going to therapy, which has like deeply improved my life. So it would be very important to me that it would be at least partially covered.
Right.
Those would be the two things that I would want to know, because also that's financial too for them to cover some of my therapy sessions.
Right.
I'm not stopping.
So. You bring up a really good point that there are general benefits that we can be informed about, but there's also the personal benefits, that which ones am I going to tap into? Which ones do I absolutely need for my physical health and my mental health? Which ones are most important to me? So when you're thinking about that, you're going through that interview process, you have to maybe write those questions down.
Exactly.
This is what's important to me. And then you kind of have a scorecard, right? Of, okay, I can check off that I have this, or I get this and I get this, but I don't get this, but this is more of a pro and this is less of a con, so I'm going to go with this one. I'm glad that they have that, and you can say yes or no.
Yes. And also something I would ask would be around salary, in terms of a lot of places just say every year you get a cost of living raise. I would like to know what they consider a cost of living raise, because some places consider that a 3% raise, and I don't feel like that always reflects. No. I mean, like if I got a 3% raise, that would simply cover maybe my like apartment rent going up, because rent goes up that much. But so does the cost of all living. So that would be something I would want to know too, like what they consider a cost of living raise, if that's what they do annually.
Especially when you have years like we had in 2013, where we had 9% inflation, right? And
people were still getting 3%.
And you're like, well, I just went backwards 6% if I got a 3% raise. Thank you very much.
Exactly. So those are some things I would probably want to know. And in general, I'm probably looking to move somewhere that's a bigger organization, because they tend to have more resources. Also, if I ever wanted to move out of the city, I would want a relocation fee, because moving is very expensive. I would want to go somewhere where I'm valued to the point where they're like, what do you need for this to be the right fit for you? Instead of the other way. Instead of it being like, this is the position, take it or leave it. I would want it to be like, your set of skills is so phenomenal that we want to make sure this is what you want. What do you need us to say? That's the dream.
So how do you feel about the trajectory of your financial security today?
I feel fine. I feel fine.
Yeah.
I don't feel great. I mean, I, for the most part, paid off any debt that I accumulated, especially during the time when I was doing the theater teaching thing. I also just started working as a consultant, so I'm making some extra money outside of my regular salary. I think if I can keep doing that, I would feel good. What's unfortunate is all of my years in education, I've pretty much always had two jobs, like my full-time job, and then I was tutoring, I was babysitting, now I'm consulting, and I'm like, oh, now I feel comfortable. Like, I'd like to go on vacation. So I got a consulting job so I could go on vacation.
Nice.
So I feel fine. I'm not in a danger zone anymore. I would like to find out if I should be saving more, to like, you know, kind of get that knowledge of like, okay, is this enough each month of like what I'm saving, or is there something I should be doing to do more? Yeah.
I'll say this. At some point in time, you're gonna say it never feels like it's enough,
Yeah.
right? Especially the way that the inflation has gone and the cost of things, especially the older we get, how more expensive healthcare is, all of that kind of planning, and it kind of feels defeatist to say, is it going to ever be enough? And no. But yeah.
One of the things that someone always says is like, you should start saving when you get your first job. And I didn't do that because I couldn't. Like I couldn't have paid my rent and done all of those things if I had also been saving at the level that I'm saving now. But like, of course, I'm like, oh, I wish I had saved. So.
Right.
So in closing then, I'm curious, what's a more pragmatic recommendation to somebody who's just got out of college and they're going to start their career? Obviously, maybe just saving what you can isn't the advice to take, right? Because you're still struggling. What's the pragmatic recommendation you would give to a younger version of yourself?
So for someone entering education, I would say they probably should check out public school, teaching somewhere where there's a union and there's protection of what your salary is. I also think they should talk to other folks in the industry, because I think teachers also don't know what to ask for. A lot of teachers are like lovely people who are also people pleasers, and want to do really well and want to please whoever they're working for. And I think, they can be nervous or afraid to ask for things. So I think know what you're worth. I think public school, they're going to tell you because there's a salary scale, but also doing that research and finding out like what you're worth to public schools, and then maybe bringing that into interviews and saying, wow, if I were working at a public school, I'd be making 65 and here I'm making 49. Like that's something I wish I had known that I could say in a job interview. I thought I kind of just had to take what I was given.
Right. Do teachers, are they pretty comfortable in sharing their salaries with their peers?
Not more than anyone else is. I feel like, I mean, my teachers all know because we have a salary scale, which is on purpose so that people can like share more openly. Right. Exactly. But I didn't know what anyone was making at my first 3 jobs.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story and giving us some perspective on what it's like to be a teacher, especially in an expensive city. I think it's a, context that we should all have, whether we're going to be teachers or we're going to have our children be educated by teachers.
They're the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You know, I wasn't surprised hearing from Cam that they struggled with some challenges, especially during the leaner parts of their career when they were being paid a little bit less. You know, we've worked with people in different income brackets and we sort of understand that. But what really struck me as surprising was that very often public school teachers are paid more than private school teachers.
I would have thought the opposite.
I always thought it was the other way around. We need to do better to teach for teachers, pay them better in this country than we are.
We certainly do. I think that if you are a teacher, there are some specific tips that Cam shared that we definitely want to reinforce. The first one is budget, right? The more you know about what is coming in, when it's coming in, how it's going out, when it's going out, the better off you are when it comes to your finances. The second thing was that list of benefits that you get from your employer or your prospective employer. Do that cost-benefit analysis and really focus in on what benefits match up with your personal needs. And does that really give you the value that you need? And then the third one is to do that honest gut check about how you feel about your job and how it will affect your life, not just while you're at work, but also outside of work. And not just the finances, but also the mental health aspect of your life.
Yeah, it really struck me when Cam said that you can be on at your job 100% every single day and performing great, but you don't suffer the consequences of the stress of your job until you're at home when you're supposed to be resting. So think of the entire 360 holistic experience.
100%.
Thank you for joining us for another episode of Living Not So Fabulously. Remember, you can catch us every Wednesday at noon Eastern Time at yahoofinance.com, your favorite podcast player, and YouTube. Don't forget to check all the bells and whistles, like, subscribe, and save. And until next time, stay fabulous.
This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
We're taking a closer look at some trending tickers this morning, and we're doing it in 30 seconds each. Let's go. First up, Boeing resuming production of multiple aircraft programs, including the 767 and the 777. Earlier this month, production had resumed on the 737 MAX jets, and this comes after factories in the Pacific Northwest closed during a more than 7-week strike. The head of Boeing's commercial airplane division writing on LinkedIn that they have, quote, taken time to ensure all manufacturing teammates are current on training and certifications while positioning inventory at the optimal levels for smooth production, end quote.
Plus, Birkenstock seen its sales grow 22% in the fourth quarter, beating estimates on Wall Street. The company citing continued strong and growing consumer demand for its products. Closed-toe revenue growth was double the group average, and the segment now making up about a third of Birkenstock's business, despite the usual success of the open-toed shoes.
I got a couple of those. All right, finally, General Mills cutting its profit outlook for fiscal 2025, now seeing adjusted earnings per share to range from a decline of 1 to 3% compared to prior guidance of a 1% decline to a 1% increase there. So the company citing promotional investment or price reductions to spur demand as a reason for the reduced outlook here. Shares moving lower for GIS right now by about 2.5%.
Where we've got Dynatrace deployed and it's doing its root cause analytics and we've identified auto remediations, we're seeing improvements of mean time to repair going from 4.7 hours to under a minute.
President Biden endorsing a potential ban on congressional stock trading. The president saying in an interview with left-leaning advocacy group A More Perfect Union, quote, nobody in the Congress should be able to make money in the stock market while they're in Congress. Here with more, we've got Yahoo Finance's own Ben Werschel. Ben, what would a ban look like and what are some of the potential hurdles?
Sure, I'll take the hurdles first because there's a lot of hurdles that remain on it. As you mentioned there, this is an entry by Biden here into an issue that he's frankly avoided for 4 years, for almost his entire term. His aides would often say, this is a question for lawmakers. The White House doesn't want to get involved. So it's sort of notable he's doing it, but it's a very kind of last minute entry here too. And this comes after 4 years of efforts on Capitol Hill. There's a bill in the House that has 79 co-sponsors that gets reintroduced every year and kind of never quite makes it to the finish line. It's going to happen again next year, so we'll see there. So it's the issues behind it. To get to the other part of your question of what it actually looks like are part of the reason for why this is such a trickier issue than you might think, because the summary of a lot of these efforts is a ban on lawmakers trading stocks, their spouses, and their dependent children. So basically their immediate family, banning it. But there's issues with that. If you own a family farm that's an S corp that could be considered an investment, do you have to sell that? That's one thing that the people that draft this have been struggling with. And then the other issue is how wide to make it. There's another bill that would include the president and the vice president. That gets it more controversial. There was another bill to do the Supreme Court to bring them in under this. That sort of blew up the effort a couple years ago. So it's a more complicated issue than you think, than that kind of quick summary of it. And it's also the kind of issue of lawmakers, whether they're actually ever going to police themselves, for sure.
Well, Ben, I think you summarized it perfectly, and it is such an important issue because lawmakers do make a lot of money off of the stock market. This is something that Nancy Pelosi and her husband have received significant criticism for. And I'm curious, in your reporting, if the timing of this has come up with any of your sources, because I've wondered to what extent this move from Biden at the 11th hour could be in direct response to the moves we saw from Pelosi that sort of ended his chances at a second term in the White House. Have you heard anything about this as a sort of tit-for-tat move in response to Pelosi?
I'm not sure about it back and forth with Pelosi. I think there's a definite sense that this is, an 11th hour move that if he'd done a year ago, might have been much more significant than doing it now. Congress is literally trying to get their last bill of the year. Yesterday, they unveiled it to get it into law by Friday so they can get out of here for the holidays. So it's definitely seen as like a kind of symbolic move more than anything else. There is a mood amongst some of the activist types I keep in touch with of kind of happiness that he's saying it, but definitely tempered by the political reality here too, and sort of questions about what Trump would be, because he's sort of sent mixed signals on this issue as well.
Right, and it's a fascinating issue that continues to come up but continues to go nowhere. It's kind of tough to vote against your ability to invest in the stock market. It's a great way to retire, as we cover all the time here at Yahoo Finance. Ben, thank you as always. Really appreciate it.
What we were able to do with Dynatrace and with Grail was take, for the cost of the other platforms, strip that down by about 2/3 and still get the log management capability that we had before. So there's an immediate cost benefit there, but also the real advantage of being able to tie together the log data and the analytics you get from the log data along with the observability data and other event information means that you're much quicker to solve a problem.
JP Morgan out with a new report saying the AI trade is going to shift a bit into its next phase for 2025. Joining us here on set with more, we've got our very own Josh Schaefer. And Josh, as you mentioned, this is a bit of a consensus call for 2025. The AI trade, it's not going away anytime soon, but it is going to shift slightly. What stands out to you in this note?
Yeah. So in this note, JP Morgan, easy one for us to understand is consumers, right? How does Meta use AI? Literal AI monetization that Meta has said is giving them more ad revenue per user. And so that's a simple way to think about how AI in the next phase, okay, I bought the chip. I'm starting to incorporate the chip in my company. How does it help me make more money? That's how Meta's using it. And what JPM is sort of pointing out here is what companies are going to be able to profit off of that use case of AI. And you think about some of these cloud services companies.
I'm just waiting for the day where you come in on a Monday and you tell me that you used AI from Instagram in order to make a reel about you making your Sunday chili. I can't wait for that, Josh. But all things considered, one of the things that Baird and Ross from Baird had talked to us about earlier this morning was really just focusing in on there has been no killer app just yet.
Sure.
And the larger question of, do you need an install base to get that killer app across, or do you just need to create something and it's perhaps something that's not even created yet? Because as of right now, the only thing that's at the household level lexicon is really ChatGPT at this juncture. Until something else comes along, and whether it's in a already built out experience or if it's something that's yet to be built, that's what really the monetization could be driven for.
Well, and you think about the other names that JP Morgan's highlighting here, right? So they're highlighting Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, and Spotify.
Yes.
You talk about a killer app. The concept of a killer app coming from an app that we all already use kind of makes sense to me, right? Yeah. So for Spotify to be able to utilize AI more in their experience and bring that more to what you're already listening to and using on that app sort of makes sense, rather than is it an app that we're not using that much from a company that doesn't quite consume our phones at the level that these companies do? Yeah. Sure, I could see it, but it's a little bit harder to get there in my head at this point because it literally doesn't exist. So I think that part of sort of this trade makes sense to me is, okay, all of these companies already have a massive install base. Yes. If you can get a little bit more productive by using AI, and again, I think it's that pointed advertising, pointed content that you can get to people, because if you're giving Brad Smith, who loves to golf, a lot of golf ads,
they do.
You're more likely to click through those and maybe buy something, right? So I'm more likely to advertise with you, and you eventually just make a little bit more money off that process.
And the reality is, if we're going down the splash mountain of even more deregulation, that there could perhaps be one of those major players that identifies what we had seen in Facebook acquiring Instagram, something analogous to that type of deal, could come in this AI landscape as well that could then just supercharge one of these.
We'll have to ask ChatGPT who's going to do that, Brad.
Yes, we will. Exactly. Josh, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
ओए गाइस क्रूड ऑयल का एक टारगेट हिट होने वाला है। क्रूड ऑयल में भी चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो, या फिर अगर रुकना चाह रहे हो तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख सकते हो। एक एफईजी भी है, ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस का भी टारगेट हिट हो गया था। आई होप यहाँ पर ही प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया होगा। इसमें भी सेल किया है अगर इस लेवल पे, तो इसको भी होल्ड कर सकते हो। टारगेट यही है नीचे आपका 284। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल अगर एफईजी ब्रेक कर देता है तो फिर आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो एक ये टारगेट और फाइनल टारगेट, जिसकी हम पहले भी वेट कर रहे थे। अगर एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं हुआ तो फिर आपको पता ही है रुक जाएगा यहीं पर प्राइस। सो इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि प्राइस एफईजी के नीचे चला जाए फाइनल टारगेट के लिए। फाइनल टारगेट मिलता है तो अच्छा प्रॉफिट, अदरवाइज 50 पॉइंट लेके निकल जाना, ठीक है। बाकी अब एफओएमसी का स्टेटमेंट रिलीज होगा थोड़ी देर में, फेड रेट कट का डिसीजन भी आ जाएगा। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया तब तक लाइक भी कर दो। 90 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, ठीक है। इसमें भी एक अच्छा मूव हो चुका है कैप्चर। नेचुरल गैस में पूरा ही टारगेट दे दिया एग्जैक्टली 293 पे, 292 293 पे एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है। गोल्ड अभी भी साइडवेज। नेचुरल गैस इंटरेस्टिंग होगा देखना कि ये वापस आता है या 284 पे या फिर नहीं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर वो जो छोटा सा प्रीवियस एफईजी था उसका ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट मार्केट कर चुका है ऑलरेडी एक बार। इस बार भी करेगा या फिर नहीं। एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे आया, वाह वंडरफुल। नेचुरल गैस में भी सेल किया हुआ है तो ध्यान रखना यहाँ पर ये 286 के आसपास एक छोटा सा रुक सकता है प्राइस। यहाँ नहीं रुका तो फिर ये 284 डे लो तो नहीं कहेंगे इसको, 282 283 284 तक गिरना चाहिए उस केस में, नहीं तो। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी अच्छा खासा गिर गया, अच्छा खासा मूव फाइनली क्लोजिंग होते होते ही आया। ओके नेचुरल गैस 90 लाइक्स आर डन। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। और जिन लोगों ने व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज भेजे हुए प्लीज़ लाइव में पूछ लिया करो, मैं नहीं देखता हूँ व्हाट्सएप। लगता है इस बार एफईजी ब्रेक करेगा क्रूड ऑयल, या फिर ये एफईजी आज भी ही रहने वाला है। सिल्वर सपोर्ट लिया। सिल्वर गोल्ड में तो अब फेड रेट कट का वेट कर लो, अब कहाँ उसमें ट्रेड कर रहे हो, थोड़ा संभल के। सपोर्ट तो ले लिया है खैर 15 मिनट पे, बट अब फेड रेट कट होने वाला है तो उसका वेट करते हैं, ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा। बाकी ये कल का ही सपोर्ट एरिया था, फिर से सपोर्ट लिया है 30.15 से, बट अब कितना मूव करेगा मैं कह नहीं सकता। बाकी सेल किया था उनका भी टारगेट हुआ। गोल्ड नहीं आया लेवल पे, हाँ सिल्वर तो आ गया, गोल्ड नहीं आया लेवल पे। क्या हो गया इसको गोल्ड को, यहाँ पर पता नहीं क्यों रुक रहा है ये। रेजिस्टेंस है गोल्ड में, सॉरी ये क्या है सिल्वर, यहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत रुकेगा प्राइस। एफईजीएस कहाँ, ठीक है थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर प्राइस रुकना चाहिए। बाकी फिर एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस आपको 30.43 तक मिलता है। अगर तब तक आ गया इस लेवल पे तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं आता है तो ये एक टारगेट रख सकते हो अगर मूव अप साइड ही हुआ इन केस। 12:30 इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग 12:30 बजे। नेचुरल गैस क्या परफेक्ट गया एग्जैक्टली 292 293 के बीच में, वहीं से रिजेक्शन लिया, मतलब वाह। ओके, आ गया ये फिर से उसी लेवल पे। अगर इसने ब्रेक किया 285.5 नीचे क्लोजिंग आती है तो फिर ये आराम से आ जाएगा इस लेवल तक वापस। क्लोजिंग देखते हैं कहाँ आती है। गिफ्ट निफ्टी को भी देख लें एक बार, गिफ्ट निफ्टी क्या कर रहा है। जी 6500 बुक कर लिए गोल्ड क्रूड में। ओके क्रूड में ग्रेट। अब कोई नया ट्रेड मत लेना, मार्केट क्लोज होने वाला है, कल देखते हैं। डोंट टेक एनी न्यू ट्रेड नाउ। ये क्रूड का देख लो, अगर ये नीचे तक आता है एफईजी ब्रेक करके, अदरवाइज अवॉइड। फिर कल मिलेंगे। डोंट फॉरगेट टू जॉइन टुमारो मॉर्निंग एंड इन इवनिंग एज वेल। कल का डेटा भी देख लेते हैं, कल और क्या क्या डेटा है शाम को। ओके इवनिंग पे 7 पीएम पे यूएस जीडीपी का डेटा आएगा क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर बेसिस पे फाइनल। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है, ये दोनों ही 7 पीएम पे। देन 8:30 एग्जिस्टिंग होम सेल्स, 9 पीएम पे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री। और फिर फ्राइडे के दिन सैटरडे संडे मार्केट क्लोज। मंडे को भी डेटा, मंडे को है एक डेटा, ट्यूसडे को भी डेटा है। थर्सडे क्रिसमस बैंक हॉलीडे। थर्सडे 28 29 सैटरडे संडे। मार्केट तो ओपन ही रहता है। 1 जनवरी को बैंक हॉलीडे होगा यूएस में। क्रूड ऑयल हो गया है फर्स्ट टारगेट। अब आपकी चॉइस, निकलना है निकलो, नहीं तो फिर ये एक टारगेट और वेट कर सकते हो, बट ये तभी आएगा जब ये ब्रेक होगा एफईजी। नाइन्टी थ्री लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, लाइक करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। 100 लाइक्स फाइनल टारगेट। उसके बाद क्रूड का क्या होगा। क्रूड पे मुझे नहीं लगता न्यूज़ का कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट होगा। मेनली गोल्ड सिल्वर और आपका डॉलर इंडेक्स, यूएस डॉलर इंडेक्स को इम्पैक्ट करता है। उसके अलावा बॉन्ड डील, 10 ईयर की बॉन्ड डील इम्पैक्ट होगी थोड़ी बहुत इंडिया में। और अगर देखोगे तो गिफ्ट निफ्टी थोड़ा बहुत मूव कर सकता है। क्रूड नेचुरल गैस पे कुछ ज़्यादा खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं है फेड रेट कट का। शुभम जी 7K डन कर लिया, चलो बढ़िया है, ग्रेट। लाइक भी कर दिया होगा, आई होप सो। पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है ना, सपोर्ट नीचे है ये यहाँ पर 280 284 283 के अराउंड है। यहाँ तक आ जाए तो बढ़िया, यहीं पर एक सपोर्ट पे बाइंग मिल सकती है, बीच में कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है वहां पर। यहाँ पर एक प्रीवियस एफईजी जरूर था, याद होगा, उसका मार्केट ने ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट कर दिया ऑलरेडी, इवन तो फिर से रुक रहा है वहां पर, बट दैट इज नॉट अ सपोर्ट भी, हम उसको सपोर्ट में काउंट नहीं करते। थोड़ा नीचे आ जाए तो यहाँ पर ले सकते हो 283.2, या फिर अगर सेल किया है यहाँ पर 292 293 पे तो वो भी बढ़िया ही है। इसमें डबल अपर सर्किट नहीं लगा ना? नहीं लगा। ठीक है, अब अवॉइड करो, 10:30 11:30 हो गया है, कल ट्रेड करेंगे वापस। सिंह जी, योर लेवल इज ऑसम, थैंक यू सो मच। 5 लाइक्स और बचे हुए हैं, कर दो सभी लोग। कैरी मिनाटी इंडिया फैंस आपके लेवल 100%? ऐसा भी नहीं है सर, लेवल्स लेवल्स होते हैं, 100% तो कुछ नहीं होता। 100% लेवल कुछ होते तो फिर तो मैं बताता ही नहीं किसी को। सही बात है, नहीं बताओ। 100% कुछ नहीं होता, लेवल्स आर लेवल्स। एक ऐसा लगाओ, टारगेट थोड़े बड़े रखो, फिर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी। या श्योर, 100% लेवल जिस दिन मेरे हो गए, मैं किसी को नहीं बताऊंगा, सच बता रहा हूँ। मैं क्या, कोई भी होगा, कोई किसी को नहीं बताएगा, क्योंकि ऐसा कुछ होता ही नहीं है। मार्केट डायनामिक्स होता है, स्टडी नहीं होता कुछ भी। ठीक है, यहाँ पर वो लाइक 1+1 2 नहीं होता। यहाँ पर मैथमेटिक्स की तरह हमेशा एज्यूम करना पड़ता है, कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो लेट अस सपोज द वैल्यू ऑफ दिस थिंग इज x, देन फिर उस कैलकुलेशन को, जो भी कैलकुलेशन हो रही है उसको आप सॉल्व करते हो कि 3x प्लस 100 इक्वल टू 500, so in that case what's the value of x, find out the value of x, right? तो ऐसा ही होता है ट्रेडिंग। सहारा जी, कोमर जी, 2.7 के बुक कर लिया नेचुरल गैस में। सेल किया था क्या नेचुरल गैस में? सेलिंग में बुक किया या फिर बाइंग में बुक किया? नहीं नहीं, उतना ही टारगेट था, क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस का उतना ही टारगेट था। ऊपर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, वो तो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है, बट अभी के लिए इतना ही टारगेट था, 290 टू 293। वहां से एक सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड ही थी। अब यहाँ पर भी आ जाए नीचे थोड़ा तो और बेटर रहेगा, ये एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे फिर से 283 284 के अराउंड, 280 283 के अराउंड, हाँ 283 284 के अराउंड। ठीक है, वो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो दूर है, उसके अलावा यहाँ पर भी एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस मान सकते थे, इसलिए टारगेट इतना ही लगाया, नहीं तो इसको यहाँ तक लगाता मैं। ये 292 293 तक का ही टारगेट था। क्रूड ऑयल में जरूर नीचे एक्सपेक्टेड है, अगर एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाता है, नहीं होता तो फिर ये आज तो नहीं आने वाला किसी भी कीमत पे। या श्योर, 100 लाइक्स हो गए, थैंक यू सो मच। अगर 200 लाइक्स का रखते हैं, फिर जिन्होंने नहीं किया वो भी कर दें। 99 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग ओनली। शर्मा जी, सेलिंग किस में कर रहे हो? सेलिंग अब मत करो, अब रहने दो, आज का हो गया। कल देखेंगे फेड का रेट कट का डिसीजन आने दो, फिर देखते हैं। 12:30 पर है ना इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। एक बार गिफ्ट निफ्टी को भी देख लेते हैं, जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट, लेट्स सी द गिफ्ट निफ्टी। कुछ हो भी रहा है गिफ्ट निफ्टी में या फिर नहीं? नहीं, म्यूट ही है, पूरा म्यूट है। ये हमारे मार्केट की क्लोजिंग है। ट्वेंटी फाइव पॉइंट डाउन चल रहा है हमारे इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग से, तो कुछ खास नहीं है। मे भी शायद हो सकता है कुछ थोड़ा बहुत मूव करे फेड रेट कट के बाद। अभी तो बिल्कुल फ्लैट चल रहा है। नहीं, ठीक है। निफ्टी साइडवे चल रहा है कंप्लीट। गिफ्ट निफ्टी, सॉरी, गिफ्ट निफ्टी कंप्लीटली फ्लैट है अभी। जी, नेचुरल गैस सेलिंग में बुक किया 12 के, ग्रेट। अच्छा, बाइंग में बुक किया आपने 2.7 के, चलो बढ़िया है, ग्रेट। Right now, GIFT Nifty is almost mute. No momentum in GIFT Nifty. We can wait for the Fed rate cut at around 12:30 a.m. IST. इसमें रीटेस्ट पे अच्छे हो रहे हैं, वाह। मेरे सर लाइव थोड़ा और जल्दी आए 12 पीएम के अराउंड। अरे सर, 12 पीएम कैसे आ जाऊंगा? उस समय तो निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी कर रहा होता हूँ। मॉर्निंग पे निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी हो रहा होता है। कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, लाइक आज आ गया था, कल भी आ गया था 2-3 बजे के आसपास। फिर से आ जाऊँ उसी टाइम के आसपास। मॉर्निंग पे कमोडिटी में ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम नहीं रहता है। ट्राई अराउंड 2 to 3 पीएम। ओके। मैंने जी सर मॉर्निंग पे स्ट्रीम लगा दिया करो। अरे सर, मॉर्निंग पे करोगे कैसे? मोमेंटम ही नहीं आता है कमोडिटी मार्केट में। मॉर्निंग पे मोमेंटम ही बहुत रेयर आता है। कभी कभी आ गया तो आ गया, नहीं तो आप देख लेना मॉर्निंग पे बहुत रेयर ही मोमेंटम होता है, या तो फिर कोई बहुत बड़ा गैप अप गैप डाउन होगा, एक कैंडल बनेगी फिर साइडवेज। तो कमोडिटी मार्केट को ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो एटलीस्ट 12:30 के बाद ही करो दिन में, जब आपका न्यूयॉर्क सेशन सॉरी लंदन सेशन ओपन होता है, तब थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम रहता है उसके बाद, देन नहीं तो फिर इवनिंग पे। इक्विटी लगा दिया करो निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी, ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, तो फिर मॉर्निंग से लगा के बैठ जाओ। मॉर्निंग से इवनिंग तक फिर स्क्रीन पे बैठे नहीं रह सकते ना, थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। बट आई विल ट्राई, देखते हैं मॉर्निंग पे भी अगर स्टार्ट कर दें। सपोर्ट वेरी बिग फैन, थैंक यू सो मच। चलिए गाइस, मार्केट तो हो गया म्यूट, अब फेड रेट कट होगा तो आई विल अपडेट ऑन टेलीग्राम चैनल अबाउट द स्टेटस। ओके, ये क्रूड अगर ब्रेक करता है इस एफईजी को तो देख लेना, एक टारगेट और मिल सकता है। वैसे तो अब दो ही कैंडल बनेंगी इस कैंडल के बाद, तो मुझे लगता है तो नहीं ब्रेक होगा शायद, बट होता है तो एक टारगेट और रख सकते हो। बाकी मिलेंगे कल। कोई बात नहीं, मिलेगा मौका, मिलता रहेगा सपोर्ट, डोंट वरी। थैंक यू so much for joining today's live session. Good night to all of you. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care.